Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1751 Echo Spears. Ves cursed his luck. After numerous lucky breaks, Ves believed the chance of interception wasn't as big as he thought. Throughout his entire journey through Ordent, none of his hunters or pursuers managed to get close enough to enter within effective combat range of his ship. Yet as soon as his ship stepped into the Great Zona Republic, he immediately encountered a mercenary fleet at close proximity. The good news was that the mercenary ships weren't in knife fighting range. It took about 40 minutes for the ships to fly within engagement range, upon which they would probably deploy their mechs. The bad news was that the mercenaries had plenty of time to catch up with his fleeing ship. While his mobile supply frigate possessed a clear edge and acceleration, the mercenary fleet just happened to be flying in relative motion in his direction. Even without activating their thrusters, the light carriers were already drifting in his direction. This head start was an undeniably critical advantage. If both the mercenary fleet and the Scarlet Rose started off stationary, then the latter ship's superior acceleration would quickly enable Ves to outpace his pursuers. Yet all of that was not in consideration as soon as Ves confirmed the Scarlet Rose's calculations. Her navigation systems hadn't made any errors. Within 40 minutes, his ship would become vulnerable to long-range fire. That didn't mean the mercenaries would fire at his ship. Ves believed it was extremely unlikely that the Friday Coalition issued a mission that called for blowing up one of their assets. There was no way the mercenaries would ignore the temptation of capturing an intact second-class ship either. Whether they wanted to abscond with the valuable mobile supply frigate or hand her over to the Coalition for a rich reward, Ves would fall into their hands regardless of what happened. As time started ticking down, Ves rapidly contemplated his options. First, I can hop into one of the special escape pods and drift away. This was a dead end. Even if he left the Scarlet Rose, where would he go? Ves purposefully traveled to a typical lifeless star system with nothing of value. There weren't any human settlements for him to shelter in, and neither would he be able to bump into another ship aside from the ones belonging to his captors. Second, I can sneak aboard one of their carriers with my escape pod. As long as he maintained complete stealth, Ves was reasonably confident he could infiltrate a ship unnoticed. As long as the carrier's internal security wasn't too tight, he could probably find a hiding spot and remain hidden for weeks. Yet what would this accomplish? Even if he repeated his earlier feat and killed every crew member of the carrier, what could he do against the other 4 carriers? The moment the rest of the fleet noticed anything wrong, they would doubtlessly disable and corner their compromised ship with their mechs. At most, he would be able to keep himself hidden while the mercenaries took their prize ship all the way back to the hub system of some sorts. There, they could process their new acquisition or make arrangements to hand it over to the Fridaymen. The chance that Ves could re-enter the Scarlet Rose and flee all of the presences at the hub system was comically small. Ves had no choice but to rely on his personal capacities to navigate a foreign planet or space station and find some way to find passage away. This was not an unacceptable outcome to him, but it entailed abandoning the Scarlet Rose. Is a second-class mobile supply frigate really worth all of the risk? If Ves still remained in his rational state, then he would likely choose this option. It was one of the best ways to preserve his life and make it back to safety. The truth was that the Scarlet Rose was way too valuable and high profile for Ves to succeed in bringing her all the way to the Elvain Protectorate. Once Ves got rid of this eye-catching space jewel, he could probably rely on himself to blend in the crowd and board some sort of ship that traveled away from the Friday Coalition. Yet VS was no longer as listless as before. Enough time had passed for most of his spiritual energy reserves to recover to full. His grand dynamo had worked hard to return him to his normal state. While it still took at least a day or two for him to get topped off, VS pretty much regained most of his emotions. Right now, VS felt very possessive about his new acquisition. If it was possible, VS did not wish to lose his new ship. "It will take years for me to earn enough money to commission a comparable ship," he lamented. "How can I miss this opportunity to surpass Gloriana by bringing in a ship that's superior to her stellar chaser?" VS often felt inadequate when he compared his piddling Barracuda with her larger ship. Now that he captured the Scarlet Rose, VS would be damned before he gave her up. There had to be a way for him to retain the vessel he so painstakingly killed off an entire crew to obtain. He set aside the previous option and quickly moved on to his other options. There is no way to outrun or hide from this mercenary fleet. If there was some kind of satellite or asteroid belt in the vicinity, then he could have tried to shake off pursuit by taking advantage of the complex stellar terrain. Yet this red dwarf system was so pathetically empty that there weren't any asteroid belts within a couple light hours of his current position. Only empty space surrounded his ship in each direction, ruling out any possibility of breaking detection. Then, maybe I can negotiate. Though VS did not feel very hopeful about this option, he might as well give it a try. He hailed the approaching ships. It took a brief amount of time before someone on the other end accepted the transmission. An elder man in a black mercenary uniform appeared in view. His short gray beard and his short cropped hair reminded VS of the military. His mood instantly sunk as he took in the opposing mercenary commander. The leader's straight, ramrod posture and his well-honed air of authority suggested that he was a really tough bone. "Mr. Ves Larkinson," the old commander began, "I am glad you have reached out to us. You have saved us the effort of figuring out whether we are chasing after the right ship. It appears you already know. Could you introduce yourselves?" "Why, certainly. I am Leonard Quint, commander of the Echo Spears. We are a rather notable mercenary corps of the Great Zona Republic. We specialize in bounty hunting and punishing pirates." "I see. Could you please go elsewhere? Your ships are getting uncomfortably close to mine." "I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but that ship isn't yours. We have accepted a mission to return the Scarlet Rose to her rightful owners. As for you, the Coalition has offered a rich bounty for your capture. You're all alone on that ship, correct?" "Who knows? Don't lie. There is no one on the bridge except for you. If you want to prove otherwise, then feel free to expand your projection." VS tried his best not to grimace. This was a very clever way of confirming that VS hadn't picked up a crew along the way. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to disprove Commander Quint's guess, VS simply moved on and tried to find some way to get himself out of this predicament. "I highly advise you to reconsider your current actions, Commander Quint. If you have studied my record, then you'll know that I have a history of surviving or coming out on top of confrontations. No matter how many advantages you think you have, I'll never give up. Don't make me overload the power reactor of the Scarlet Rose. I can do it in an instant as long as any of your ships or mechs get close." The commander did not look deterred. He offered VS a knowing smile. "We prefer to take our chances. Let me give you our own warning. If you do anything to the Friday Coalition's properly, we'll be glad to show you why that is a monumentally bad idea. I believe the Friday men won't mind receiving you in a less than healthy state. With their medical technology, we can cripple every part of your body without repercussion." VS idly waved his hand as if he brushed the threat of torture aside. "You'll only be signing your death warrants if you do so. If you haven't heard, Lady Aisling Curver of the Gage dynasty is smitten with me. While I am not very willing to be with her, I'm sure I can tell her how hospitable you've been. Let's not talk about this unpleasant matter any further. Time is running out. Let me ask you one more time. Will you cease your flight and surrender the Scarlet Rose and yourself to us quietly, or do we have to do this the hard way? Ves sneered and leaned forward. You'll regret approaching my ship. This is my final warning. Back off or suffer the consequences. Unfortunately for him, the old dog did not take his threat seriously. As far as Commander Quint was concerned, Ves was purely empty air at the moment. If the Scarlet Rose still possessed a crew, then the ex-Spears would have thought twice before closing in. Yet with no living person aside from Ves crewing the ship, there was no reason for the mercenaries to think they would suffer any retribution. The mercenary commander soon ended the call when he realized there was nothing more to gain from the conversation. Neither Ves or the Echo Spears gave in to the other's demands. A confrontation was inevitable. Damn it! Ves slammed his fist against the armrest of the captain's chair. Would he really be forced to give up his shiny new ship and become a stowaway aboard one of the carriers of the Echo Spears? I'm not giving up. Not when I still have options. He began to explore some other possibilities. One option was to overload the propulsion system and increase the Scarlet Rose's acceleration to a very dangerous degree. Perhaps he might be able to boost the acceleration by 30% or more depending on how much strain he was willing to put on the propulsion system. Yet such a margin was still too small to evade pursuit. According to some quick calculation, the most he could do was to delay the interception by half an hour or so. This would only delay the inevitable. What else can I do? Another option was to force the FTL drive to transition into the higher dimensions without completing its cycling. This was an extremely hazardous choice. While it was technically possible to force an FTL drive to engage just minutes after finishing a trip, it was extremely difficult to perform a so-called double jump or continuous transition. Only a very good chief engineer who was intimately familiar with the ship and FTL drive model would be able to set the right configuration for a double jump. Even then, a double jump was racked with danger and uncertainty. Depending on the quality, tolerance, and soundness of the FTL drive, there was a very significant possibility that it would explode or malfunction midway. If the ship that performed the double jump managed to reach her destination safely, then the FTL drive would be in a very bad shape. Not only had its lifespan decreased by at least a couple of decades, but all of the damage it suffered along the way might very well disable it entirely, preventing the ship from fleeing any further. In other words, since Ves was not a chief engineer, he could forget about pulling off this insanely complex technical feat. I can't run away in this fashion. Ves had to resort to other options to escape this predicament. Chapter 1752 Easy Reward. The Great Zonar Republic offered fertile ground for many mercenary corps. The inherent instability in the outer regions of the state resulted in frequent battles. Rebels fought against the authorities. The authorities fought against the rebels. The people suffered while the chaos drew in other interested groups. The closer to the border, the more public security deteriorated. All manner of pirates and other scum lingered in this region, aware that the military couldn't possibly handle every threat. Ves expected he would encounter some low-life gang or a bunch of bottom-feeder pirates. Instead, his Scarlet Rose landed right next door to a fleet of disciplined mercenaries. As the Scarlet Rose desperately tried to delay the inevitable interception, Ves took the time to connect to the galactic net and look up the Echo Spears. It turns out that the Echo Spears was a force to be reckoned with in the Great Zonar Republic. Its leader was a former mech officer and still maintained ties to his former service. Over the course of several decades, Commander Leonard Quinn managed to grow his mercenary corps from a small band of brothers into a formidable mercenary organization that fielded over 10 light carriers. That was a remarkable growth trajectory. All of this sounded familiar to VS. In the Bright Republic, many veterans tended to form or join a mercenary corps when they were discharged from the Mech Corps. The veterans-turned-mercenaries were a cut above other mercenaries who never underwent military training. These veterans were much more reliable as they still adhered to a code of honor, and their extensive skill and experience ensured that they achieved a lot of victories. Some of these mercenary corps even maintained loose ties to the military or the government. With such solid backing, these mercenary corps gained an edge over the competition, thereby preventing other mercenary corps owned by less desirable groups from dominating the local mercenary industry. Though the record in the news articles on the Echo Spears did not mention anything about a military connection, VS found many subtle clues. The mercenary corps developed far too quickly to have grown without backing. 10 light carriers and hundreds of mechs can't come from nowhere, VS muttered in a depreciating tone. The mercenary business isn't that profitable. It cost a lot of money to acquire mechs and ships. It cost even more money to service and to replace them in the event of suffering losses. It was actually very hard to make a profit in the mercenary business. Too many business-illiterate mech pilots ran their outfits to the ground while being mired in debt. For an outfit like the Echo Spears to expand their forces so rapidly and consistently was a very good indicator of their competence in battle. These guys are tough, VS concluded. There's no way to defeat them easily. He wouldn't be able to resort to cheap tricks such as nagging them until they left like he did with the blind prophets. With time running out and few viable options available to him, VS felt as if a net was closing in on him. If he didn't do something, he might get caught. I have no choice. VS gritted his teeth. He issued some commands to the ship before departing the bridge. He had some preparations to do, and he didn't have a crew to do it for him. If he wanted something done, he had to take care of it himself. Lucky! Where are you? Get back to me! Are you going to help me or are you going to keep emptying my materials storeroom? Half an hour passed by as the fleet of 5 light carriers indomitably caught up to the Scarlet Rose. The latter's ship accelerated faster than the mercenaries' ships. There was no doubt as to why. The Scarlet Rose was significantly smaller than the carriers designed to accommodate up to 40 mechs. She also incorporated much better tech and materials as a second-class vessel. VS constantly relied on these advantages to evade pursuit, while his ship crossed through the territories of the Ordent Republic. Yet now, no amount of acceleration that the Scarlet Rose could muster would allow her to evade pursuit long enough to transition back into FTL. Contact was inevitable, and both sides knew it. VS had already become resigned to the fact while the Echo Spears all anticipated the incredibly rich payout of capturing a stolen ship from the Friday Coalition. As soon as the light carriers needed 20 more minutes to enter combat range, they cut back on their acceleration. There was no reason to fly any closer. This range was already close enough to deploy their mechs. If Commander Quinn thought that his target posed an actual threat to his forces, then he would have deployed his mechs earlier. Yet, since the Scarlet Rose posed no threat at all according to the intelligence provided by the Coalition Reserve Corps, the Echo Spears might as well save some fuel and energy. It was pretty expensive to expend the energy of so many mechs. Even with financial backing, the Echo Spears still maintained the habit of saving costs whenever possible. An intimidating sight bloomed as mech after mech launched from the mech hangars of the light carriers. Since they were just commercial models, the large vessels didn't feature many main hatches. The mechs had to line up one by one and launch into space sequentially. The Echo Spears only brought their space-borne mechs this time. By the time the carriers finished deploying all of their assets, around 170 mechs formed up in 3 different elements. The main element leisurely flew ahead, deliberately controlling its acceleration to provide time for the other 2 elements to swing around and surround the fleeing Scarlet Rose from the flanks. Though this delayed their approach, the Echo Spears had more than enough time to capture their target. The CRC had already passed on that the Scarlet Rose required at least 5 hours to cycle her FTL drive. Without a crew or engineer, it was impossible to shorten this lengthy interval. Even if Ves possessed the abilities of a starship engineer, then he could only shave off an hour of the cycling time at most. Since the Echo Spears had plenty of time at hand, they spread out their forces to envelop the Scarlet Rose and cut off all escape routes. In truth, dispatching 170 mechs to capture a single, unprotected frigate was massive overkill. A single squad was sufficient to force the Scarlet Rose's surrender. Commander Quint didn't want to damage the ship, though. The Coalition offered a much better reward if they managed to capture the ship intact. For this reason, he chose to adopt an overwhelming approach and induce a surrender without firing a shot. Anyone sane would never think to resist against so many mechs. Unfortunately, the Echo Spears just happened to bump into someone who was less than sane. As Commander Quint calmly instructed a squad of his more junior mech pilots to break from one of the main elements and close in on the fugitive ship, the command center suddenly sounded an alarm. "Commander, the mech hangar hatch of the Scarlet is retracting." "What?" "Confirm that. We have a direct optical view of the mech hangar retracting its hatch." The sensor operator activated a projection that showed the Scarlet Rose in all her splendor. Her thrusters burned bright as the ship vainly attempted to outrun her pursuers. A hatch large enough to fit a medium mech with some room to spare slid open, giving Commander Quint and every other observer a clear view of the interior of the mobile supply frigate's mech hangar. "What is Mr. Larkinson up to?" the mercenary commander wondered. Soon enough, the answer became clear, as an agile space-borne skirmisher launched into space with its radiant flight system glowing white. "A mech?" Commander Quint widened his eyes. "What is the meaning of this? The ship was supposed to be minimally crewed, if crewed at all. There is no indication that Mr. Larkinson managed to pick up a mech pilot." The intelligence was wrong. The space-borne skirmisher slowly took up position a few hundred meters away from the Scarlet Rose. Its flight system easily matched the pace of the stolen ship's active propulsion system. The mech was obviously a part of Lady Curver's former mech complement. Markings belonging to the Friday Coalition, the Gage Dynasty and Clarion University still dominated its chest. As a second-class mech, the skirmisher possessed a more varied loadout than the skirmishers fielded by the Echo Spears. Aside from carrying a set of penetrating daggers, the Coalition skirmisher also wielded a compact pulse submachine gun. Capable of firing rapid bursts of energetic pulse particles, it was a deadly weapon at close range that inflicted a substantial amount of energy damage topped with a bit of physical damage. Though a single skirmisher armed with short-ranged weapons was not enough to inspire fear in the Echo Spears, the Scarlet Rose was not done with disgorging appropriated mechs. A dozen seconds later, a formidable-looking Space Knight emerged in space. Compared to the Space Knights of the Echo Spears, this second-class mech not only excelled in defense and melee combat, but also possessed the ability to fight against ranged opponents. 2 retractable laser weapon mounts graced its shoulders, giving it the ability to punish any ranged mech that thought that they could kite and whittle down the Space Knight from a distance. A third mech appeared soon after. The space-borne rifleman mech looked bulkier than cheaper rifleman mechs, but still boasted a considerable amount of mobility. Its large, dual-type laser particle beam rifle was capable of outputting accurate fire at long range and devastating energy at closer ranges. The final mech that emerged sent a shudder through the backs of the Echo Spears. A space-borne medium artillery mech emerged last. Larger than the preceding mechs, the mech barely fit through the open hatch. Though large and heavy, its mobility was still good enough to match the acceleration of the Space Knight. Unlike the defensive mech, the artillery mech packed a significant punch at longer ranges. Its main armament consisted of a Gauss cannon. Scaled up from a standard mech-sized Gauss rifle, the cannon featured a slow firing rate. Its large projectiles also prevented the artillery mech from carrying too much ammunition. Aside from its fearsome Gauss cannon, the artillery mech also featured a pair of shoulder-mounted missile launchers. Though the missile launcher pods looked no different from the ones mounted on third-class mechs, their true threat lay in the quality and payload of the missiles. Once the 4 mechs of the Scarlet Rose exited her mech hangar, a brief delay ensued. As if acting on command, the mechs abruptly moved. The Space Knight and Skirmisher mechs both hovered protectively alongside the artillery mech and rifleman mech. The 2 ranged mechs slowly aimed their main weapons in the direction of the light carriers of the Echo Spears before opening fire. "Brace yourselves!" The flagship screamed in alarm as the rifleman mech's powerful dual-type rifle fired a powerful laser beam that was powerful enough to match the output of several third-class heavy mechs. While this beam did not cause the light carrier to suffer any physical damage, the energy it packed was enough to vaporize multiple layers of armor plating, dumping a huge amount of heat in some of the bow compartments of the ship. A combat carrier would have fared a lot better, but light carriers weren't supposed to be so vulnerable to laser fire. This was the power of a second-class mech weapon. The disparity in power couldn't be more stark. Just after the laser beam opened up a gap in the bow section of the carrier, a hyper-accelerated Gauss cannon projectile quickly slammed into the cavity, causing the ship to suffer a substantial collision. A large amount of debris sprayed into space as several compartments broke up in an instant, pulverizing plenty of bodies as the light carrier forcefully endured the sheer amount of kinetic energy crashing onto her hull. Just 2 hits was enough to inflict major damage to one of the motherships of the Echo Spears. Though this was far from enough to cripple the ship, the damage the second-class mechs inflicted was enough to shock the mercenaries who expected an easy reward. Within the mech hangar of the Scarlet Rose, Ves erupted into laughter as he stood in front of a large, improvised control panel. "Did you think I was lying? Not this time!" The control panel was split into multiple sections. 4 of them just happened to project the control interfaces of 4 different mechs. "Let's give them another lesson! Fire!" As soon as Ves pressed a couple of buttons, the rifleman mech and artillery mech fired another salvo at the enemy flagship. "Ha ha! Do you regret chasing after me? It's too late!" Chapter 1753 Firepower Disparity. In the time it took for the Scarlet Rose to pass through the territories of the Ordent Republic, Ves hadn't been spending his time in vain. As someone who always indulged in paranoia, Ves never assumed the best-case scenario happened all the time. His temporary rational state did not diminish this aspect of his. Instead, he became just as paranoid as any casual probability analysis concluded that Ves would surely encounter a situation like this where the Scarlet Rose couldn't shake off her pursuers. If not now, then later. Ves had to pass through too many star systems, giving his pursuers plenty of opportunities to prepare an ambush. Aware that fleeing was not always a viable solution, Ves had to prepare another countermeasure. If he was a qualified starship engineer with many different ship-related competences, then he would have decided to tinker with the Scarlet Rose. Perhaps he might be able to boost the propulsion system of the ship to provide her with a temporary doubling in acceleration. If Ves happened to be very competent and in a gambling mood, then he would have taken his chances by performing a ruinous double jump. Sadly, Ves only possessed a shallow understanding of starship engineering. While he could have spent some time by studying some of the textbooks in Ashling's comprehensive library, it would take months or years to become competent enough to manipulate the Scarlet Rose's complex engineering systems. Trying to master the Scarlet Rose by himself was a waste of time. Ves wasn't an engineer. He was a mech designer. Rather than attempt to mess with something outside of his expertise, he should rather be leveraging his strengths. And what better could he apply his expertise to than the 4 dormant second-class mechs stored in the mech hangar of the Scarlet Rose? When Ves first visited the mech hangar in person, the cleaning bots already took away the bodies left by Lucky's rampage. A bit of scars signifying weapon discharges still marred some of the portions of the mech hangar, but by and large everything was fairly intact. The mech hangar wasn't actually very big. The Scarlet Rose had to devote a significant amount of internal volume to provide enough space to accommodate 4 battle-ready mechs. Each of the 4 mechs shared the same orange coating and markings of any mech affiliated with Clarion University. Evidently, Aisling managed to replace the standard CRC mech complement with 4 of her personal bodyguard mechs. The design schematics and other files that Ves retrieved from her personal desk terminal proved to be extremely helpful in figuring out the mechs. Without them, Ves would have wasted precious time and effort in deciphering the mechs. Yet now that he possessed all of Aisling's notes about her own work, Ves rapidly understood the essence of the 4 mechs. These mechs are all reflections of her design philosophy. She designed and built these mechs for herself. This was different from designing mechs for external clients, who all possessed different demands. Aisling's aim in designing these bodyguard mechs was to form a team of mechs that exerted as much strength as she could manage. The secret ingredient is neural interconnectivity. Grouping 4 random mechs together did not necessarily yield greater results. The challenge was to form 4 complementary mechs who each amplified each other's strength. The goal was to achieve a level of performance that was stronger than the sum of its parts. This happened to be something that Lady Curver excelled in. By employing a group of 4 very close mech pilots and pairing them up with custom mechs that each connected to a neural network, the mech pilots were able to exert a level of coordination that was a level beyond what elite teams could manage. While Aisling's application of neural interconnectivity was still immature to the more dramatic applications of Master Huron, it was enough for her 4 mechs to exert the effective strength of 6 or 8 uncoordinated mechs. Of course, all of that was rather moot to Ves. With no mech pilots on hand, particularly those who possessed the necessary training to pilot second-class mechs, Aisling's specialty couldn't be leveraged. In fact, without any mech pilots, how could Ves even make use of these powerful machines? Surprisingly, Calabas came to the rescue. Part of the software and data packages she included in her transmission consisted of programs meant to take control over coalition mechs. Though it required a bit of hacking and hardware modifications, Ves and Lucky easily managed to follow the steps outlined by Calabas' instructions. After modifying the neural interfaces and replacing its software with a Hexer-developed control program, they eventually managed to convert the mechs into bots. Yes, bots. Well, perhaps I should call them drones. Regardless of how he called them, after a lot of modifications spanning an entire week, Ves managed to turn the 4 second-class mechs into unmanned fighting machines. Ordinarily, Aisling's bodyguard mechs did not come with any automation. If Ves wanted to convert the mechs into bots without any assistance, then he would have taken at least a month. he would have been forced to spend most of the time on programming and configuring the AIs and control systems. Calabas's timely gift provided him with a ready-made solution, allowing him to finish the conversion even before the Scarlet Rose left the Ordent Republic. The end result made Ves excited. The 4 unique mechs that used to be piloted by humans now turned into a quartet of BattleBots. Of course, these BattleBots only exerted a fraction of their original effective performance. The automation of the mechs was fairly limited and lacked a lot of ingenuity. While it was no problem to command them to perform standard tasks, as long as they encountered formidable opposition, then the AIs controlling the mechs could easily be fooled. This essentially meant that the 4 BattleBots would certainly lose in a battle against 4 proper mechs if all else was equal. In fact, the BattleBots would still lose if they faced just 2 second-class mechs piloted by competent human mech pilots. However, the Echo Spears that managed to corner the Scarlet Rose did not come from the Friday Coalition. The Mercenary Corps was a homegrown outfit from the Great Zona Republic. Their economical light carriers and their large-number budget mechs with a handful of mid-range and premium mechs all indicated that they were not swimming in money. The chance that the Echo Spears were capable of fielding second-class mechs was practically nil. This gave Ves the confidence to deploy his new BattleBots. Even though it was rather ridiculous to think that 4 BattleBots could defeat a force comprising of 170 mechs, the quality disparity was very significant. Why did the Coalition reserve force dispatch monitors to foreign states without any escorts? That was because they didn't need it in most cases. 4 second-class mechs was enough to deter every opportunistic attacker who drooled over capturing an expensive ship from the Coalition. Though Ves was forced to make do without any mech pilots, the AIs and remote control system were enough to breathe new life in the pilotless mechs. As the 2 ranged mechs fired their second salvo, Ves instructed them to sustain their fire on the light carrier that he identified as the flagship. Both visual observation and tracking the source of the earlier transmission confirmed that the light carrier flying in the center was the flagship of the Echo Spears. "Commander Quint must be feeling really uncomfortable right now," Ves gloated as the 2 ranged mechs kept hammering the ship in question with an unrelenting staccato of laser beams and Gauss cannon projectiles. The former might not be too impressive, but the latter inflicted a devastating amount of damage to large but lightly armored targets. The Kraven, which was the name of the former artillery mech, was not very good at attacking mechs. Its Gauss cannon packed a huge punch, but it wasn't very good at tracing swift, mobile targets such as light skirmishers. Instead, the Kraven was designed to take care of larger, more strategic targets such as space stations, fortified bases, and starships. The light carriers of the Echo Spears soon responded to the unexpected threat. They no longer flew mostly straight but adopted a very chaotic zigzag pattern. Their helmsmen each took direct control over the vessels and followed their training to evade in a way that frustrated most automated target prediction algorithms. It might have worked if the ships were as small and nimble as light skirmishers. Unfortunately, vessels designed to carry up to 40 mechs in battles were pretty much the equivalent of whales in space. Despite the extreme range, the Kraven already came with a very sophisticated targeting system. Not only that, but the Kraven also possessed a powerful ECM and ECCM suite, allowing it to pierce through the pathetic attempt by the light carriers to frustrate its targeting. In order to observe the movements of its targets closely enough to form an accurate targeting prediction, the Kraven exchanged a lot of sensor data with the Seltzer. The former space-borne rifleman mech excelled in ranged combat against mechs. With its dual-type rifle switched to laser mode, the mech outputted a constant barrage of hot and energetic beams that was slowly softening up the flagship of the Echo Spears. Powerful sensor arrays built into the frame of the mech constantly kept the flagship and the other assets of the Echo Spheres in view. If that wasn't enough, then the Seltzer could also take advantage of the detailed sensor data provided by the Scarlet Rose. With so much accurate sensor data at the Seltzer's disposal, the mech never failed to hit its target. Laser beam after laser beam continued to melt a hole at the exact section of the flagship. The Seltzer's long-range accuracy was much higher than that of the Kraven. Recognizing the threat, the flagship slowed down and turned her hull until the damaged portions no longer faced the battlebots. "Ha! I was waiting for this," Ves grinned. He manipulated the interface to adjust the targeting priorities of the Kraven and the Seltzer. Instead of firing upon the solid exterior hull plating, the two mechs instead started firing on the exposed main thrusters of the light carrier. When the enemy flagship rotated on her axis to turn her heavily damaged bow away, she inevitably exposed her thrusters and vulnerable rear. This decision made in desperation was a big mistake. Soon, the Seltzer fired first. A laser beam instantly impacted a section of the rear hull that squeezed just between the main thrusters of the light carrier. Ves knew that there was little use in firing energy weapons directly in the thrusters. These components were built to be extremely resilient against heat. Therefore, he instead opted to soften up the rear hull plating in preparing for the main attack. Shortly afterwards, the Kraven finally fired its Gauss rifle cannon. A projectile larger than the rounds fired by the Deliverer's Executor rifle traveled faster than anyone could conceive. Ves had deliberately held back the power of the Kraven's main armament in order to increase its firing rate. Now, the artillery mech fired a heavy round accelerated to greater speeds than before. The Gauss cannon round closed the distance so fast that the helmsman barely had the time to juke the ship. Too late. With the help of predictive targeting, the Gauss rifle round managed to hit one of the main thrusters at an angle. As a sensitive component, most forces did everything possible to avoid exposing the stern of their vessels to the enemy. The reason why quickly became evident. The Echo Spears underestimated the damage the Kraven could inflict. The round not only bore through the thrusters, but also penetrated deeper while transferring a cataclysmic amount of kinetic energy to one of the most sensitive sections of a ship, the engineering compartments. A soundless explosion erupted from the stricken light carrier as her entire stern blew up. The ship lost all propulsion and FTL capability as her entire engineering section became lost. The mercenaries became stunned. How could their target, who was supposed to be alone and powerless, cripple one of their precious light carriers? "This is impossible! It's unfair!" No matter how much the perplexed mech pilots complained, they couldn't deny the truth. Their seemingly harmless target turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 1754 Impervious. Though Kraven and the Seltzer made a very powerful impression on the Echo Spears, Ves knew that his newly converted battlebots weren't as invincible as they appeared. Just like expert mechs, superior mechs could easily be overwhelmed by a mob of inferior mechs. Quality only went so far in reducing the quantity disparity. Fortunately, the mechs built by Ashling happened to be expensive custom mechs even by the wealthy standards of the Friday Coalition. Not only did they feature numerous systems, their base performance parameters were also far superior to any third-class mech. In terms of battle capability, all of the four machines performed better or on par to a third-class expert mech. Of course, in an actual battle, the expert mech was liable to win any battle against a superior standard mech. The difference in skill between an expert pilot and an ordinary mech pilot was too big. Even when piloting lesser machines, any expert pilot from the Bright Republic could definitely run rings around a coalition mech unless the mech-type matchup was too unfavorable. What all of this meant was that the 4 mechs of the Scarlet Rose were very much capable of defeating the 170 space-borne mechs of the Echo Spears. "It's too bad I can't field mechs," Ves regretfully muttered. "I can only make do with improvised battle bots." As hard as he worked, his conversion efforts were still rather crude. Compared to battle bots designed to operate autonomously from the ground up, the 4 machines weren't capable of bringing out more than half of their potential. Almost all of the strength currently exerted by the battle bots relied solely on its superior quality. The disparity in materials and tech resulted in an undeniable firepower advantage that Ves had to employ to the best effect. When Ves initially observed the Echo Spears, he had to make a very important choice. What should he target first? He first considered directing the Kraven and Seltzer against the 170 mechs deployed by the enemy mercenary corps. The space-borne mechs consisted of a balanced arrangement of rifleman mechs screened by a large number of melee mechs. As suggested by their name, the Echo Spears appeared to have a preference of spear-wielding mechs. Ves spotted a powerful subformation of 30 or so Lancer mechs that could definitely inflict a lot of damage when they managed to complete their charge. Ves did not fear the ranged mechs. Regardless of whether they were armed with ballistic, kinetic or laser weapons, the budget mechs didn't bring enough firepower to take down the Scarlet Rose or his battle bots in a brief amount of time. What Ves truly feared was the melee mechs. While the ranged mechs needed a lot of time to penetrate the armor of his assets, the melee mechs were much more variable in this regard. As long as dozens of melee mechs mobbed the Kraven and Seltzer from all sides, his ranged battle bots would definitely lose battle effectiveness. He only had 2 melee battle bots to screen his ranged assets. The Paravin, the Space Knight, featured exceptional defense, but was rather mediocre in fending off melee mechs, especially without a mech pilot skilled in swordsmanship and control. The Fliskin, the light skirmisher, was in an even worse position. The high-speed melee combat that a light mech excelled in was heavily dependent on the judgment and battle sense of a skilled mech pilot. His cousin Riella happened to be very deadly when piloting land-bound light skirmishers. Even if she piloted lighter and cheaper mechs, she often came on top in her duels by relying on her excellent skills. A light mech scales even more with piloting skill. The skill expression of this weight class was very high. This meant that while excellent mech pilots were capable of achieving astounding results, bad mech pilots were liable to trash their machines. The problem that Ves faced right now was that the Fliskin didn't even have a bad mech pilot. It didn't have any mech pilot at all. The rudimentary AI controlling its basic operations wasn't customized for the Fliskin at all. Without customizing its programming to the parameters of the mech, the skirmisher mech would only perform as well as a typical bot. Perhaps the Fliskin could still rely on its superior performance to crush 3 or 4 mechs at once, but once the Echo Spears threw over a dozen mechs at it, the pilotless light skirmisher would quickly expose its shortcomings. "I can't let any of the Echo Spears get close," Ves concluded. As long as the Echo Spears were willing to absorb some losses and bull through the firepower that he brought to bear with his battlebots, they could definitely overwhelm his bots and ship. This was why he directed the Kraven and the Seltzer on the enemy's ships rather than mechs. He wanted to discourage the Echo Spears from pursuing him any further. His goal wasn't to defeat the Echo Spears or kill Commander Quint. Ves could care less about these Zonin mercenaries. What he truly wanted was to get away. To achieve this goal, it was enough to force the Echo Spears into a retreat. As long as they gave up the chase, the Scarlet Rose's FTL drive would finish cycling and allow him to jump away from this star system. What better way than to distress a mercenary corps than by attacking their ships? He grinned. Every seasoned outfit was always prepared to lose some mechs over the course of an intensive battle. While it was a bit more painful to lose their mech pilots, as long as they ejected fast enough, the loss of life would probably be bearable even if the Echo Spears lost half of their space-borne mechs. Were the mercenaries willing to sacrifice so many mechs to complete this mission? Ordinarily, no, but this was different. The Coalition Reserve Corps issued this mission itself, and as a mighty arm of a powerful second-rate state, it was not short on money. The CRC could definitely compensate all of the material losses suffered by the Echo Spears and issue a rich reward on top of this princely sum. So attacking the mechs would not do much to force the mercenaries into abandoning their mission, especially when they were led by determined military veterans. This left their ships. As long as a company of mechs lost their motherships, the Echo Spears would suffer a devastating blow. A light carrier was worth more than the cost to commission the vessel. While already worth a hefty investment of funds on their own, the mech technicians, ship ratings, officers and captains were all precious assets of the mercenary corps. As long as they lost their lives, the Echo Spears would lose decades' worth of trained and loyal subordinates, whose costs could be measured with money. In addition to losing all of the men, the mercenary corps would also lose all of the expensive materials and supplies stored on the mechs. This would certainly worsen the outfit's financial position. Aside from this, destroying the ships also affected the mechs they carried in a very significant fashion. The 170 mechs in space wouldn't be able to last long in space on their own. In this lifeless star system, it would definitely take at least a couple of days to rescue the stranded mechs. All the while, the mechs would have to conserve their energy while their mech pilots had to subside off the emergency stashes and life support systems built into the cockpits. This was a very frightening prospect. Who wanted to drift for days or weeks through space while locked inside a metal coffin? Anyone could drop by and mess with mechs, whether they were friendly, neutral, or hostile. Heavens forbid if a pirate gang, which were quite common in the periphery of the Great Zona Republic, happened to encounter over 100 homeless mechs. Ves did not give the Echo Spears too much time to consider their options calmly. Fire! Keep firing! He shouted excitedly as he manually tweaked the targeting priorities of the Kraven and the Seltzer. While the battle bots would definitely fare poorly in a battle against actual second-class mechs, against a huge and lumbering ship, they never missed. Light carriers might include the word light, but that was only relative to the carrier classes. Any ship that possessed enough capacity to carry dozens of mechs inevitably flew like a sluggish tub in space. Distressed by the crippling of the flagship, the Echo Spears responded according to their training. Their melee mechs sped up faster, while their ranged mechs started to fire at the distant battle bots and mobile supply frigate. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough to close into the effective range of their weapons. There was no single standard for the effective ranges of weapons. It depended heavily on their quality, tech, design, materials, and other factors such as the effectiveness of the sensor and targeting systems. One thing was for sure, though. The effective range of second-class weapons often exceeded that of their third-class equivalents. That meant that while the Kraven and Seltzer continued to pound a second light carrier with unerring accuracy, the enemy laser beams and ballistic projectiles often flew wide without coming close to hitting their targets. Ves briefly directed his attention away from controlling the battle bots to adjusting the navigation instructions of the Scarlet Rose. The relatively nimble mobile supply frigate started to adopt a vigorous evasion pattern. Side thrusters frequently engaged at abrupt intervals as the ship appeared to roll or sidestep a significant amount of enemy fire. Though plenty of ballistic and kinetic rounds missed the mark, a lot of lasers still managed to hit her exterior. So what? The weak laser rifles employed by the mechs of his opposition only inflicted shallow scorch marks on the hull plating of his ship. While the Scarlet Rose was fairly light by the standards of the ships of the Friday Coalition, her exterior hull plating was actually tougher than the armor plating of a typical second-class mech. If you think that will hurt me at all, then think again. Ha ha! Even the weak points of the ship was far more resilient than the Echo spears could handle. Seeing that it would take many hours to whittle down the exceptional armor of the Scarlet Rose, the mechs instead poured their firepower towards the battlebots. In this, the mercenary mechs barely achieved better results. The Seltzer possessed decently high mobility. As long as its flight system flitted randomly in many different directions, it was able to evade a lot of firepower. What little attacks impacted the Seltzer might leave some marks, but without repeated attacks, the chance of penetration was too low. The Kraven was a bit too big and did not possess the mobility to evade many attacks. Ves addressed this shortcoming by assigning the Paravan to shield it from most damage. The Paravan's large kite shield withstood or absorbed countless attacks, many of them leaving just tiny marks on its surface. Even if an errant laser beam or ballistic shell impacted the frame of the mech, the damage was likewise superficial. However, Ves quickly noticed that the quantity of hits was a little distressing. 1,000 pinpricks could still destroy the Space Knight. He therefore decided to frustrate his attackers by repositioning the mechs to take cover behind the Scarlet Rose. Most of the attacks started to impact the almost impervious exterior of his ship, preventing his battlebots from enduring the attacks directly. With the safety of his battlebots guaranteed, the Kraven and Seltzer completely let go and pounded the second light carrier until all of her bow sections turned into scrap. Though the Echo spears hesitated to change the ship's orientation, they soon had no choice. When the targeted ship rotated a little bit on her axis, Ves pounced on the tiny opening. Launch missiles! The Kraven finally employed its secondary weapon system. A salvo of 20 small and compact missiles flew from its shoulder launchers and rapidly accelerated towards the distant fleet. Chapter 1755 Tech Disparity. The battlefield became the canvas of an unequal exchange of fire. The full space-borne mech contingent of the Echo Spears desperately poured their firepower at the Scarlet Rose in an attempt to stop the battlebots from threatening their ships. Yet the bulk of the mobile supply frigate shielded the bots too well. The ship's though armored surface was designed to withstand a decent amount of firepower from Hexer mech units. While the might of 100 ranged mechs was a sight to behold, the Scarlet Rose danced around in space and evaded much of the incoming fire. Whatever struck the ship harmlessly bounced away as her armor withstood virtually all of the impacts while suffering only a minimal amount of damage. While it was possible for the Echo spears to breach the armor of the Scarlet Rose if their mechs concentrated their fire, the range was too long to achieve pinpoint accuracy. Even if the Echo spears closed in and reduced the distance, the Scarlet Rose nimbly rotated like a drill, causing every volley of fire to spread across the entire circumference of her hull. Like a torrent of rain, all of the laser beams and projectiles that struck the former Coalition ship failed to penetrate her surface. The desperate mech pilots fired their weapons without regard for heat or ammunition concerns. Their motherships were in danger. As mechs depended heavily on carrier ships to travel through the void of space, losing them was a catastrophe. How could they risk becoming homeless by allowing their target to blow up all of their ships? Keep firing! A mech captain ordered over the command channel. No ship can resist so much damage forever. Even if we have to damage the mission target, don't stop firing. Bringing back half a ship is better than bringing back nothing at all. Keep flanking and circling around the target. Those mechs can't hide from every angle. The plan of the Echo Spears was sound. As long as their mechs caught up to the Scarlet Rose and surrounded her from every direction, there was no way the more vulnerable mechs could avoid their attacks. Compared to a large and sturdy vessel like the Scarlet Rose, the four mechs were much more susceptible to their attacks. There was no way the artillery mech and the rifleman mech would be able to last for long against a sustained bombardment. While Ves was aware of this threat, he did not exhibit any panic at all. Instead, he grinned as the battle proceeded exactly according to plan. While he wasn't a military officer, he had been through enough battles to develop a rudimentary understanding of contemporary warfare. Combined with his keen understanding of mechs and all manner of technology, Ves gained enough confidence to navigate through this crisis. The key is to cripple their motherships. Without their light carriers, where can their mechs return after a battle? After spending a lot of time among the flagrant vandals and several other outfits, Ves understood how much a mothership weighed in the hearts of mech pilots. If necessary, they were willing to accept the loss of their mechs. As long as they ejected, they could always return to their motherships and wait until their superiors assigned them a replacement. By threatening or destroying this safety net, the morale of the mech pilots would certainly plummet. If there was one thing he learned from the likes of Major Verl, it was that changes morale, confidence, and conviction could affect the outcome of a battle just as much as taking out a large number of mechs. The moment Kraven released an imposing missile volley, the Echo Spears panicked. They knew the threat of the missiles as well as anyone. The missile models employed by the Friday Coalition were much more powerful than those employed by the Great Sonar Republic. Each missile cost as much as a premium mech, if not more. Though expensive for something that was meant to be a consumable, an anti-ship coalition missile potentially packed enough punch to shatter the armor of the Scarlet Rose. Against an inferior vessel such as a third-class light carrier, a handful of missiles might be enough to shatter their hulls in half. Though the Echo Spears weren't able to guess the potency of the missiles launched by the artillery mech, there was no way the missiles were harmless. Intercept the missiles! Don't let them reach our ships! The Echo Spears all redirected their firepower from attacking the Scarlet Rose to intercepting the missiles. Yet how could it be so easy to strike them down? Ves programmed the missiles to spread out and disperse like a net, making it harder for them to be taken out simultaneously. Not only that, but the missiles possessed an excellent ECM system that scrambled every targeting system, causing most of the attacks aimed at the missiles or their flight trajectory to miss. Though a handful of shots managed to down a couple of missiles, that was more due to luck than skill. On top of all of this, the missiles accelerated far faster than the missiles that the Echo Spears were accustomed to. Their insane acceleration caused the missiles to accumulate so much velocity that they reached the position of the vulnerable light carriers far too quickly. Commander Quint and the other Echo Spears could barely react to the sudden onset of the missiles. Just as the missiles were about to strike the light carriers, they missed. What? How come these missiles are passing us by? Is their programming faulty? Maybe our ECM managed to fool them at the last second. Idiot! How could our ECM systems ever beat Coalition tech? Watch out! They're circling around! The missiles may have missed, but they continued flying along a tighter arc. After circling around the light carrier several times, they finally achieved an angle that allowed them to strike at the vulnerable rear of the fleet formation. Just as the crews of the three undamaged light carriers received the order to brace themselves, the salvo of missiles each impacted their exposed stern, detonating numerous small explosions. Thank the President! They aren't ship-killer missiles! Don't get complacent! They're still dealing a lot of damage! The missiles launched by the Kraven was a light missile type designed for intercepting heavy fire and hitting small but exceptionally agile targets. They weren't designed to attack ships. Against a Hexer starship, the missiles would only inflict minor to superficial damage. Against a light carrier from the Great Sonar Republic, their payloads were much more threatening. Explosions powerful enough to ruin some of the interior compartments of the Scarlet Rose ruined the propulsion systems of the affected vessels in an instant. Every thruster and every related system turned into wreckage as the detonations swept through the nearby compartments and threatened the engineering section. One light carrier suffered an unlucky explosion that affected a critical fuel line. A secondary explosion soon occurred that breached the engineering compartment, sweeping all of the engineers and the vulnerable ship components away. The other two light carriers managed to avoid this unfortunate fate, but their conditions weren't much good either. After losing their main propulsion systems, the light carriers could no longer accelerate and keep up with the Scarlet Rose's flight. After crippling the flagship, heavily damaging a second light carrier and disabling the propulsion systems of the remaining 3 vessels with a single missile volley, the mobile bases of the Echo Spears all turned into sitting ducks. Ves widened his eyes as he witnessed the results. The missiles performed much better than he anticipated. He only expected a small portion of the missiles to make it through, and he did not dare to dream that he would be able to cripple all 3 targeted ships. The disparity in ECM is too big. The countermeasures built into the missiles of the Coalition completely negated the targeting systems employed by the mercenary mechs. Their mech pilots had been forced to aim their weapons manually without benefiting from aim assist or accurate sensor data. "It's too bad I don't have enough missiles," he sighed. The Scarlet Rose was not on a combat mission after all. She only carried a standard amount of ordnance, and none of them were impressive by Coalition standards. While the Scarlet Rose possessed enough supplies to sustain a couple of more battles, eventually VS would run out of missiles. He could not afford to squander his limited assets. Fortunately, the effect of this singular missile volley had been good. After continually shocking the Echo Spears, this final strike appeared to be the straw that broke the camel's back. On board the crippled flagship, Commander Quinn no longer maintained a controlled and confident demeanor. The chaotic command center conveyed all kinds of awful news to him. Each and every light carrier sustained severe damage. Aside from a single ship, all of his other ships were no longer able to keep up the chase. The Scarlet Rose continued to burn her thrusters, accelerating further and further away from the crippled mercenary fleet. Commander Quint had to make a very difficult decision. Should he recall the mechs deployed to intercept the Scarlet Rose? If he let the mechs continue their mission, then they would only fly further and further away from the light carrier. If they expended too much fuel or energy, then they might not have enough juice to return to their motherships. If he recalled the mechs, he would essentially have to give up on the mission and miss a huge payout. Not only that, but he would also have to force the Echo Spears to go in the red in order to raise enough funds to repair the damaged light carriers. This was very expensive. The mercenary commander contemplated whether he could have it both ways, but the intimidating firepower from the ranged mechs of the Scarlet Rose instantly doused this option. If he split up his forces, then the mechs of the Scarlet Rose would definitely be able to annihilate his weakened pursuit force. In the end, Commander Quint possessed a responsibility to his crew. None of them were willing to undergo battles where they lost just as much as their opponent. Most of his mech pilots and support personnel never received military training. They lacked the will and discipline to endure punishing battles. Even if the mech pilots managed to eject their cockpits from their broken mechs, with the light carriers stranded in space, how long would they have to wait for rescue? Thinking of all the damage his mercenary corps would suffer if he pushed through with the mission, Commander Quint finally issued the order that was best for the Echo Spears instead of his clients. "Cease fire," recalls our mechs. "Stop the pursuit and let the Scarlet Rose go. Mr. Larkinson has won this battle." Though his announcement cut deep, many of the Echo Spears inwardly sighed in relief. Who knew what kind of other deadly surprises the Scarlet Rose and her mechs would show off next? As soon as Ves observed the mechs breaking off their pursuit, his grin bloomed into a brilliant smile. "Ha ha! I won! They finally gave up the chase." The Scarlet Rose happily flew away from the battle site as the mercenary mechs started to gather protectively around their crippled motherships. Ves believed that word would definitely spread about this battle. With that, most outfits who aimed to intercept his ship would definitely think twice before trying to intercept her. Even a mercenary corps capable of fielding 170 mechs had been forced to abort the mission in the face of all of the firepower at his disposal. "It's only going to be more difficult from here, though," he sighed. Exposing his cards meant that the rabble should no longer block his way. However, those who were strong and powerful to cope with the threat would definitely be undeterred. Out of all of the possible enemies that might pursue him, Ves never discounted the possibility that a force dispatched by the Friday Coalition would manage to intercept his ship. In this case, Ves would no longer be able to crush his opposition by virtue of his tech disparity. Chapter 1756 Damage Accumulation. After giving up the chase, the Echo Spears no longer had any chance of completing their primary objective. The distance to their mission target constantly increased until it was far too late for the mechs to catch up, no matter how much power they dumped into their flight systems. The fleeing ship's FTL drive calmly continued its cycling process as if nothing special happened. Without any engineers to optimize this process, Ves had no way to hurry up this highly regulated process. After a total of 5 agonizing hours had passed, the FTL drive finally became available. Ves instantly instructed the ship to punch in the coordinates of his next step. The ship's navigation system took care of the rest, automatically calculating and forming the right configuration to reach his intended destination. As soon as the Scarlet Rose transitioned into FTL, Ves could finally relax. Finally! He looked up at the 4 slightly marred battle bots that had saved his skin a few hours ago. Despite confronting an entire mercenary corps, the 4 former mechs exhibited no major battle damage. Even their more vulnerable weapons made it through the battle largely unscathed. This is the might of true second-class mechs. Each of the mechs designed and built by Aisling Curver fell in the premier price category of the Coalition mech market. Ves did not even dare to guess the exact market price of these mechs. He feared he would faint at the amount of calls it took to build or buy one of these custom mechs. At the very least, Ves would have to fork over billions of Coalition credits to obtain mechs of comparable quality and performance. It felt nice having all of this might at his disposal. Though the lack of mech pilots meant that most of their potential remained dormant, what little he could bring to bear was already enough for him to fend off opportunistic outfits like the Echo Spears. Now that he gained some self-preservation against weaker opponents, Ves believed his journey through the Great Zona Republic would not be as fraught with peril as he initially expected. The performance of his battle bots exceeded his expectations. These are some really good machines. If possible, Ves wanted to retain them and bring them back to his new base and take the time to study them from top to bottom. There was much that Ves could learn about the characteristics of second-class mechs. Each of the 4 machines incorporated many interesting design principles and standards. Each of the mechs carried the character of Clarion University, a top mech design institution of the Gage dynasty. Lady Curver also inherited many design principles from Master Huron, a very distinguished mech designer who enjoyed a high position in the Friday Coalition. Though studying the machines along with all of the related files risked contamination, Ves believed he was strong enough to endure any undesirable changes. "If nothing else, I can just drain my spirit and temporarily turn myself into a rational mech designer," he muttered. In the past week, Ves personally experienced some of the benefits that Patricia had alluded to. In his low period, his emotions might be muted, but they also became much less susceptible to outside influence. It was as if his mind and spirituality became out of phase with the rest of reality. Whenever Ves delved into the design of Ashling's mechs while he was converting them into battlebots, he noticed that his design philosophy didn't even come close to being threatened. Ves realized the implications of this reaction. As long as his design seed and design philosophy no longer became affected by outside impulses, he could study or explore all kinds of knowledge regardless if they clashed with his original ideals. It's like working with fire and ice at the same time. Ordinarily, fire and ice always clashed. Neither could survive while the other was there. Yet upon forcing himself into a low period, the fire in his body suddenly became shielded from reality. Even if he placed a clump ice next to the fire, only a faint reaction would occur depending on his spiritual energy depletion rate. Ves fully understood the value of rational mech designers at this point. No wonder the MTA valued them so much. Rational mech designers might not necessarily be good innovators, but they excelled at integrating all manner of existing inventions no matter how obtuse they were. As long as they obtained enough theory, they could definitely assimilate them in their own body of work to a certain extent. Did Ves want to go this far? Not necessarily. He did not feel any desire to do what Ashling could do. Messing with neural interconnectivity sounded like a good way to piss off the MTA. Since Ves sought to earn a lot of merits and redeem a Beyonder ticket from the powerful organization, he could not afford to get caught with breaking one of their major rules. "That doesn't mean there is nothing for me to learn." Aside from learning the characteristics of second-class mechs, Ves also wanted to gain inspiration from Ashling's design philosophy. Just like with exchanges between mech designers, careful exploration of another mech designer's work might yield new ideas and perspective that enriched his application of his own design philosophy. In recent times, Ves became somewhat intrigued by the possibility of replicating the effects of a neural network on a spiritual level. From his limited understanding of spirituality, Ves believed it was possible to facilitate a spiritual connection between two different mech pilots. After all, his design spirits were already capable of maintaining connections with many different mechs. Yet a human was different from a powerful spiritual entity. How could any human mech pilot, particularly those who lack spiritual potential, be capable of forming a spiritual connection with a fellow comrade in arms? Ves lacked the answer to this question, hence why he became so interested in exploring Ashling's works in depth. He hoped he might gain some inspiration that pointed him towards a possible solution. What would it be like to form a network between mech pilots that transcends the man-machine connection? He could scarcely imagine the results. By forming a spiritual web of connection between mech pilots, they would become capable of exchanging all manner of thoughts and information. If the mech pilots took advantage of this exceptional state, they would be able to fight and move as a single entity. Even better, the mech pilots might be able to achieve resonance between each other that amplified their effective piloting performance. Of course, Ves did not believe that such a strong result would emerge on the first attempt. Without the physical bond of a neural interface, the spiritual network would likely be weak. Perhaps only a trickle of data could be exchanged between mech pilots. Yet that was already enough to make a difference in battle. Ves shook his head. Every unknown innovation is a double-edged sword. Leaving aside the question whether it is even possible for me to form such a network, the potential risks are exceptionally great. Just like how reckless experimentation with neural interface technology often led to fatal outcomes, messing with spirituality was also fraught with peril. The crude form of spiritual surgery he performed on William Urbish was already proof of how bad things it could get if he played with forces beyond his understanding. I'll have to limit my experimentation to test subjects rather than my customers. Despite the risks, Ves seriously wanted to explore this avenue. Not only would he be able to add another application of his design philosophy to his arsenal, he also wanted to achieve something greater. He already formed a tentative but ambitious plan to strengthen his fighting forces and grant them a unique edge. While a spiritual network wasn't necessary, if he managed to pull it off, he could definitely achieve a lot of synergy by combining it with his next idea. Just thinking about the mechs that incorporated these innovations practically sent him over the moon. As a mech designer, he loved nothing more than to turn the impossible into the possible. These will be my next research directions. He indulged himself for a few minutes longer before returning to reality. He could leave them for later once he passed the immediate crisis. Now that his ship transitioned into FTL, he was safe for a couple. Before my Scarlet Rose emerges back to real space, I have to make sure my assets are ready for battle. Ves proceeded to inspect the battle bots and tally the damage they incurred. He also ran a diagnostic of the ship in order to find out if any of her systems sustained any damage. Fortunately, the Scarlet Rose only suffered minor damage. Aside from some surface components such as sensor modules and other fragile devices, the mobile supply frigate managed to make it out of the battle unscathed. Though she endured a lot of enemy firepower, her exterior armor was largely intact. Part of that was because the ship's constant rotations spread out the damage across her entire hull, thereby preventing any single exterior section from accumulating too much damage. Even so, the minor cracks and chips represented a permanent reduction in armor integrity. As long as the Scarlet Rose kept bumping into enemies, the damage would continue to accumulate until a breach finally occurred. Given time, Ves might be able to patch up the holes. Yet Ves did not possess the expensive exotics required to fabricate replacement armor that was up to standard. He could only settle for the materials he had on hand to fabricate inferior replacements. The same went for the mechs. Each of them only suffered light damage, but the dearth in materials made it difficult to repair any damage. Lucky was partially to blame for his poor logistical circumstances. The moment he stepped in the exotic storeroom, he found a near-insensate gem cat lying in a pile of half-eating minerals as if he was sleeping on a bed of money. "Wake up, you thieving cat!" Ves kicked the sleeping cat, causing Lucky to yelp and bounce against the bulkhead of the storeroom. "Meow!" Lucky hissed indignantly at his owner. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. With all that you've managed to devour, a kick against your bottomless stomach is the least you deserve." When Ves gave permission for Lucky to eat the Scarlet Rose's exotic stash, he expected his cat to take a while to digest his food. Yet, as he approached some of the locked drawers and pulled them out, he encountered nothing but an empty cavity. Every sample of a critical material was gone. Ves inspected multiple drawers and found that some other valued materials had disappeared entirely. As for the lower-grade exotics, Lucky only sampled occasionally. "Lucky," Ves gnashed his teeth. "While I didn't set any limits on what you could eat, I thought you'd be sensible enough to leave some to repair my stuff. If the Scarlet Rose goes down because you ate all of my repair materials, then you have only yourself to blame." Meow, meow, meow. Lucky did not look contrite at all. As far as he was concerned, Ves would have never been able to capture the Scarlet Rose without his help. It was all him. Ves only contributed 5% to the capture of the ship at most. Since Ves claimed the Scarlet Rose and her complement of mechs, then Lucky could only settle for the high and medium-grade exotics stored on the ship. After a lot of arguing, Ves finally managed to convince Lucky to slow down his consumption. I don't care whether you've leveled up or grew stronger. A single cat won't get me back to friendly space. Only a ship can do that, so it is in both of our interests to keep the Scarlet Rose intact. Meow, Lucky suggested while suggestively swishing his tail. That's ridiculous. I don't want to get stranded on a ship without an FTL drive. Chapter 1757 Future Uncertainties. Meow. Lucky glowered resentfully at Ves as he enjoyed his breakfast after a good night of rest. I shouldn't have killed the chefs, Ves muttered. The meals produced by the automated cooking machines always taste off. In order to sate his hunger, Ves went back to his old staple and ate a nutrient pack directly from its packaging. Ves evaluated the taste of texture of the nutrient pack type he decided to sample for this morning. Not bad, but not as good as the last one. It will probably taste a lot better with a few decades of aging. He was quite surprised with the quality of nutrient packs in the possession of the Friday Coalition. Unlike the cheaper ones that Ves was used to, the Coalition invested a lot more in quality. Not only was their nutritional value higher, but their taste was actually palatable. Ves wouldn't be surprised to find out that most people already replaced their regular meals with Coalition standard nutrient packs. Of course, the nutrient packs still weren't comparable to real food. He still missed the gourmet food prepared by Dr. Lupo and Gloriana's personal chefs. The sooner I get back, the sooner I can fill my stomach properly. Perhaps Lucky didn't care that much, but Ves really wanted to return to his companions and get back to designing mechs. All of this fleeing and fighting reminded him of the many perils he went through while he served with the flagrant vandals. Unlike then, Ves wasn't surrounded by competent military servicemen. He could only depend on Lucky and himself to get out of this predicament. The good news was that he already managed to get through the first half of his journey. After overcoming the ambush of the Echo Spears, Ves did not encounter any other ambushes in his next couple of stops. The most he encountered at these desolate star systems was a bunch of listening posts and a small number of corvettes assigned as scouts. Instead of reassuring him, Ves only grew more concerned. The battle against the Echo Spears probably achieved the intended effect of scaring away the weaker groups. Yet that only made him feel as if his opposition was preparing a bigger surprise down the line. Well, I'll deal with it when it comes, he sighed in resignation. He had a lot of confidence in his BattleBots. After he repaired and serviced them as best he could on his own, he continued to study and tweak them in an attempt to draw out some of their buried potential. In order to increase the automated fighting consciousness of his converted mechs, he explored the galactic net and downloaded a bunch of highly regarded piloting AIs. He carefully inspected their programming and selectively incorporated the safest and most relevant portions of them to the existing control systems. All of this was complicated and delicate work. If Ves botched something, the BattleBots might glitch during battle, exposing them to countless counterattacks as they became inert. However, if his suspicions came true, then Ves had no choice but to assume this risk. The faults of his BattleBots would definitely become evident to his enemies once they studied the battle footage. If only I can pilot the mechs myself, he sighed. He could still increase his control over the BattleBots until he turned into their surrogate mech pilots. By assuming more direct control, he could use his own human judgment, while still leaving the AIs to do all of the heavy lifting. Such a semi-direct piloting method was the main way for non-potentates to pilot mechs. While the lack of neural connection prevented the mech from reaching its full potential, it was better than nothing. For this reason, Ves took the time to add the ability to manually override the piloting AIs and control the functions of the mechs more directly. He tried out this added functionality in a couple of simulations. It was like playing one of the mech games he used to play in the past. The simplified controls and lack of tedium allowed Ves to focus on what was truly important. Though Ves had no confidence in beating an equivalent second-class mech, it should be enough to bully a huge mob of third-class mechs. The Parvin and Fliskin aren't pushovers anymore. He smiled with satisfaction as he observed the two melee battle bots with appreciation. The Space Knight and Light Skirmisher both possessed some ranged armaments, but they were obviously not their focus. Their true strengths lay in melee combat. The supplemental programming that Ves copied from the Galactic Net had come with a lot of adaptive fighting routines that adjusted well to the characteristics of the Paravin and Fliskin after a lot of optimization. This allowed the mechs to fight off numerous third-class melee mechs without falling into disadvantage. All of these efforts gave him a lot of confidence in confronting twice or thrice the number of mechs that the Echo Spears brought to bear last time. My next opponents won't be as complacent, though, he reminded himself. Anyone ambitious enough to hunt down a stolen coalition ship protected by a bunch of powerful battle bots should not be incompetent. Ves already exposed his most important cards. This left him with precious little means to reverse any unfavorable outcome should his enemies come with greater strength than he could cope. In addition, he also feared that he wouldn't be encountering an overwhelming number of third-class mechs, but something worse. As long as a small interception force from the Friday Coalition managed to trap him, then his 4 pitiful battle bots would definitely be defeated by an equal or greater number of second-class mechs. They shouldn't be so common in this region of space, he muttered. That was not to say that the Friday Coalition was absent in the Great Zonar Republic. It was just that most coalition assets in the third-rate states consisted of trade vessels and civilian ships. There was little reason for the coalition to station a heavy military presence in a trivial foreign state. From the correspondence and other documents that Aisling left behind, Ves possessed a decent estimate on how many coalition assets were available in the state. It was not enough to ensure a guaranteed interception. When the Scarlet Rose arrived at a star system, he could often choose his next stop among more than 100 possible choices. The range of the Scarlet Rose's FTL drive was quite formidable. Though it was limited when Ves limited himself to traveling to dimmer star systems, he still had plenty of desolate star systems to choose from in order to avoid a prepared ambush. Though the listening posts and scout ships always tracked the Scarlet Rose's orientation as she transitioned into FTL, it took time to scramble enough assets to lay an ambush at her next destination. Even if the ambushers arrived at the estimated destination in time, the emergence zone often encompassed a volume that stretched for at least a quarter light hour or more. That was a humongous amount of distance. A mech firing a laser weapon would have to wait 15 minutes until it struck its target. With that much time, the randomized pathing of a ship or mech would have definitely deviated from the projected trajectory. In space, no one was stupid enough to travel in a straight line. While traveling straight minimized waste and maximized efficiency, following a predictable trajectory allowed any hooligan to accelerate a small asteroid to relativistic speeds and collide with the unsuspecting vessel. In any case, with such a large emergence zone, the chance that the Scarlet Rose would enter the range of prepared ambush fleet was not very large. What complicated the matter even further was the relative positions and velocity between the two elements. Nothing in space truly sat still. Everything was constantly on the move depending on which frame of reference someone adopted. Even the emergence zones moved according to the relative motions of the star systems, and the gravitic tides raging in the higher dimensions. It all depends on chance. Whether he would be lucky enough to avoid a confrontation at his next destination was not set in stone. Ves was forced to roll another dice after arriving at each subsequent stop. As long as he suffered one unlucky roll, then all of his prior efforts were for nothing. Once he ended up in the hands of the Lady Curver and the Friday Coalition, he doubted they would treat him as well as they did before. He not only proved himself to be dangerous, but also had a lot of Friday man blood on his hands. Killing the crew of another CRC was not a crime that could be brushed away. And considering how much the Echo Spears already knew when they confronted Ves, he figured out that the Friday Coalition hadn't kept his exploits secret. My notoriety has probably shot through the roof after this news became known. Ves groaned and held his head. What of his reputation? What of the LMC's standing in coalition-aligned states? The LMC should be safe for now. The Sand War still isn't over. My desolate soldiers and deliverer mechs are still too essential to the survival of many states. That did not preclude the possibility of betrayal once his products no longer became vital. As soon as the Sand War ended, Ves and the LMC had to tread very carefully when doing business with coalition-aligned space. I can't stay in the Ilvain Protectorate, he concluded. It was pretty much an island in an ocean of coalition-aligned states. Staying there would only put a bigger target on the Protectorate. Ves did not wish to taunt the Friday men into overrunning his benefactors. The Protectorate isn't suitable for me and my organization anyway. The Ilvanian culture didn't appeal to the members of the Larkinson family who decided to follow him. He couldn't imagine Melker, Raymond, or Clinton turning into devout Ilvanian believers at all. In order to escape the reach of the Friday Coalition and provide his relatives and subordinates with a more compatible living environment, Ves needed to settle in a different state. The only state he could think of was the Sentinel Kingdom, which was very far away from the Friday Coalition. With the entire hegemony in the way, Ves didn't believe that Lady Curver and the CRC could dispatch forces to kidnap him again. Yet just thinking about staying in a state that was in close proximity to the Nixian Gap sent shivers through his spine. He would only be exchanging a lesser threat for a greater threat. Ves frowned and crossed his arms. Escaping coalition pursuit was not the end of his troubles. The hasty evacuation of the LMC from the Bright Republic had doubtlessly produced a lot of problems. Yet even if he had to leave the mech nursery and all of his accumulations in the Bright Republic behind, he didn't regret his choice. Ves no longer dared to trust any state, whether it was the Bright Republic or even the Ilvain Protectorate. As long as he made enemies with at least one faction, Ves would always be exposed to schemes. While his avatars of myth ought to be capable of fending off all kinds of threats, it was still a stretch to resist the authorities. This was a problem that couldn't be solved in a short amount of time. At this time, his comm suddenly beeped. The control module of the quantum entanglement node suddenly received an incoming comm call. Due to his paranoid security precautions, he did not allow the control module to connect directly to the communications systems of the Scarlet Rose. Ves had to walk all the way to the compartment of the ship which held the quantum entanglement node in order to accept the call. Well, whoever called me is very patient for ringing me for 6 minutes straight, he noted as he activated the interface and pressed the buttons that accepted the call. The projection of a familiar figure appeared in front of Ves. Hello, Ves. Hello, Tristan. Chapter 1758 Research Surrogate. An awkward silence ensued as Ves silently stared at Tristan Wesseling's projection. Previously, Ves always treated Tristan as a friendly acquaintance. Though they hadn't talked many times, the Friday Man Mech Designer always took the initiative to show some goodwill to him. Their shared connection to the Rim Guardians meant that it was very likely they would cross paths in the future. Yet it was different now. Tristan's status may not have changed, but Ves single-handedly deteriorated his relationship with the Friday Coalition in the most violent fashion. Whereas before he might have only been an incidental mech designer who sided with the Hexers, now the Coalition almost certainly labeled him as an enemy. He had Friday Man blood on his hands. No matter how he managed to do it, there was no question he was involved in wiping out the entire crew of the Scarlet Rose. Technically, Ves and Tristan should be enemies. Yet neither of them showed any willingness to abide by the expectations of their identities. Without exchanging a word, both of them understood each other's measure. They had no special feelings for the Komodo War and the conflict between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. While this rivalry still affected their lives, they already set their sights higher. Their ambitions stretched far beyond the Komodo star sector. After implicitly understanding what he had in common with Tristan, Ves subtly relaxed his posture. His counterpart followed likewise. He had been waiting for a friendly reaction. Though both of them had managed to relieve the tension between them, that did not mean that everything was okay. So, is it okay for you to take the initiative to talk to me? Ves eventually broke the silence. Tristan looked completely at ease. Reality is never black and white. Do you think the Friday Coalition cares about an individual mech designer? While it's true that our evaluation of you has dropped, you're still a small fry in our eyes. Only Lady Curver and some of the people within the CRC are paying attention to you. As for the rest, the war against the Hexers is a big, greater priority. That made a lot of sense. Compared to a trivial journeyman who possessed an odd design philosophy, the Friday men had to exert their full effort into preventing the Hexers from annihilating their state. One was just a stain on their dignity, while the other threatened their entire existence. Ves felt pleased that he managed to stay under the radar of the Friday Coalition. Just thinking about their awe-inspiring might and vast resources at their disposal sent a chill through his spine. If the Friday Coalition allocated just 0.1% of its total strength into annihilating him, Ves would certainly die without a doubt. Even so, I imagine it's not exactly proper for you to be contacting me. Why did you call? Did Ashlyn put you up to it or something? I'm no friend of Lady Curver. Tristan immediately shook his head. She's an alumni of Clarion University, which is one of the foremost mech design institutions of the Gage dynasty. I'm a graduate of the Limar Institute of Technology, which hails from the Carnegie Group. And that matters because, to make the long story short, we're bitter rivals. The competition between Clarion and Limar is very intense. We compete on everything from the amount of academic papers our professors publish to the degree of success enjoyed by our graduates. The competition for the comprehensive ranking of mech design institutions is particularly acrimonious. All of this had nothing to do with Ves. He adopted a bored expression. Does this rivalry even matter these days? A common enemy is bearing down on you both. Tristan sheepishly shrugged. You'd be surprised by how far people would go to reinforce their cliques. War brings pressure. War limits resources. War imposes stricter control. All of this means that there is an intense competition to be in charge. Those who become leaders will inevitably benefit those who belong in the same camp. I see. It seems the Friday Coalition wasn't as unified as he initially thought. While Ves already caught a portion of this from Ashlyn's correspondence, he was distracted by all of the initiatives meant to foster cooperation. Don't get me wrong, Ves. We know the score. We are still capable of getting along when it truly matters. It is just that the Carnegie Group is situated directly in the path of the Hexers. My state is under a huge amount of pressure as Hexer raids and invasions frequently destroy or deprive us of our infrastructure. This was the misfortune of being one of the partners of the coalition that directly bordered hegemony space. Though the Carnegie Group prepared their defenses for centuries, the Hexers hadn't spent this time in vain. Upon this realization, Ves studied Tristan's projection carefully and noted that he didn't seem very hopeful. "What's up with you? This will be the last time we can talk to each other in a while. Duty calls. I think you can understand." "You don't sound willing." "Whoever wins the Komodo War, the Carnegie Group likely won't be among them. Do you understand? Is the war going that badly for you guys?" "The Hexers are strong, that's for sure. Even if we manage to defeat them, they'll take down plenty of Friday men with them. We just happen to be the closest in their line of fire." From the way Tristan talked, he must not be very optimistic about the Carnegie Group's future. Yet regardless of what he believed, he still had to meet his obligations. As a talented journeyman mech designer and a direct disciple to Master Katzenberg, Tristan enjoyed benefits from the Carnegie Group. It was only right for him to repay the debt he owed by contributing to the partner's secret design projects. "Good luck with whatever you are doing." "That sounds strange from someone on the opposite side," Tristan amusingly chuckled. "As you've said it yourself, us journeymen are small fries. The coalition and hegemony are too powerful to pay attention to the little guys. I think we have gone past treating our allegiances as the main determinants of our attitudes." "What do you think about Lady Curver then?" "If she wasn't so decisive in running from the Scarlet Rose, I would have killed her myself." "That's not a good idea, Ves." Tristan shook his head. "One of the reasons why I called is to tell you that you need to be more careful with how far you pursue your vendettas. Direct disciplines like Ashling and I explicitly enjoy the backing of our masters, do you understand?" Ves scratched his head. "Not really. Direct disciples are considered to be extensions of a master mech designer's research interests. Whatever progress we make on our branching design philosophies, our master also benefits from the results we achieve. Do you think a master will stand by when a promising student who is exploring another avenue of their core specialty is under threat? What do you think will happen if someone actually has the temerity to kill their disciples?" If Ves was in that position, he would definitely be mad as hell. A direct disciple was pretty much a free research surrogate. "What's about nominal disciples?" Ves asked. "It's different for nominal disciples like you used to be. Unless someone wanted to target Master Olsen, she isn't inclined to retaliate should anything happen to you. In the mech community, nominal disciples are mostly external helpers to masters. They extend a master's influence and network and can be useful in various ways. However, unless they advance to master mech designers themselves, nominal disciples will always be regarded as helpers." "Does this only apply to Friday Coalition or is it something universal?" "We aren't that different from the rest of human space in this regard. Perhaps disciples are less valued in more prosperous star sectors as it is much easier to cultivate talents there. However, here in the galactic, every journeyman is still a valued asset. So it's only because our star sector is so poor that every disciple is important." Ves understood his point. Due to various reasons, many people with a talent in mech design never got to study it or make something out of their career. The mech industry simply wasn't prosperous enough to accommodate so many talents. Those with gifts often had to give up their dreams and pursue a lesser career due to an inability to attract investment and fund their own ventures. Ves imagined that the conditions were slightly better in the galactic heartland and galactic center. While the competition was much more intense, the barrier to entry was probably easier to overcome as long as mech designers had some money at their disposal. To get back to the point, you should really think twice before you threaten the life of someone like Lady Curver. She's one of the brightest graduates of Clarion University. Not only does her alma mater appreciate her a lot, but she has also become Master Huron's latest investment. If you happen to kill her, I can guarantee you that Master Huron will never let you go. He's a very sentimental mech designer and values his relationships very highly. Killing Lady Curver is not only an attack on himself, but also an attack on his sensibilities. He noted the difference between the two. Officially, Lady Curver was Master Huron's direct disciple. According to Tristan's explanation, killing her would materially affect Master Huron's research interests. Yet if Master Huron was someone who appreciated Lady Curver as a person, then he would definitely go mad with rage. After a bit of thought, Ves recalled that Master Huron specialized in neural interconnectivity. This specialization probably warped his personality into valuing relationships to an extreme degree. This meant that killing Aisling would definitely provoke an irreconcilable enmity with a powerful master mech designer. Sweat poured down his back. If Ves had been a little more reckless, then the Friday Coalition absolutely wouldn't be as lackadaisical towards him as now. As long as someone important enough pressured the Friday Coalition to take care of him, Ves would definitely be unable to make it so far in his escape as now. Fortunately, Aisling and Patricia already fled the ship before Ves and Lucky approached the mech workshop. After almost getting killed by a missile, he would have definitely urged Lucky to slaughter them both regardless of their identities. Should I be concerned by Master Huron? I'm not sure. Tristan looked uncertain. Since Curver managed to escape unscathed, you didn't cross his bottom line. Depending on his personality, he probably sees his disciple's misfortune as a teaching moment. As long as she learns from this ordeal, she will be much more formidable in the future. You practically did him a favor if he adopts this mindset. And if he doesn't think this way? Then you're definitely in trouble. Who knows what he is thinking? Masters don't think like normal people. Especially when they lived for over 2 centuries. Tristan shrugged. If you asked me, Master Huron is probably spending all of his time on the Komodo War. As one of the best mech designers of our state, his work is vital in increasing our odds of victory. How can he allow himself to get distracted? At the very least, my own master is like this. Every important Friday man has become incredibly busy since the outbreak of the war. The two chatted some more about the conditions in the Friday Coalition. The state had entered into a total war footing. Life changed drastically for every Friday man as they couldn't afford to lose the war that decided the future of their state. Compared to this pivotal conflict, the border struggle against the Sandmen attracted no attention at all. Even as many beleaguered states called for help, the Friday men completely turned a deaf ear on them. At this stage, they only cared about themselves. Chapter 1759 Vassal States. Tristan illuminated several facets of the Friday Coalition that Ves only brushed upon when he read Aisling's correspondence. Though both of them were direct disciples of famous masters, they each belonged to different groups within their large and expansive state. Lady Aisling Curver was part of the most powerful and self-assured partner of the Friday Coalition. She mostly communicated with people from the same side, so they all infected each other with the pride and confidence that was seared into their bones. It was different for someone like Tristan who came from the Carnegie Group. As a partner who bore the brunt of Hexer aggression, he not only stood to lose the most, but also possessed a much greater understanding of the enemy. The lack of confidence exhibited by Tristan sent a very depressing message in itself. Not that Ves particularly cared. The Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group, which Master Olsen hailed from, could go to hell for all he cared. He long cut ties with both partners. Instead of worrying about the Friday Coalition's precarious internal situation, Ves paid a lot more attention to their external moves. Since he had a friendly Friday man on the line, Ves might as well take advantage of him to answer some of his doubts. What is the deal with monitors like Lady Curver? If the Friday Coalition truly wanted to keep an eye on foreign states, why not send a diplomat or a spy? There are several reasons for that, Tristan replied without hesitation. First, diplomats and spies have already been dispatched. The former are high profile while the latter are low profile. Regardless of their responsibilities, they are doing most of the actual work in keeping tabs on a foreign state. Then what is the purpose of dispatching mech designers like Aisling? The answer should be obvious, the Friday man replied. As mech designers, what do we do best? Designing mechs. And building them. Have you taken a good look at the material stockpile aboard the Scarlet Rose? It's not enough to build another second-class mech, Ves instantly replied. There aren't enough high-grade exotics available. In fact, Ves had even less at his disposal now that Lucky gobbled up the choicest exotics. That's because the so-called monitors aren't expected to do so. In a foreign third-rate state, which mechs are the most common? Third-rate mechs. Exactly. What is the purpose of this? Ves puzzled. It's for allowing agents to blend in with the locals. If the Friday men want to blend in, why not buy a mech from the market? That's because blending in is only one of their purposes. Oftentimes, a mission involving mech pilots often requires a mech that blends in with the locals while simultaneously possessing sufficient power to complete the mission. Such mechs have to be tailored to the circumstances, hence the need for a mech designer who is close to the situation. Ves finally understood the role of Lady Curver. Even though none of the systems and logs alluded to it, a mech designer assigned as a monitor actually served as an equipment provider who facilitated the clandestine operations of her state. Does that mean that the Friday Coalition is secretly meddling in the affairs of the Bright Republic and other states? Tristan didn't answer his question. Instead, his mouth remained shut. His silence was an answer in itself. Ves understood that Tristan had already been unusually generous with his information. There were some topics he couldn't afford to go into, though. Ves felt his heart sinking as he went over the implications. The Friday Coalition might have compromised the Bright Republic already. At the very least, Ves bet that the Cavendish and Ramsay families were already in their pocket. Will the Friday Coalition extend the war to the third-rate states? Tristan sighed. I'm no strategist, and I'm not privy to the plans of my state. All I can guess is that if we are losing trend, we'll definitely pull out all the stops. Dragging in the rest of the star sector in the war will add more variables to the mix. This will give our side more opportunities to reverse our decline. How does that work? Ves asked. No third-rate state is stupid enough to attack a second-rate. They don't have to. It's enough to change their stance and stop their formal and informal ties to their patrons. States like the Bright Republic serve as an important source and shipping conduit for several important materials. They encompass both bulk goods such as titanium and palladium to strategic materials such as high-grade exotics. Stopping this trade means weakening a second-rate state, is that right? You got it, Ves. The idea that the Bright Republic and the other third-rate states are bystanders in the Komodo War is incorrect. While your weaker states all like to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that they are neutral, from our perspective you are already vessels to us or the Hexers. The revelation came as a very disconcerting surprise to Ves. Though he already suspected as much on some level, Tristan's confirmation still discomfited him a lot. If his words were true, then the Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate would definitely get dragged into the conflict in time. Does that mean that our states will soon be home to battles between Friday men and Hexers? Tristan pressed a lip against his finger. I doubt it. All of our best fighting assets are still needed at the front lines. What will most likely happen is that the third-rate states will be pressured to double down their commitments to their respective patrons and wage war against the states aligned with their enemies. What? Really? I'm not sure it will happen this time. In past conflicts, it only happened occasionally, because you can't predict how well the third-rate states aligned to you will fare against the opponent's vassals. How likely do you think the Friday Coalition will resort to this solution? It's probably likely. It's no secret that the Friday Coalition enjoys a broader base of support in the Star Sector. Ves smiled sardonically. The Hexers didn't exactly make for attractive allies. Their overbearing culture and well-known biases against men made it really hard for foreigners to form a good impression of the female supremacists. The only lesser states that maintained friendly relations with the Hexadric hegemony had no choice. Religious states like the Ovane Protectorate simply didn't get along with the secular Friday Coalition. Secular states like the Sentinel Kingdom were much more compatible with the Friday men, but because they were situated too far away from Coalition space, it was already foreordained that they would focus on building ties with the hegemony. In both cases, the third-rate states really wanted to pick another patron, but were forced to play nice with the Hexers. The ties between the Hexers and their vassal states were anything but warm. Ves realized that the Friday Coalition would definitely be able to take advantage of this disparity and force its vassals into strangling the states that supported its archenemy. Does that mean the Bright Republic will attack the Ovane Protectorate? It's possible, but I really can't say for sure, Tristan slowly answered, reluctant to say anything more lest he come across as a traitor. However, with the Sand War battering your states, I can imagine that your leaders will be very resistant to yet another war. The Friday Coalition must be seen as benevolent, so it can't be too heavy-handed in forcing its vassal states to act as its thugs. All of this sounded way above their heads. Tristan was mostly speculating at this point, but what he said so far was enough to make Ves concerned. Though Ves no longer held any affection for his home state, many of his relatives still pledged loyalty to the state. As for the Ovane Protectorate, Ves strongly appreciated its support. The transcendent messenger, holy soldier and deliverer designs cemented his friendship with the Ovanian people. If war ever broke out between the two states, Ves could not bring himself to support either side, because that would mean going against the other side. What a mess, he groaned. That's war for you. The Sand War has already done a number on your states. Our own war might engulf you all as well. You should take that into account, especially since you've become a person of interest to our state. The two talked some more about the Friday Coalition's attitudes towards external states. Ves gained a few more insights on how people like Tristan regarded the lesser states. Even without any treaties, the second-rate states truly regarded the lesser states they maintained relations with to be their vassals. What was worse was that there was no way to fight back against such an arrogant disposition. If the Friday Coalition declared the Bright Republic to be their little brother, then the latter state had no choice but to smile and bear with the pronouncement. The power disparity between the two was similar to the differences in power between his battlebots and the Echo Spears. Thanks for telling me all of this. Ves spoke appreciatively. You didn't have to reveal so much to me. I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Do you need anything from me? As a mech designer, Ves was uncomfortable with unequal exchanges with his fellow peers, especially those he respected. He had no problem with screwing Lady Curver over and stealing her assigned ship. She had it coming. Yet for Tristan, Ves had truly taken too much advantage of him without paying anything back in return. The debt that weighed on his mind constantly rose with no sign of stopping. Though Tristan wanted to dismiss the offer, he halted and fell into thought. This was the last time they would speak for some time. I have a question that has been bugging me for some time. Your design philosophy has always been a mystery to me and anyone who has paid any notice to it. I think I figured some of the gist of what you are doing. It has to do with the P word, right? Tristan emphatically tapped the side of his head with his finger, thereby alluding to the phenomenon known as psionics. His guess came awfully close to the truth. Ves really didn't want to confirm Tristan's guess, especially since he suspected that the call might be monitored by the spies of the Friday Coalition and all manner of other groups, including the MTA. Yet, was it still a secret? Anyone who studied his mech designs in detail, such as Gloriana, already guessed that Ves found some way of leveraging psionic power to form the sources of his glows. Since the cat was already out of the bag, Ves might as well own up to it. The more he exposed, the more he could leverage his design philosophy in the open. It's very complicated, but your guess is very close to the truth, Ves carefully answered. I thought so. You must possess a very unique mindset to be able to do what you can do. Is there anything I should take note of when I perform my own work? Ves pressed his lips into a thin line. While he was more than willing to give Tristan some pointers, he didn't want to give his eavesdroppers any freebies. He decided to issue some general advice that he didn't mind leaking out. It was not as if many people took him seriously. One of my central ideas has always been that mechs are alive. I think it's a mistake to see your mechs as dead and lifeless machines. You don't have to go as far as me, though. As long as you alter your mentality towards mechs and treat them with respect, I think you'll definitely be surprised when they pay you back. Interesting. Tristan looked intrigued. With how sincere Ves sounded, he didn't dismiss this strange advice out of hand. I'll think about it. My design philosophy doesn't really go into this direction at all, but I'll see whether I can benefit from your view. Thank you and goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 1760 Great Consumption. An empty field of stars suddenly became the backdrop to a massacre. Hundreds of mechs, many of them bearing the colors and markings of several different mercenary outfits, swarmed towards a single point in space. That point happened to be the position of the Scarlet Rose. All manner of missiles, lasers, and projectiles slammed against the surface of the mobile supply frigate like hail impacting the roof of a house. Though the ship's exterior armor withstood the rain of attacks well enough, the outer layers slowly deteriorated, signifying that the ship couldn't remain impervious forever. Opposing them were Kraven and the Seltzer. The artillery battlebot fired its Gauss cannon at a far higher firing rate than before in order to damage as many opposing mechs as possible. Its missile launchers emptied its ammunition canisters without any notion of conserving them for later. As for the Seltzer, the rifleman mech desperately fired laser after laser at the vulnerable ranged mechs. With the power of its rifle, the mech only needed a couple of shots to down a mech. Some even succumbed after suffering just a single hit. Neither of the two ranged mechs bothered to threaten the carriers that brought these mechs into battle. The ambushers learned from the previous attempt. Knowing that the motherships were exceptionally vulnerable against their target, the mercenaries involved in this attack had deliberately kept their vessels at a distance, thereby keeping them well out of range of the Kraven and the Seltzer's formidable weapon systems. With no other alternative, the two battlebots could only resist the aggression by whittling down the opposing ranged mechs. Not every mech stayed back and unloaded their firepower onto the Scarlet Rose. A handful of mech companies bravely flew forward and attempted to close in on the fugitive ship in order to cripple her propulsion system. As long as they could get close enough, they could probably sabotage the thrusters and engine systems in short order. Standing in their way, the Paravin and Fliskin hovered around the Scarlet Rose protectively, fending off any melee mechs that flew too close. The Knight mech shielded the relatively immobile Kraven. Without the Space Knight providing cover, the former artillery mech would have gotten overwhelmed. As for the Fliskin, the swift and agile light skirmisher covered the rear, preventing any mechs from attacking the stern of the Scarlet Rose. Both melee battle bots exhibited superior strength, speed, and defense. Compared to their third-rate counterparts, the second-class machines soundly crushed their opposition without any contest. Although the bots did not fight in an imaginative and crushing manner, the superiority of their specs was enough to compensate for their shortcomings. The Paravin and Fliskin did not succumb at all even when they were surrounded by dozens of mechs. A single crushing sword chop bisected an attacking mech in an instant, prompting it to let go of its spear even as some of its components exploded, engulfing the exposed cockpit portions to the deathly aftermath. The pilot didn't even have the opportunity to eject. The Fliskin fought much more insidiously. Lacking the strength and reach to cut mechs in half with its superior specs, it instead took advantage of its superior mobility to dance around its opposition. No matter how hard the mercenary mechs tried to surround the Fliskin with a sphere-like formation, the mech cleverly flew through the cracks before the net closed in on it. Not only that, but the mech swiftly turned around and attacked the clumsy formation from the rear by stabbing its sharp and nigh unbreakable daggers straight through the thinly protected rear of the mechs. Though it was a lot more efficient to attack the flight systems of the enemy mechs to end their participation in the battle, the Fliskin acted on much different instruction. It unflinchingly stabbed its daggers in the positions that best ran the blade through the cockpit. The Fliskin moved so fast and attacked so quickly that its targets hardly had the time to eject. Even if they did so, the mechs still reacted within milliseconds and made sure to stab the escaping cockpit cabins before they got away. A shudder swept through the backs of the mech pilots assigned to attack the Scarlet Rose and her escorts. The casualties suffered by the coalition of mercenaries exceeded everyone's imagination. In their prior battles, the mercenaries rarely lost too many mech pilots. Most mechs were resilient enough to grant their mech pilots enough time to eject. Mercenary mech pilots tended to value their lives very highly, so many of them already had their fingers on the ejection buttons or levers. Yet even then, the two melee battlebots showed no regard for their attempts to preserve their lives. Instead, they harvested them one by one as they rapidly overwhelmed every mech foolish enough to challenge their might. With so much blood being shed, the Zonin mercenaries quickly lost heart. The ambush wasn't supposed to proceed this way. According to the plan their mercenary commanders had formed, they should have just swarmed and overwhelmed the four powerful machines by sheer weight of numbers. Ideally, they would be able to defeat the four second-class mechs and gain possession of the Scarlet Rose. If the mercenaries failed to do so, then they hadn't necessarily lost. The Friday Coalition already offered them a rich reward for consuming the strength and resources of the Scarlet Rose. The powerful state offered enough money to compensate the mercenaries of the losses they suffered and added even more money as an appreciation for their efforts. With such rich remuneration, no mercenary corps lost out even if they were defeated in the end. It was too bad that Ves already saw through their plan. "I won't allow you to enjoy a lossless transaction." His instructions to his autonomous battlebots forced all of them to do their best in killing the mech pilots as opposed to their mechs. Since material losses were meaningless in the eyes of the enemy mercenary corps, Ves instead targeted the one asset that money couldn't easily replace: mech pilots. In particular, loyal and skilled mech pilots. Many of the mercenary corps participating in this ambush consisted of outfits operating for several decades. Each of them were led by seasoned mercenary commanders who completed all kinds of difficult and bloody missions. They might have experienced much, but Ves doubted that they encountered an enemy with the might of second-class mechs and the ruthlessness of an unscrupulous mech designer. To prevent the mercenaries that heavily outnumbered him from overwhelming his meager forces, he had to hit them where it hurt. Such ruthlessness was very rare on the battlefield. Most mech pilots were more concerned with defeating enemy mechs rather than aiming at the lives within. Even if the mech pilots wanted to kill their counterparts, they didn't have the power and skill to accomplish such a difficult objective. Therefore, after encountering the depraved battle bots that breached cockpit after cockpit, several mercenaries already exhibited cold feet. "Halt! Let's not go in too fast. Let the other guys go first. Those cowards want to drive us to our deaths. Don't fall for their trap. Retreat! Our boys won't be a part of this anymore. We've already lost over 30% of our mech pilots. We've suffered enough." Too many mech pilots became deterred by the show of force from the Scarlet Rose. Though the mech captains and the mercenary commanders knew that they brought enough mechs to overwhelm the 4 deadly machines, who wanted to send their brothers and sisters to the meat grinder? Continuing the assault resulted in nothing but death until the mechs went down. Seeing as how the 4 battlebots only suffered scratches and surface damage so far, they probably wouldn't go down until at least 100 mercenary mech pilots consumed their strength. This was a very brutal calculus. If the outfits in question were part of the military, then their mech pilots and commanders would definitely pay the price as long as the mission was important enough. Yet even if the outfits shared some ties to the military, most of their mech pilots and support personnel consisted of civilians. With no military training to speak of, their discipline and willingness to pay the ultimate price was very shaky. After harvesting over 120 lives, the mercenary mechs all backed up. Not a single mercenary mech pilot retained the courage to continue the costly assault. Even as their mercenary commanders or other mech officers ordered them to resume the assault, not a single mech pilot dared to confront the seemingly godlike war machines. Ves did not let the mercenaries linger in the vicinity of the Scarlet Rose. "Redirect fire towards the melee mechs!" The Kraven and Selzer stopped firing their weapons at the distant ranged mechs, and instead brought their weapons to bear against the stagnant melee mechs. Mechs exploded and entire parts vaporized as lasers and Gauss cannon rounds impacted the exposed mechs. "Retreat! Abort the assault!" When the 1st Mercenary Corps decided to give up on the mission and recall their surviving forces, the ones who remained came under a lot more pressure. This was especially when Ves instantly ordered his 2 ranged battlebots to cease firing at the fleeing mechs and instead direct their lethal firepower towards the mechs that didn't receive any orders to pull back. The hesitating Mercenary Corps instantly suffered more casualties. At this close range, it was impossible for the Kraven and Selzer to miss their shots. Each weapon discharge resulted in another shattered mech. With so many precious mech pilots dying along with their fragile machines, the remaining Mercenary Corps that originally banded together to tackle the Scarlet Rose finally issued the necessary orders. "Retreat! Pull back! Get away from the Scarlet Rose! No more! Enough is enough!" The diminished mech companies retreated step by step depending on how quickly their leaders issued the order to retreat. The mechs still maintained a semi-random formation as they retreated, fearing pursuit from the Paravin and the Fliskin. Ves smirked when he saw this result. He ordered the Kraven and the Selzer to cease firing their weapons. What the mercenaries didn't know was that both battlebots had almost reached their limits. The Kraven didn't carry that much ammunition and the Fliskin's heat levels had been rising at a very worrisome rate. If the battle went on for 5 more minutes, then the two battle bots would definitely stop firing, thereby exposing a crucial gap in his defenses. Fortunately, the mercenaries did not take advantage at this temporary reprieve. They had long lost heart in this battle. Even if they guessed that the two battlebots had almost reached their limits, none of them wanted to be the ones to test this assumption. After all, the melee mech still appeared to be in good shape. It was no problem for them to fight a while longer and harvest at least 100 more lives. Though both sides fought vigorously against each other just moments ago, either side attacked each other the moment the mercenaries called for a total retreat. Ves did not wish to agitate the mercenaries. His actions so far presented a very clear message. Attacking him resulted in losing their lives. Leaving him alone meant that Ves would leave their lives intact. With such a clear message, the frightened mercenaries all chose the second option. They retreated honestly and ran out of engagement range as fast as their mechs could carry them out. Ves observed the retreating mechs quietly. He kept his battle bots on standby without attempting to resupply them. If he showed any weakness at this stage, the mercenaries might change their minds. In the end, no one called his bluff. Ves relaxed as the mercenary mechs flew well out of range. "Well, I hope these mercenaries truly stop bothering me now." This was the third ambush he encountered ever since he crossed into the borders of the Great Zona Republic. While he always managed to crush his opposition, each battle resulted in a significant consumption of his battle strength. If this went on, his battle bots would become nothing more than ornaments after a couple more battles. The consumption is too great. Chapter 1761 Second Class Mechs. Not now. Meow. Lucky landed on his head and treated his hair like a mat. Are you getting fatter? You're heavier than last time. Meow. Ves no longer bothered with his misbehaving cat and turned his attention back to the 4 battlebots he almost finished servicing. A large number of workshop bots were installing the parts he disassembled and repaired. Ordinarily, it would have taken at least a week to effect these repairs on his own, but the Scarlet Rose's well-equipped mech workshop came with many of the same advanced tools as those owned by Gloriana. While the machines all came from coalition manufacturers, their functions and operation methods closely abided by the standards set by the MTA. Standardization made everything easier. If an equipment manufacturer refused to conform to standard, then hardly any customer would seek to purchase their products. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the same type of equipment, Ves managed to get the hang of them pretty quickly, to the point where he operated them just as well as Aisling. Second-class mech designers sure have it good, he sighed with admiration. Of course, elite journeymen like her weren't very common even in a large state like the Friday Coalition. Ves just happened to meet 2 of the brightest young journeymen from their respective states, which somewhat skewed his perspective. Not every journeyman was as freakish as these 2 young women. His perceived disparity towards these mech designers lit a fire under his butt. With the replenishment of his spiritual energy, his passion and motivation returned, and with it an unrelenting drive to catch up to the likes of Aisling and Gloriana. Ves could accept many circumstances, but he could not accept remaining inferior to his girlfriend and his would-be kidnapper. Though they possessed vastly different backgrounds, their ages were similar. There was no excuse for Ves to be unable to design at the same level as them. With all of the advantages he possessed, becoming proficient in designing second-class mechs should be well within his capabilities. For this reason, Ves decided to stop increasing his control over the Scarlet Rose and instead focus all of his efforts on deciphering and understanding Aisling's former bodyguard mechs. The more he spent time with them, the more he grasped the paradigms related to this class of mechs. The performance on these mechs were on another level compared to the toys he used to fiddle with. The results of the previous battles spoke for themselves. Against hundreds of enemy mechs, the pilotless machines were still capable of crushing and disheartening entire mercenary corps with their awe-inspiring might. Touching, servicing, repairing and witnessing the battle bots in battle rapidly accelerated his comprehension of second-class mechs and second-class technology. As a mech designer who always liked to be hands-on, working with machines was a lot better than reading hundreds of textbooks. This was not just because he could see the cause and effect in person, but also develop a natural feel towards this class of mechs. Ves vaguely sensed that his design seed and his intuition both experienced some growth and changes as a result of his activities. He believed that as long as he returned to safety, it would only take a couple more months of focused study and tinkering to gain a satisfactory proficiency in second-class mech design. Though it sounded a lot, Ves knew that this process couldn't be rushed. He was already progressing at the limits of his learning capacity. As long as I get to keep these battle bots, I'll definitely be able to harvest more and more from Ashling's work. Of course, relying too much on studying the converted mechs had its downsides as well. Ves had to be careful not to get swept up in Ashling's approach to her work. By studying her design choices, Ves would doubtlessly copy some of them without making sure they conformed to his own design style. However, Ves was very confident about his design capabilities. It wasn't easy for someone else's design style and design philosophy to contaminate his own approach. Study always involves adopting someone else's best practices, he muttered. As long as it is better, there is hardly an excuse to ignore it in favor of an inferior solution. Ves didn't have the time to take it slow and steady like Patricia. With Gloriana's mother expecting him to prove himself in less than 3 years, he rapidly needed to master a higher class of mech design. Not only that, but Ves also had to earn a humongous amount of MTA merits to become a galactic pioneer and take part in the Great Phase Water Rush. He would definitely feel regret for the rest of his life if he missed the first waves of humanity's invasion of this new and exciting dwarf galaxy. Ves had always been someone who worked better under pressure. With so much on the line, his passion burned hotter, stimulating his emotions and causing him to be utterly consumed by his determination to master this class of mechs. What aided him a lot was that the 4 pilotless second-class mechs each consisted of a different archetype. Not only that, but they happened to be among the most fundamental and common mech types in the mech market. The Paravan was the simplest mech of all. As a space knight, it featured a simple but very sturdy internal architecture. Even with more advanced tech, Ashling still abided by the same common principles that governed all defensive mechs. Simplicity did not necessarily equate to inferiority. The Paravan's solid design and construction elevated its damage resistance and shock-absorbing capabilities to a level Ves had scarcely witnessed elsewhere. The Seltzer was the standard of ranged mechs. As a rifleman mech, it possessed a great balance between firepower, endurance, mobility, and range. Ashling managed to find a great balance with all of the materials tech at her disposal. Her design brought out all of the strengths of her resources without exhibiting any excessive waste. Its dual-type weapon was a great object of interest to Ves. The commonalities between laser weapons and particle beam weapons meant that it was not impossible to design a weapon that accommodated both weapon types. As Ves was very familiar with laser weapons, he only studied this aspect for a brief period of time before he thoroughly comprehended how they could be scaled to second-class standards. Particle beam weapons are much more interesting, he muttered. Particle beam weapons were basically weaponized particle accelerators. They electromagnetically propelled charged atomic or subatomic particles to relativistic speeds. Though the mass of these particles were almost trivial, when their speeds approached the speed of light, the kinetic energy they carried was incredibly powerful. Upon hitting a target, all kinds of detrimental effects occurred. The energies involved in a collision dealt both physical and energy damage that was extremely damaging against any manner of defense, but worked especially well against physical armor. Of particular interest, the type of particles the weapons accelerated. The Friday Coalition's particle beam weapons mostly accelerated ionized atoms, which was a lot easier to work with compared to subatomic particles. It seems the Friday Coalition can't easily make use of more sophisticated particle beam weapons, he observed. The Seltzer was already a fairly advanced mech in the standards of the Friday Coalition. Yet its particle beam rifle simply didn't compare to the positron beam weapons utilized by the first-class multipurpose mechs that Ves witnessed during one of his mastery experiences. A positron was a subatomic antiparticle. In simple terms, it was the mirror version of an electron. When a single electron and a positron met together, they annihilated each other, converting all of their matter into energy. The release of energy was incredibly tremendous and surpassed that of a nuclear reaction of the same scale. Compared to this awesome destruction, Ves felt a bit underwhelmed by the modest parameters of the weapon wielded by the Seltzer. It probably doesn't help that the rifle also has to fire laser beams, he muttered. Particle beams were incredibly destructive, but they differed from pure energy weapons by their dependence on particles. Incorporating a backup option that purely relied on energy extended the deployment time of the Seltzer, as its heat and energy capacities were quite formidable for a machine of its size. Ves already designed multiple rifleman mechs. The Crystal Lord was his first proper land-bound rifleman mech, while the Desolate Soldier was his first ranged product for battles in space. Developing the Deliverer increased his depth in ranged mechs. Yet when he compared his previous works to the Seltzer, Ves realized that he had a lot more to go before matching its sophistication. The Kraven was the big brother of the Seltzer. Though not a heavy mech, its mass and properties closely approximated one. In exchange for increasing its capacity and armor, Aisling decisively sacrificed a lot of mobility. Due to the limitations of its weight class, it only incorporated 2 weapon systems, both of which were burdened by the fact that they used up a lot of ammunition. This turned the artillery mech into the opposite of the Seltzer. Whereas the rifleman mech was capable to outputting continuous damage over the course of a long, drawn-out battle, the Kraven hit hard but expended its ammunition very quickly. It was all worth it though, as the Kraven's damage reached an astounding level. Leaving aside the missile launchers which could fire all kinds of specialized missiles with different payloads, its massive Gauss cannon was a sight to behold. Compared to the Executor that Ves had paired with the Deliverer, the Kraven's main armament was a weapon that could pose as the primary of secondary armament of a warship. It was too bad that a weapon of its power and potency was too advanced for Ves to reproduce. Just the materials capable of handling the forces the weapon had to withstand were too difficult to obtain. Compared to the size and bulk of the Kraven, the Fliskin was a lot slimmer and smaller. As a space-borne light skirmisher, its armor was the worst out of the 4 machines, but its insane mobility made it even harder to destroy than the Paravin. As long as the Fliskin possessed enough energy, it could dance circles against almost any foe. It's too bad that energy is also its main limitation, he sighed. As a small and compact mech, the Fliskin really didn't have much room for energy cells and other essential components. Ves could practically sense Aisling's pain as she had to make many unsatisfying compromises in order to avoid making the Fliskin too uneven. For all of the Friday Coalition's technologies, the light skirmisher only made use of a pair daggers and a submachine gun. He always found that to be a bit disappointing. Couldn't a mighty second-rate state manage to achieve anything more? Yet once he delved into the Fliskin's design, Ves realized that Aisling didn't want to bite off more than she could chew. Just like with the Paravan, instead of stuffing too many systems and modules in an already compact mech, she instead focused most of her efforts on elevating its fundamental specs. For a light skirmisher, nothing was more important than its acceleration and agility. As long as its comprehensive mobility attributes were high, the mech fulfilled an indispensable role in the team of 4 mechs. What's not important is how these 4 mechs perform in isolation. Instead, what matters more is how well they work together. He couldn't help but be intrigued by Aisling's design philosophy. Her paradigms partially overlapped with his own, and he always exhibited an interest in increasing the coordination between the users of his products. Any method which improved the performance of mechs without increasing their cost was of great value to mech designers. Those who merely relied on expensive materials to improve the performance of their products were the laziest mech designers of all. If Ves wanted to gain a foothold in the second-class mech market, then Ves had to refine his own specialty and design style to compete against mech designers who were just as good if not better than Aisling. Chapter 1762 Strange Entry. Though Ves missed designing mechs, he benefited from his forced respite. By taking him away from his previous routine, Ves essentially returned back to basics. Crossing through the territories of the Ordent Republic and the Great Zona Republic in almost complete isolation put him in a calmer state of mind. The days he spent in his low period temporarily suppressed his emotions and caused him to reflect on his prior decisions from a more rational perspective. Though Ves eventually recovered, he felt he had become more self-aware of himself. He knew that many of his decisions were mainly driven by his urges rather than any rational considerations. He could no longer believe in the lie that he was a rational and enlightened mech designer. Compared to a true rational mech designer like Patricia, Ves was pretty much a brat who was very prone to mood swings. While that didn't sound very flattering, Ves believed this weakness also served as his strength. Only when my emotions are the strongest will I be able to design my best mechs. He believed in Patricia's description that passionate mech designers were able to achieve great feats as long as they were determined enough. In his mind, no amount of logic and rationality could ever match the sheer motivation of a driven mech designer. The lack of doubt and second-guessing often led to mistakes, but also resulted in unimaginable successes that no one could have ever predicted. In order to become a great mech designer, Ves believed his current path was the most suitable one for him. After reflecting on himself over this period, he became more determined than ever to continue as usual. Just looking back at his many accomplishments filled him with pride. With mechs like the Aurora Titan and the Desolate Soldier, Ves fully found his groove. Besides, whatever shortcomings he possessed, working alongside Gloriana mitigated many of them. With her presence, Ves felt free to continue to deepen his specialization, preventing him from getting bogged down by the need to spread his skill set too widely. Ves felt more than ready to return to his organization, however. He missed Gloriana. He missed his double-dealing Benny. He missed his avatars of myth. Above all, he missed designing mechs. At least I'm not lacking inspiration now, he chuckled. Each adventure and each exciting experience always injected him with compelling ideas. Mech concepts and potential visions haunted his imagination. His fingers itched to call up a design interface and draft a brilliant new draft design. Yet he resisted the urge. Instead of expending his creative energies, he wanted to bottle it up in his mind and let it ferment for some time. Only when he was truly ready to design a new mech would he unleash it all and come up with a grand new mech design that surpassed the Desolate Soldier and deliver an impact. Besides, I don't even know whether I'll be in the position to design a third-class or second-class mech. All of this depended on what he encountered when he returned to safety. If he returned to safety, his return was anything but guaranteed. After overcoming the echo spears and 2 other ambushes prepared by greedy mercenaries, the Scarlet Rose and the 4 battle bots all suffered from attrition. The Scarlet Rose endured a lot of weapon impacts. Though none of the arms the mercenaries brought to bear managed to breach her armor, much of her exterior still bore a lot of cracks and ugly marks. This wasn't necessarily bad in ordinary circumstances. A competent crew could easily patch up the holes and replace some of the damaged plating. Yet that was clearly impossible at the moment. Aside from lacking a crew, the ship couldn't rest in place long enough to effect meaningful repairs. This essentially meant that whatever external damage the ship suffered, her durability permanently dropped, making it easier for his subsequent enemies to cripple the vessel. As for the battlebots, Ves did his best to patch up the holes and minor battle damage, but the Scarlet Rose simply didn't carry enough materials to sustain a full campaign. Ves threw a dirty look at Lucky, who was resting on a metal console as if there was nothing wrong in the galaxy. Ever since he gorged himself stupid, his gluttonous cat had done nothing but napping all day. It was as if his cat needed entire months to digest all of his gains. Where is it even going, anyway? At least give me some gems! Evidently, Lucky focused all of his efforts on improving his capabilities rather than performing his primary function. His changes became evident when his bone-white exterior began to exhibit tiger stripes. Though these black stripes were still rather faint, they grew more solid by the day. Ves had no idea what these stripes even represented. All of Lucky's previous changes in appearance directly corresponded to the materials he ate. He became curious what kind of abilities Lucky developed after he finished his evolution. So far, his system's sight did not notice any new additions to his pet's skill set. You better make it worth it, though. The stronger Lucky grew, the safer Ves would be. This adventure already proved his cat's value as a protector who could accompany him where others could not. No matter how much he valued Nita, his kinner bodyguard couldn't turn intangible like his cat. Maybe Lucky won't be my only intangible bodyguard in the future. Ves grinned with anticipation. That was something to look forward to much later on. For now, he should focus on his current circumstances. Right now, the Scarlet Rose already managed to traverse 2/3 of the Great Zonar Republic. While unflinchingly sticking to her obscure route sometimes landed her in trouble, the Scarlet Rose nonetheless managed to avoid more formidable ambushes, which was a great win in his book. Yet even as Ves and his stolen ship continued to foil the best efforts of the mercenaries hired to stop them, his enemies were doubtlessly learning. The 3 battles he had been through had provided the Friday men with enough information to confirm the strengths and assets at his disposal. Ves had a very awful hunch that his 4th and potentially last encounter would be the greatest of them all. At this time, the Scarlet Rose had almost finished cycling her FTL drive. To his dismay, the standard cycling time already began to last longer than the 5 hours it was rated for during standard operations. Extending it by just 10 minutes might make or break his escape attempt. Yet what could he do? Though he dabbled somewhat in FTL drive technology, he was far from being able to service this complicated device. What was worse was that if he wanted to effect meaningful repairs, he would certainly have to deactivate and disassemble some of its subcomponents, thereby extending his stay in the star system. Ves did not dare to linger in a single location longer than he really had to. With so many listening posts and scouts tracking his movements, Ves was sure that a lot of hostiles were on their way to his location at this moment. I hope the FTL drive can last. While it was unlikely that the FTL drive would suffer a malfunction, the longer this fight went on, the greater the chance of calamity. Without an engineering crew, VS could do nothing to mitigate its deterioration. As VS contemplated ways to decrease the load on the FTL drive, the bridge suddenly sounded a small alert. The Scarlet Rose detected something unusual had intruded on the ship. What? VS looked confused. How could anything sneak on my ship? All of her anti-stealth sensors are running at full blast. Though the load on those sensors was great, VS did not hold anything back on that end. While their integrity had already started to decrease, they were capable of enduring the strain for now and shouldn't have any blind spots. Lucky! VS grabbed Lucky's napping body and shook his cat until the lazy critter woke up. Meow meow! This is no time for you to nap. There's an intruder aboard the ship. Meow? Lucky became a lot more alert upon hearing that. VS didn't have to encourage his pet any longer. Anything or anyone that snuck aboard his ship was a threat. Let's see what we are dealing with, VS muttered as he controlled the monitoring system to show him where the ship discovered something anomalous. The compartment projected in front of him turned out to be the same one which held many of the escape pods. Two prominent spaces should be empty, signifying Aisling and Patricia's escape. At least that was how it should have been. According to his memory, the Scarlet Rose was short of 2 escape pods. Then why is one of the spaces filled? He questioned. Were his eyes deceiving him? How could one of the spaces which he never filled up with anything else host an escape pod now? Did some kind of rogue bot relocate an existing escape pod? That shouldn't be. All the other escape pods are still in place. VS carefully counted each and every one of them through the various monitoring feeds and found that none of them were out of place. The information transmitted from the compartment showed that all of those escape pods belonged to the Scarlet Rose and had never been moved. The only exception was the mystery escape pod that showed up out of the blue. How did it enter this compartment? The Scarlet Rose was fully sealed in normal circumstances. The only way the escape pods could enter and exit the compartment was if the connected hatches opened up, which they would never do under ordinary circumstances. VS pulled up the logs of the monitoring system and also rewinded the footage backwards on an accelerated rate. He managed to pin down the exact moment the strange escape pod showed up and registered on the Scarlet Rose's monitoring system. Just after the ship sounded the initial alert, the empty cavity suddenly hosted a new escape pod. It didn't slide into the space from the exterior of the ship, nor did some bot transport it from the mech workshop where some kind of production AI had automatically been programmed to produce a replacement. Instead, the escape pod simply showed up in the slot like magic. Magic doesn't exist, VS firmly declared. What the monitoring system captured is not necessarily representative of what has actually happened. The sudden appearance of the escape pod reminded VS a lot of how it looked like when he abruptly shut off his full stealth augment. It could be that this mystery escape pod snuck into the ship from space sometime earlier. It was just that its stealth and other detection avoidance abilities kept it hidden from him and the Scarlet Rose. VS began to sweat a bit. If a random escape pod managed to sneak aboard the Scarlet Rose, then what about something more dangerous? What if the same vulnerabilities or backdoors that allowed the escape pod to sneak onto the Scarlet Rose allowed for the entry of shuttle-carrying elite Friday-men commandos? Damn it! VS slammed his fist against the armrest of the captain's chair. How many backdoors have I missed? His control over the ship was anything but complete. By spending much of his time on the battlebots, VS neglected to continue his gradual conquest over the various systems of the Scarlet Rose. VS had a feeling this decision might have been a mistake now that the Scarlet Rose unknowingly allowed for the entry of a foreign escape pod. He called up the logs and performed an expansive search. Had the outer escape hatches opened up any time since he hijacked the ship? The logs didn't note anything unusual, and none of the footage exhibited any abnormalities aside from some cleaning bots performing their routine duties. Can these logs even be trusted? VS became more and more alarmed. Had the Scarlet Rose been compromised without his knowledge? He quickly made up his mind. If he wanted to know the truth, then confronting the unwelcome escape pod was the first thing on his agenda. Chapter 1763 Misplaced. VS did not race down to the compartment in question without preparation. Fearing a trap or a plot on his life, VS resisted his immediate impulses to make some preparations. He first put the Scarlet Rose on red alert and locked down all of the compartments and corridors. If some kind of infiltrator left the escape pod and skulked across his ship, then locking all of the spaces should pose a significant hindrance to the sneaky bastard. Second, he withdrew all of the bots from the affected areas and ordered most of them to remain dormant and in place. If any bots still moved during this time, then that was a very clear sign that someone managed to subvert a part of the Scarlet Rose. Third, he withdrew to his quarters in order to don his second-hand combat armor. With a solid layer of armor protecting him from outside threats, VS felt a lot more secure about confronting any potential intruders. He armed himself with the triple-type heavy assault rifle while slotting the compact laser pistol in a dedicated holster. Aside from that, he also checked his other gear, which encompassed various gadgets ranging from a jamming device to a multiscanner. Only after he prepared his full loadout did VS feel secure in investing the mysterious intrusion. "Alright, let's go, Lucky!" Meow. With Lucky in tow, they descended from the upper decks and approached the suspicious compartment. Before VS reached the entrance to the escape compartment, he halted a fair distance away. Having learned his previous lesson, VS no longer dared to act as a vanguard. Who knew if the escape pod was a missile in disguise? Wouldn't VS be making the exact same mistake as last time if he entered a compartment which was filled with unknowns? Meow? Stay on guard. VS spoke and summoned up an interface from his combat armor's wrist. We should scout the situation first. He summoned a random scanning bot used for routine inspections from a nearby maintenance compartment. After it arrived in front of the entrance, VS ordered the hatch to open long enough to allow the bot to enter. Once inside, VS switched his view to the sensor bot's optical vision. After issuing an order, the bot did not immediately approach the strange escape pod. Instead, he instructed it to scan every corner of the compartment, from its escape pods to the sensors that made up the monitoring system. He wanted to find out if the hardware had been tampered with. As long as VS discovered anything suspicious, then he'd be able to confirm that someone hostile had been messing with his ship. Surprisingly, VS encountered nothing amiss. It was as if the sensors and alert systems hadn't been touched at all. Nothing else had been touched as well. The bot found no holes cut into the bulkheads, no breaches in the other escape pods, no radioactive particles or other traces that signified that something in space had intruded in the compartment. This was actually the weirdest observation of all. How could all of the customary traces of space exposure be absent, especially when a foreign escape pod somehow managed to sneak into this compartment? What is going on? VS asked in puzzlement. Many of his paranoid suspicions turned out to be a bust if the scanning bot's results could be trusted. Had the scanning bot been fooled? Was his mystery opponent more formidable than anything he had imagined? Whatever the case, VS guessed that the answer lay in the peculiar escape pod. When VS directed the bot to approach the escape pod, the feed suddenly cut off. What? He blinked at the interface as if he expected the feed to restore. Yet as several seconds passed, the scanning bot didn't resume its transmission. Had it gone on a strike or something? VS furrowed his brows and switched the feed. When VS watched what took place from the footage recorded by the monitoring system, he observed the scanning bot had shut off and crashed against the deck. This inexplicable malfunction instantly doubled his apprehension. If the earlier signs had succeeded in stoking his suspicions, then this latest occurrence definitely proved that something was wrong. VS knew that all kinds of strange and inexplicable technology existed. VS had witnessed all manner of technological wonders that could result in such a strange escape pod appearing out of nowhere. He even experienced many strange sights related to spirituality. From surviving an encounter with an assassin with spiritual potential to dealing with all of the strangeness of the Temple of Hatomak, VS did not rule out that some spiritual shenanigans might be at work. Yet VS did not take these possibilities too seriously. If he set aside all of these unrealistic and low-probability scenarios, then the simplest explanation was that the escape pod simply managed to infiltrate the Scarlet Rose by exploiting her backdoors. Though VS had made a lot of progress in closing all of these backdoors, he was under no illusion that he addressed all of them. Even if Calabas sent him a lot of supplementary data that pointed out these vulnerabilities, was it truly complete? Evidently not. VS grimaced. This is getting more and more precarious. While he was tempted to dispatch another bot, he began to run out of patience. What if he tipped the escape pod off? What if he triggered some kind trap? VS decided to throw some of his caution to the wind. He turned his attention to Lucky. Go in and investigate the escape pod in the center. Meow? Go do something useful for once and scout the escape pod. Meow meow meow. Don't jerk me around. You've been eating so many exotics that your debt has only increased. The least you can do is to see what's wrong. After a bit of arguing, VS managed to browbeat his pet into entering the escape compartment. Meow. Get going! Lucky reluctantly flew towards the compartment and phased through the hatch. After entering the area in question, he did not let go of his intangible state. With utmost care, Lucky floated closer and closer while exhibiting a lot of vigilance. When the gem cat passed by the place the scanning bot malfunctioned, nothing strange occurred. It seemed that Lucky appeared to be immune to the effect that downed the scanning bot. Good. VS sighed. Whether it was due to Lucky's intangible state, or his extremely strong resistance against hacking, as long as he remained functional, he could probably get close to the escape pod. Lucky, transmit a feed of your vision to the ship. His cat did as instructed, and the view of his projection changed. The moment Lucky came within touching distance of the escape pod, the cat paused for a moment. It looks kind of old. The escape pod looked as if it had been floating in space for at least a couple of decades. Its surface was worn and pitted by a combination of damaging radiation and micro-impacts. None of the damage breached the inner chamber of the escape pod. However, some of the scarring did appear to have affected some of the components responsible to keep the pod functioning. What was clear, though, was that this pod was likely very old. The model is unfamiliar as well. VS tried to find a match of its model in the Scarlet Rose's internal database. Sadly, his search did not produce any matches despite the countless different models it stored in its archives. This basically ruled out that the escape pod was built by the Friday Coalition. Yet that only confused him even further. If it's not from the Friday Coalition, then how can it access the back doors of my ship? Did he guess wrong? Did the escape pod sneak onto his ship using other methods? His doubts continued to grow along with the questions in his mind. An inexplicable sense of fear grew within his heart as he began to contemplate various frightening possibilities. What is wrong with this escape pod? After a bit of observation, Lucky finally gathered the courage to touch the surface of the escape pod. He reached out with a paw and materialized it long enough to bump the surface. Nothing happened. No bomb exploded. No commando jumped out of the pod. Lucky grew a little more courageous when he found out that no threat was forthcoming. After a bit of sniffing, he took advantage of his intangibility to dive into the escape pod. The feed temporarily darkened before showing off a screaming face. Ah! Ves practically jumped in his combat armor as Lucky panicked and floated out of the escape pod. What the hell? Mio! Lucky zipped out of the compartment and returned to Ves and clung on the surface of his armor. Meow meow meow! Ves ignored his panicked cat and his own distress in order to rewind the footage. The moment he locked the frame which displayed the screaming face, Lucky jumped again. Stop being a scaredy cat, Lucky! How can you even be afraid of this sight? The moment Ves repressed his primordial instincts, he finally saw the truth of what was locked inside. It's just a dead body. The escape pod contained the body of a dead woman, one who was wearing nothing but a worn-out vac-suit whose markings and identifiers had faded due to some erosion that shouldn't be happening. In fact, the wear and tear on the vac-suit contrasted remarkably with the condition of the body, which had completely dried up and turned dark. The mummified state of the body made it seem as if the escape pod had actually been used as a coffin. Yet if this was true, why did this coffin sneak aboard his ship? If it's an honorable space burial, then it should have been hurled into a star. If it's a less than honorable burial, then it should have been flung into the nothingness of interstellar space. Anything thrown into the void of space between star systems should have been floating for millions of years before ending up in another star system. The aging of the mummified corpse and the escape pod did not suggest that they spent entire eons in space. Ves was no forensic scientist, but as someone who worked with mechs, he could glean several clues from the appearance of the escape pod. First, while its model, manufacturer, and origin was still in question, the standards governing escape pods mostly remained the same barring some minor updates. Ves happened to know some of these changes. When Ves inspected the damaged and pitted surface of the escape pod, he found out some outdated implementations that had been phased out in modern escape pod models. Some of these modules stopped showing up around 150 years ago. That meant that if this escape pod wasn't some kind of historical reproduction, it might be around this age. Yet how could this be? Any escape pod that lingered in space for some time should have been picked up by rescuers or flown off in the middle of nowhere. Ves had never heard of instances where escape pods casually lingered in space for at least a century before automatically entering ship while its occupant was long dead. What is even going on? A complication like this was the last thing Ves wanted to deal with. He had the feeling that the arrival of this escape pod heralded something very significant. This isn't the time for me to indulge in mysteries. The rational part of him wanted to minimize any unexpected incidents that did not facilitate his escape. The chances that this mystery escape pod would aid him was extremely small. There was nothing about this strange occurrence that signified that it was meant to aid his escape. Yet, another part of him grew curious. What was the secret behind this escape pod? What was the story of the mummified corpse? Why did the escape pod choose to enter the Scarlet Rose? Did it even have a choice at all, or did some outside influence manipulate its entry onto his ship? Ves needed answers, and it seemed that he had no choice but to investigate in person. Chapter 1763 Mystery Pod. Ves did not race down to the compartment in question without preparation. Fearing a trap or a plot on his life, Ves resisted his immediate impulses to make some preparations. He first put the Scarlet Rose on red alert and locked down all of the compartments and corridors. If some kind of infiltrator left the escape pod and skulked across his ship, then locking all of the spaces should pose a significant hindrance to the sneaky bastard. Second, he withdrew all of the bots from the affected areas and ordered most of them to remain dormant and in place. If any bots still moved during this time, then that was a very clear sign that someone managed to subvert a part of the Scarlet Rose. Third, he withdrew to his quarters in order to don his second-hand combat armor. With a solid layer of armor protecting him from outside threats, Ves felt a lot more secure about confronting any potential intruders. He armed himself with the triple-type heavy assault rifle while slotting the compact laser pistol in a dedicated holster. Aside from that, he also checked his other gear, which encompassed various gadgets ranging from a jamming device to a multiscanner. Only after he prepared his full loadout did Ves feel secure in investing the mysterious intrusion. "Alright, let's go, Lucky!" Meow. With Lucky in tow, they descended from the upper decks and approached the suspicious compartment. Before Ves reached the entrance to the escape compartment, he halted a fair distance away. Having learned his previous lesson, Ves no longer dared to act as a vanguard. Who knew if the escape pod was a missile in disguise? Wouldn't Ves be making the exact same mistake as last time if he entered a compartment which was filled with unknowns? Meow? Stay on guard. Ves spoke and summoned up an interface from his combat armor's wrist. We should scout the situation first. He summoned a random scanning bot used for routine inspections from a nearby maintenance compartment. After it arrived in front of the entrance, Ves ordered the hatch to open long enough to allow the bot to enter. Once inside, Ves switched his view to the sensor bot's optical vision. After issuing an order, the bot did not immediately approach the strange escape pod. Instead, he instructed it to scan every corner of the compartment, from its escape pods to the sensors that made up the monitoring system. He wanted to find out if the hardware had been tampered with. As long as Ves discovered anything suspicious, then he'd be able to confirm that someone hostile had been messing with his ship. Surprisingly, Ves encountered nothing amiss. It was as if the sensors and alert systems hadn't been touched at all. Nothing else had been touched as well. The bot found no holes cut into the bulkheads, no breaches in the other escape pods, no radioactive particles or other traces that signified that something in space had intruded in the compartment. This was actually the weirdest observation of all. How could all of the customary traces of space exposure be absent, especially when a foreign escape pod somehow managed to sneak into this compartment? What is going on? Ves asked in puzzlement. Many of his paranoid suspicions turned out to be a bust if the scanning bot's results could be trusted. Had the scanning bot been fooled? Was his mystery opponent more formidable than anything he had imagined? Whatever the case, Ves guessed that the answer lay in the peculiar escape pod. When Ves directed the bot to approach the escape pod, the feed suddenly cut off. What? He blinked at the interface as if he expected the feed to restore. Yet as several seconds passed, the scanning bot didn't resume its transmission. Had it gone on a strike or something? Ves furrowed his brows and switched the feed. When Ves watched what took place from the footage recorded by the monitoring system, he observed the scanning bot had shut off and crashed against the deck. This inexplicable malfunction instantly doubled his apprehension. If the earlier signs had succeeded in stoking his suspicions, then this latest occurrence definitely proved that something was wrong. Ves knew that all kinds of strange and inexplicable technology existed. Ves had witnessed all manner of technological wonders that could result in such a strange escape pod appearing out of nowhere. He even experienced many strange sights related to spirituality. From surviving an encounter with an assassin with spiritual potential to dealing with all of the strangeness of the Temple of Hitomak, Ves did not rule out that some spiritual shenanigans might be at work. Yet Ves did not take these possibilities too seriously. If he set aside all of these unrealistic and low-probability scenarios, then the simplest explanation was that the escape pod simply managed to infiltrate the Scarlet Rose by exploiting her backdoors. Though Ves had made a lot of progress in closing all of these backdoors, he was under no illusion that he addressed all of them. Even if Calabas sent him a lot of supplementary data that pointed out these vulnerabilities, was it truly complete? Evidently not. Ves grimaced. This is getting more and more precarious. While he was tempted to dispatch another bot, he began to run out of patience. What if he tipped the escape pod off? What if he triggered some kind trap? Ves decided to throw some of his caution to the wind. He turned his attention to Lucky. Go in and investigate the escape pod in the center. Meow? Go do something useful for once and scout the escape pod. Meow meow meow. Don't jerk me around. You've been eating so many exotics that your debt has only increased. The least you can do is to see what's wrong. After a bit of arguing, Ves managed to browbeat his pet into entering the escape compartment. Meow. Get going! Lucky reluctantly flew towards the compartment and phased through the hatch. After entering the area in question, he did not let go of his intangible state. With utmost care, Lucky floated closer and closer while exhibiting a lot of vigilance. When the gem cat passed by the place the scanning bot malfunctioned, nothing strange occurred. It seemed that Lucky appeared to be immune to the effect that downed the scanning bot. Good. Ves sighed. Whether it was due to Lucky's intangible state, or his extremely strong resistance against hacking, as long as he remained functional, he could probably get close to the escape pod. Lucky, transmit a feed of your vision to the ship. His cat did as instructed, and the view of his projection changed. The moment Lucky came within touching distance of the escape pod, the cat paused for a moment. It looks kind of old. The escape pod looked as if it had been floating in space for at least a couple of decades. Its surface was worn and pitted by a combination of damaging radiation and micro-impacts. None of the damage breached the inner chamber of the escape pod. However, some of the scarring did appear to have affected some of the components responsible to keep the pod functioning. What was clear though was that this pod was likely very old. The model is unfamiliar as well. Ves tried to find a match of its model in the Scarlet Rose's internal database. Sadly, his search did not produce any matches despite the countless different models it stored in its archives. This basically ruled out that the escape pod was built by the Friday Coalition. Yet that only confused him even further. If it's not from the Friday Coalition, then how can it access the back doors of my ship? Did he guess wrong? Did the escape pod sneak onto his ship using other methods? His doubts continued to grow along with the questions in his mind. An inexplicable sense of fear grew within his heart as he began to contemplate various frightening possibilities. What is wrong with this escape pod? After a bit of observation, Lucky finally gathered the courage to touch the surface of the escape pod. He reached out with a paw and materialized it long enough to bump the surface. Nothing happened. No bomb exploded. No commando jumped out of the pod. Lucky grew a little more courageous when he found out that no threat was forthcoming. After a bit of sniffing, he took advantage of his intangibility to dive into the escape pod. The feed temporarily darkened before showing off a screaming face. Ah! Ves practically jumped in his combat armor as Lucky panicked and floated out of the escape pod. What the hell? Mio! Lucky zipped out of the compartment and returned to Ves and clung on the surface of his armor. Meow meow meow! Ves ignored his panicked cat and his own distress in order to rewind the footage. The moment he locked the frame which displayed the screaming face, Lucky jumped again. Stop being a scaredy cat, Lucky! How can you even be afraid of this sight? The moment Ves repressed his primordial instincts, he finally saw the truth of what was locked inside. It's just a dead body. The escape pod contained the body of a dead woman, one who was wearing nothing but a worn-out vac-suit whose markings and identifiers had faded due to some erosion that shouldn't be happening. In fact, the wear and tear on the vac-suit contrasted remarkably with the condition of the body, which had completely dried up and turned dark. The mummified state of the body made it seem as if the escape pod had actually been used as a coffin. Yet if this was true, why did this coffin sneak aboard his ship? If it's an honorable space burial, then it should have been hurled into a star. If it's a less than honorable burial, then it should have been flung into the nothingness of interstellar space. Anything thrown into the void of space between star systems should have been floating for millions of years before ending up in another star system. The aging of the mummified corpse and the escape pod did not suggest that they spent entire eons in space. Ves was no forensic scientist, but as someone who worked with mechs, he could glean several clues from the appearance of the escape pod. First, while its model, manufacturer, and origin was still in question, the standards governing escape pods mostly remained the same barring some minor updates. Ves happened to know some of these changes. When Ves inspected the damaged and pitted surface of the escape pod, he found out some outdated implementations that had been phased out in modern escape pod models. Some of these modules stopped showing up around 150 years ago. That meant that if this escape pod wasn't some kind of historical reproduction, it might be around this age. Yet how could this be? Any escape pod that lingered in space for some time should have been picked up by rescuers or flown off in the middle of nowhere. Ves had never heard of instances where escape pods casually lingered in space for at least a century before automatically entering ship while its occupant was long dead. What is even going on? A complication like this was the last thing Ves wanted to deal with. He had the feeling that the arrival of this escape pod heralded something very significant. This isn't the time for me to indulge in mysteries. The rational part of him wanted to minimize any unexpected incidents that did not facilitate his escape. The chances that this mystery escape pod would aid him was extremely small. There was nothing about this strange occurrence that signified that it was meant to aid his escape. Yet, another part of him grew curious. What was the secret behind this escape pod? What was the story of the mummified corpse? Why did the escape pod choose to enter the Scarlet Rose? Did it even have a choice at all, or did some outside influence manipulate its entry onto his ship? Ves needed answers, and it seemed that he had no choice but to investigate in person. Chapter 1764 Mummy. When Ves approached the compartment holding the escape pods, he slowed his pace while keeping his heavy assault rifle pointed forward. With all of the weirdness surrounding the escape pod that inexplicably entered his ship, Ves couldn't afford to take anything for granted. What if this was just a ruse by some infiltrator with a sick sense of humor? Though he felt tempted to dump the escape pod from the ship remotely, Ves nonetheless felt a little bit curious about the occupant of the derelict escape pod. He could still remember the frightening face that Lucky transmitted. The screaming mouth, the dark, dried skin, the scared expression, and the sense of age all signified that there was something very weird about the corpse. How long has this escape pod been drifting in space? Ves didn't know the answer to this question. He still hadn't managed to match the model of the escape pod yet, nor did he study any of its markings or properties that could explain its origin. Whatever the case, Ves had a feeling that it didn't belong to the Friday Coalition or any of the nearby states. When the hatch slid open and Ves tentatively entered the compartment, Lucky was still shivering while clinging on the shoulder of his combat armor. Lucky, who never exhibited fear, now appeared completely afraid. This was something that Ves had never seen from his brave but foolhardy cat. "What is wrong with you, Lucky? It's just a body. You've killed plenty of people. Why should you be afraid of another corpse?" Meow, meow, meow. Ves ignored his cat and slowly shuffled over to the escape pod resting in one of the center spaces left open by the departure of another escape pod. His rifle muzzle aimed straight at the center of the pod, ready to fire a deadly particle beam if a threat ever happened. The moment he passed by the scanning bot that shut down for some reason, Ves felt as if he entered into a strange field. He quickly checked his combat armor and rifle's telemetry, and saw that they were still running at normal power. Whatever affected the scanning bot didn't appear to affect his gear. Strange. Very strange. His apprehension towards the mystery escape pod increased and his vigilance rose to a greater height. There was definitely something suspicious about this escape pod. The moment he came within reach of the escape pod, Ves paused and waited for something to happen. Nothing. Seeing that he failed to elicit a reaction, Ves slowly put down his rifle and whipped out a multiscanner. He carefully activated it and began to scan the escape pod via a number of different methods. He quickly encountered an anomaly. No results? Aside from optical scans and some other scanning methods, his multiscanner failed to pick anything up. It was as if there was a chunk of indescribable matter in front of it that they simply failed to grasp. Ves became a bit alarmed. Either the escape pod was wrapped in some kind of anomalous energy field that interfered with his scans, or its materials were naturally resistant to scanning methods. Whatever the case, Ves knew that he wouldn't be able to obtain any usual data from his scanning efforts. It looks like I'll have to take a closer look. He felt very leery about investigating the odd escape pod in person, but the corpse resting inside the escape pod was simply too strange to be left alone. Once he put away his multiscanner, Ves held his rifle at the ready while slowly examining the surface of the escape pod for any control panels. He eventually found a small and damaged cover which had become stuck to the surface. Ves had to leverage the strength of his combat armor to pry off the cover. After he did so, Ves spotted a few buttons which no longer worked and a simple lever that served as a backup option to open the escape pod. Ves slowly grasped the lever and pulled it with a forceful jerk. The pod seemed to come alive for a bit. A few surface lights that hadn't been destroyed by all of the microimpacts began to light up in a strange pattern. After a few seconds, the front surface of the escape pod abruptly slid open. At least that mechanism still worked. The front cavity exposed a tube-shaped interior that held enough room for a single person and some supplies. What the? Meow! Ves expected to encounter a mummified woman locked in a frightening scream. He did not expect to see a pristine body of a woman sleeping peacefully in the pod. Where did you come from? Ves jerkily jumped back and brought his heavy assault rifle to bear on the body. Had Lucky been pranking him? No. His cat looked just as scared and confused at this unexpected turn of events. The dried, mummified corpse turned out to be a living human body. Not only that, but the woman didn't appear to look dead at all. He carefully perceived her slim chest rising and falling at a very gradual pace, as if she was deep in hibernation. Even as his heart started to beat faster, Ves studied the woman's appearance as carefully as he could in order to figure out her identity. She was a slim woman with a thin figure and a face that emanated classical beauty. There was an indescribable charm to her, as her pale-as-white skin made her out to be a ghost. Was she a space-born clansman, or was she pale for some other reason? The strange thing about her skin was that it appeared to be completely healthy and moisturized, as if the image that Lucky transmitted was completely false. Her hair was lustrous brown that seemed to shine in an eerie fashion underneath the harsh light of the escape compartment. Her hair trailed down her face in curls so bouncy that it seemed as if her hair was as lively and vibrant as a living person. Her vaxit, which should have been aged and eroded to the point of becoming unidentifiable, now appeared to be factory new. Ves could immediately tell that the quality of the vaxit was something else. He failed to identify its materials, but he could tell they were all very high quality. The gray vaxit also came with all kinds of modules that assisted in various survival scenarios. Unfortunately, it didn't come with any markings, emblems or serial numbers that could help him identify its provenance. This was very strange. The same went for the escape pod. The interior should have contained a bunch of information such as the manufacturer of the escape pod, the company who purchased it, the date when it was launched, and so on. This was a widespread custom meant to identify escape pods in case they met with calamity. Losing one's life in space was very depressing for those who have been left behind. The fact that the completely intact interior did not print out this information meant that there was definitely something wrong with the escape pod and its occupant. As Ves began to get over his latest shock, he carefully investigated the sleeping body by poking it with the muzzle of his rifle. It was like poking an actual human body. The woman's skin bent and spring like the skin of a living person as opposed to a mummified corpse. Ves began to doubt whether Lucky observed a dried corpse at all. However, he refrained from dismissing Lucky's prior observation. He still trusted his cat to an extent. Take a sniff, Lucky. Is there anything dead about this corpse? Meow. No smell at all? Meow. How can that be? Almost every body releases an odor. Meow meow. This exploration just got odder and odder. Acting out on a suspicion, Ves concentrated his mind and attempted to find out whether the dormant woman or the escape pod was affected by spirituality. The moment he switched to his spiritual vision, he discovered to his horror that a lot of spiritual energy wrapped around the escape pod. Little of it affected the body, but Ves noted from the flows that it appeared to be the source of all of the spiritual energy. Though Ves hadn't touched it directly, it became clear that the quality and strength of the spiritual energy was beyond his own level. This sleeping woman was definitely capable of beating him on a spiritual level. His discovery immediately prompted him to reevaluate the risks of dealing with this anomaly. Despite his superiority in arms and equipment, he began to doubt whether he could gain the upper hand in the event the woman woke up and turned hostile for some reason. Without sufficient leverage, Ves wouldn't be able to remain in control, and that was very bad. Since he already fell victim from a loss of control, Ves did not relish the prospect of falling into the same trap. Ves no longer wanted to delve into the secrets of the escape pod and its occupant. Whatever was behind its mysterious appearance on his ship was clearly above his ability to cope with the situation. Though Ves often liked to gamble every now and then, even he realized what a loser's bet it was to continue his investigation. Besides, he was already in a very precarious situation. With the Coalition Reserve Corps breathing down his neck, he had to do his utmost to evade pursuit. He didn't have the time or desire to delve into this matter any further. Since the risks vastly outweighed the potential gains, Ves made the only choice that minimized the risks. He pulled the lever on the escape pod again to close its cover. Once he did so, he punched a button on a control panel on the side, activating an emergency measure that automatically flushed the cavity of the escape pod. A suction occurred as the escape pod rapidly shot through a tube and emerged back in space. Good riddance! Meow! Both Ves and Lucky became a lot more at ease once the weird escape pod left the ship. The relief was palpable. Ves relaxed and holstered his rifle on a mount on his combat armor. Lucky stopped clinging onto him like a scaredy cat and began to float leisurely in the air, as if he never shamed himself. Let's forget about this, Lucky. This is one anomaly that is best left forgotten. Both of them exited the escape compartment and returned to the bridge. There, Ves settled down and inspected the condition of the Scarlet Rose while she was slowly distancing herself from the ejection site of the escape pod. Hours went by as her FTL drive finally finished cycling. As soon as the ship was ready to go, Ves instantly punched in the command to transition out of the star system. With the ship entering the higher dimensions, Ves finally let down his guard. No mercenary, Friday man or mummy ought to be able to threaten or infiltrate his ship while she was traveling in FTL. Ves often considered this period to be a form of respite, as no external threats should ever be able to affect the functioning of the ship. Only threats from within should be able to endanger the ship, but Ves was pretty sure that no one managed to sneak aboard the ship. Just to be sure, Ves performed an escape sweep. The ship and her monitoring system automatically began to search the entire interior of the Scarlet Rose for any anomalies and unanticipated presences. What was out of his expectation was that the bridge immediately rang an alarm. An intruder? Where? After manipulating the interface, the projection displayed a very familiar compartment. The room, which held a lot of escape pods, suddenly contained a very familiar presence. He spotted the same damaged and outdated escape pod that he just ejected earlier. What? How could it go back to my ship? Ves quickly rewinded the footage and discovered it appeared just seconds earlier. That's impossible! The Scarlet Rose had just transitioned into FTL travel. Nothing should have been able to enter the ship in this state. Get rid of it! Now! Ves activated a remote command that forcibly flushed the weird escape pod from the ship yet again. Even though it was highly inadvisable to eject an escape pod while in FTL travel, Ves did so anyway. Ves did not care whether the escape pod would disappear or get strung out over 1,000 different dimensions. He just wanted to get rid of this eerie object. Chapter 1765 Haunted. Ves thought that was the end of it. Something flung from a ship while traveling in FTL space rarely if ever made it back to reality. The higher dimensions bore only a loose connection to the material realm. Time, distance, direction, mass, and energy behaved very differently in these dimensions. Many races, including humanity, took advantage of the properties of the higher dimensions to travel faster than light. Technically, the ships weren't traveling faster than light in the higher dimensions. It was just that distance was getting more compressed the higher the dimensions went, which allowed for a slow-moving ship to reach an incredibly distant destination in a reasonable amount of time. The key was the FTL drive. As long as this complex ship component worked as advertised, the vessel was able to enter and exit the higher dimensions without becoming affected by all of the reality-bending transformations that could turn entire bodies into a string of spaghetti spread across numerous dimensions. As soon as the Scarlet Rose ejected an escape pod while traveling in FTL, the object should have disappeared. Whether it drifted aimlessly in the confusing higher dimensions for eternity, or got torn apart because one end stretched too far from the other end of the object, something ejected into the higher dimensions without protection almost never made it back. Of the countless times this occurred, only a rare couple scraps ever made it back to the material dimensions, let alone bump into another ship traveling through FTL. Ves was almost sure he got rid of the mystery escape pod. To see it return into the same space as before spooked him to no end. "This is impossible! This can't be done!" Barring perhaps the big two and the first-rate states, no one should ever be able to retrieve something lost in the higher dimensions. Even if it was possible, then at the very least the object in question should have its own FTL drive. Yet the escape pod contained nothing that suggested that it incorporated a means to travel through FTL. It was too small to carry a full-sized FTL drive, and even a mini-drive that had recently been announced by the MTA was a little too big to fit the interior of a typical escape pod. Ves suspected that he wasn't dealing with anything technological at all. Instead, he encountered an anomaly that was likely related to the spiraling spiritual energy empowering the escape pod in some unknown fashion. Whatever the sleeping woman was doing, she had accomplished something that only high technology should be able to do. For her and her escape pod to literally cross through space and maybe time and emerge onto his ship again without passing through any barriers was incredibly freaky. "What is going on? Am I stuck in some kind of ghost incident?" The spacer community circulated a lot of ghost stories. Many people who traveled in space sometimes encountered some strange anomalies and other unexplainable phenomena. Whether they were true or merely the figments of a drunk spacer's imagination, plenty of stories got passed around. Some people treated them as entertainment. Others considered these tales to be superstition. Only some spacers truly bought into the tales, no matter how outlandish they sounded. Ves refused to believe that he was caught up in a so-called ghost incident. He was merely the victim of some kind of spiritual stalker who chose to sneak aboard his ship for some reason. There shouldn't be any ghosts involved. "Get out! I don't want you here! Go find some other to haunt!" Ves activated the same commands as before and flushed the escape pod into the ravages of the higher dimensions without any hesitation. An escape pod shouldn't be able to surface exposure to the higher dimensions without the support of an FTL drive. He didn't leave the bridge during this time. He forgot about every other task on his agenda for the day and carefully observed the feed of the escape compartment like a hawk. Nothing appeared out of the blue. The space which formerly held the escape pod remained completely empty, as if nothing was about to sneak into it. Several hours passed by until hunger eventually affected his stomach. "I should grab a bite." Though he wasn't sure whether he and his ship was in the clear, he still had to take care of his needs. He left the bridge and entered the mess hall, where he cracked open a nutrient pack and dumped its contents in his mouth as quickly as possible. With everything that happened, Ves wasn't in the mood to savor the unique tastes of Coalition standard nutrient packs. The moment he finished his meal, he reflexively activated an interface on his combat armor and called up the feed to the escape compartment again. What he saw almost caused him to spit out a mouthful of nutrient mush. "Why are you back?" The familiar old escape pod was alive and well. Even after ejecting it into the higher dimensions multiple times, this clingy space derelict kept returning to the Scarlet Rose over and over again. Ves became incredibly angry. Who asked to be haunted by a ghost? "If I can't get rid of you, I'll just kill you first before I throw you out." Ves raced down the compartment in question in his full battle loadout. Once he entered the chamber, he approached the escape pod, ripped off the cover, pulled the lever and aimed his rifle at the sleeping beauty resting peacefully inside the pod. Ordinary people couldn't bear to ruin such a pretty image. The hibernating woman possessed a charm that reminded him of some of his mechs. He knew that this was one of the side effects of strong spirituality. Yet even without this indescribable quality, the woman was still beautiful enough to attract a lot of appreciation. Ves wasn't sure whether the woman was wearing makeup or not, but she hardly looked like she needed the help. "Who cares if you're pretty or not? I'm telling you once. Leave my ship and never go back." The woman did not wake up. The flows of spirituality spiraling out of her body did not exhibit any changes either. It was as if the woman was truly unconscious. Yet from everything that happened, Ves seriously suspected whether the sleeping beauty was truly slumbering. How could her escape pod return to his ship again and again despite throwing her out for 3 times straight? Enough was enough. Ves was still determined to avoid the problems surrounding the escape pod as decisively as possible. Seeing that Ves elicited no reaction at all, he steeled himself while Lucky carefully peeked from behind the shoulder of his combat armor. His heavy assault rifle released a whine as Ves modulated the power and the frequency of its particle beam module. In order to avoid damaging the rest of the compartment, he tuned down its power. Even when set at a lower setting, the power of the weapon was more than enough to kill an unprotected human body. The moment he fired his rifle at the body, a bright glare flooded the optical sensors of his helmet. The moment his vision returned, what Ves saw was different from his expectations. He expected to see a bunch of broken, burned, scorched, and vaporized remains. The sheer amount of power released by his rifle ought to be enough to shatter the sleeping woman's body while damaging the interior of the escape pod. Though the latter did indeed took place, the body parts separated from the main body looked anything but fresh. A dried, blackened head with an expression locked into a scream stared dully at Ves. The rest of the remains that survived the brief weapon discharge all consisted of black, mummified body parts. Due to their lack of hydration, whatever heat and energy affected them quickly started to burn up, causing the remains to turn into ashes at a very rapid rate. The moment the fire engulfed the upper torso, neck, and head, the spirituality released from the body parts still circulated as usual. It was as if Ves had never broken the mummified body at all by firing a deathly weapon at it. He began to become more and more frightened as his intuition sensed something very huge was about to take inside the escape pod. Before he became engulfed by panic, Ves quickly snapped himself out of his paralyzed state. "Begone!" He employed the same solution as last time. His armored palms slammed against an emergency button that caused the escape pod to forcibly shunt through a tube and launch from the ship. This time, Ves did not bother to close the escape pod. He just wanted to get rid of everything in the tube without concern for exposing the interior to the lethal conditions of the higher dimensions. Ves remained fully alert even after he ejected the escape pod. He lingered at the compartment for a couple of hours. He had Lucky to keep him company during this time, but unfortunately his cat quickly lost interest and phased out of the compartment. "Will this pod truly return?" He frowned. It took several hours for it to come back. This was a very long interval, and VS couldn't afford to remain on guard and neglect his other tasks for so long. The Scarlet Rose still required his attention. Without a crew, many of the routine but very necessary maintenance tasks had languished. If VS didn't address these minor issues, they would eventually grow up into major problems. Rather than allow such misfortune to happen at the worst possible moments, VS would rather perform some light maintenance and repairs to prevent the problems from snowballing. Just as VS let down his guard and turned towards the exit, his intuition briefly compelled him to turn around. He did so. Ah! The escape pod not only reappeared, but returned in a pristine state. The escape pod's front had already slid open, revealing the same mummified female body as before. Though dead and dried, the body was completely intact, as if VS had never fired at it with his rifle at all. This is impossible! His mental gymnastics was unable to keep up with the strange phenomena he witnessed from this darned escape pod. I don't believe you can keep this up forever, you witch! VS mercilessly changed the firing mode of the heavy assault rifle and unleashed a steady laser beam that quickly burned the dried skin and flesh from the mummified body. The woman's hair went up in smoke in an instant, while the rest of the dried tissue followed suit in a matter of seconds. Only blackened bones were left, but under the incredible heat of a sustained laser beam, even they broke down. Yet, as VS carefully observed with his spiritual vision, an invisible human body shape continued to release spiritual energy as if the body was still intact. Evidently, VS failed to kill the mysterious woman completely. Her flesh and bones may have been gone, but her spiritual presence still remained. Out of an irrational burst of fury, VS continued to fire his laser at the interior of the escape pod. However, the power of his heavy assault rifle failed to inflict material damage to the escape pod. After penetrating the softer surface layers, the laser beam bumped into an extremely hard layer that completely withstood the heat and energy. This escape pod was anything but simple. It was more resilient than he expected. No wonder it survived so long in space. Regardless, VS still decided to dump it into higher dimensional space. After annihilating the physical body of the unknown woman, it should take a lot of effort to reconstruct it again. Yet a very ominous hunch prevented him from lowering his guard. Having figured out some rules, VS forcibly shifted his thoughts and looked away. He only turned around for a second before instantly turning back. Damn it! The escape pod was back, this time exposing a pretty, sleeping woman with brown curly hair. Chapter 1766 and the source. Nothing about this made any sense. How could something he threw out return to his ship so quickly and so silently? The moment he stopped thinking about the escape pod and its indeterminate occupant, it instantly returned into the same space as before. VS began to grow angrier and angrier at this anomalous object. He really wanted to get rid of it in a permanent fashion. A part of him feared that if he failed to solve this problem, he might be haunted by the semi-living mummy forever. At best, the mummy would stick to the Scarlet Rose, allowing VS to get rid of it by giving up the ship. At worst, not even this solution would allow him to get rid of this ghost woman. If she was homing in on him rather than the ship, then VS would always be confronted by this escape pod until the woman stopped insisting on following him for some reason. VS feared that the only way to truly get rid of this half-dead witch was to wake her up while her body was in a healthy state. Whatever she wanted would soon become clear once they talked. Yet the strength and power of her seemingly unconscious spiritual manipulation frightened VS to no end. He really didn't want to deal with the woman when she became conscious. If VS was really unlucky, then the woman might be aware that VS attempted to throw out her escape pod and destroy her body several times. No one would forgive such an affront. VS shuddered in his combat armor in fear. Despite gearing himself up with second-class equipment, he suspected that it was completely useless against an opponent who manipulated reality to such an extreme extent. It didn't make any sense. Against such a powerful and inscrutable entity, VS would rather deal with her while she was dormant rather than awake. The chance of an amicable conversation was too small in his eyes. This woman was definitely targeting him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be haunting him so persistently. Though everything about the mummified woman and her escape pod confounded him to no end, VS firmly stuck to his conviction that it couldn't be repeated forever. There has to be a price. Whatever magic this witch had cast must expend some energy each time she restored and relocated her body and escape pod. VS would just have to find a way to consume this energy until he scared her off or drained her empty. Since getting rid of you isn't working, what about crushing you entirely? A devious idea entered his mind. He stepped back and activated his integrated comm. He called up a bunch of bots from the workshops and waited for them to arrive. It didn't take too long as the escape pods were situated very close to the mech workshop compartment. Evidently, the mobile supply frigate put mech designers first. This came in very handy right now, as he only had to wait a couple of minutes before a number of lifter bots arrived. He first allowed a conventional lifter bot to approach the escape pod. Just like with the forgotten scanner bot, the lifter bot suddenly shut off after entering the strange energy field surrounding the escape pod. The heavy bot collapsed against the deck and just happened to crush the fragile scanner bot resting underneath. VS shrugged. He expected something like this. The energy field didn't seem to do anything but prevent bots from coming close. Fortunately, he also called in a different bot. A mech workshop always came with a variety of production equipment, production tools, and production bots. Because mechs were so big and heavy, many of the bots and equipment were rated to handle very heavy loads. For a typical escape pod, just a regular magnetic or gravitic lifter bot was sufficient to elevate it from a distance. The bot that VS pinned his hopes on halted 10 meters away from the mystery escape pod. The air became more charged as the lifter bot activated its remote gravitic lifting system. The gravity affecting the escape pod suddenly disappeared. Not only that, the gravity also started to shift further, allowing the lifter bot to retract the escape pod from the launcher tube and carry it out of the compartment, while continuing to maintain a distance. VS followed after the bot and its cargo. The bot crossed the corridor and entered the mech workshop. He approached a forging machine that was ordinarily used to process very difficult metals. He had already sent a remote command to activate it and warm up its chamber. Let's see. 7,000 degrees Celsius. Still not hot enough. He patiently waited for the internal temperature to rise. While the maximum temperature limit of the forging device reached an astounding height, the amount of energy it expended and the amount of waste heat generated in the process made it very troublesome to sustain. VS also had to wait several hours for the temperature inside the forging machine to reach its limit, so he merely waited for 15 minutes before making his move. This should be hot enough to process the metal of the escape pod. VS had already noticed that the core structure of the escape pod was made of extremely resilient compressed alloy. Such metals were often utilized as armor plating for mechs and ships. Ordinary production equipment wouldn't be able to process this kind of material once it had been set. Fortunately, the mech workshop was equipped to a very high standard. The Friday Coalition often handled comparable materials, so the forging machine they utilized should still be capable of handling this grade of materials. Here goes nothing! The gravitic lifter bot had placed the escape pod on a giant ramp. This ramp suddenly tilted, causing the escape pod to slide down a chute, which quickly closed in order to form an isolating seal. Soon enough, an internal partition suddenly opened, exposing the escape pod to enough heat to melt most kinds of mech-grade armor plating. Though the structure of the escape pod was a lot more resilient than he initially expected, it couldn't withstand the heat of the forging machine. According to the internal sensors, the escape pod quickly melted and deformed. No matter whether the body inside was alive or dead, the awesome heat instantly burned and vaporized all of the organic tissue without any resistance. The softer metals melted just seconds later, leaving just the internal structure which still held the vague shape of the original escape pod. The heat continued to affect this extraordinarily resilient against heat. There were still limits to its endurance. Slowly but surely, the internal structure melted until it formed a piping hot pool of metals. Ves issued some follow-up instructions that caused the forging machine to stop generating heat. The internal temperature rapidly declined and the molten pool of metals, some of which had separated from the alloys, no longer grew hotter either. As soon as the internal environment of the forging machine stabilized, a bunch of compressors began to press and shape the materials into a tight and compact cube. Since I have a bunch of materials at my disposal, I might as well make use of it, he grinned. He repurposed the materials he salvaged and fabricated a number of replacement armor plating. In his previous battles, the 4 battle bots sustained a lot of hits, particularly the less agile ones like the Kraven and Paravan. The escape pod wasn't very large, so Ves only had enough materials at his disposal to fabricate some smaller plates. Once he finished making them, Ves inspected them carefully with his tools and spiritual vision, and found out that it no longer contained anything suspicious. The invisible spiritual entity was gone. The strange energy field that prevented bots functioning was gone, and Ves did not notice any spiritual energy circulating in the materials at all. Had Ves truly managed to get rid of the ghost woman this time? Now that your escape pod and your ashes turned into replacement, there's no way you can replenish yourself so easily. Ves did not dare to make use of the spare armor plating he just produced. What if they disappeared when the mummy restored her body and her escape? Even now, Ves did not rule out the possibility that this ghost woman managed to defy time and space yet again. She had already done so too many times for Ves to remain confident. Let's see what happens. He relaxed a bit and tried to think about something else rather than the escape pod. Once he believed enough time had passed, he revisited the escape compartment. The closer he came, the more his apprehension grew. The moment he opened the hatch, his heart suddenly sunk. The escape pod and the woman had returned, just as he feared. This time, the open front cover displayed a mummified corpse with a face locked in a scream. Perhaps it was his illusion, but the empty eye sockets seemed to glare at him as if the woman despised his actions. Ves shook his head inside his helmet. You should be dead. Seeing that the escape pod and its occupant had returned despite what had happened, Ves quickly left the compartment and returned to the mech workshop. To his astonishment, the replacement armor plating he made out of the materials of the escape still remained. This doesn't make any sense. Ves knocked the knuckles of his gauntlet against the surface of the armor plating. Ding! The metal still remained completely real. As Ves inspected the newly made components with a scanner, he discovered that absolutely nothing had changed. The armor plating still retained the same mass, density, toughness, and other parameters. It hadn't lost anything. Wait a minute. Does this mean I can produce an unlimited amount of high-quality alloys? The moment he considered this option, his mood suddenly turned. What if he kept this up? What if he could keep taking advantage of the ghost woman until she eventually ran out of energy? As long as the ghost woman's reappearances didn't affect the materials he extracted from the continually duplicating escape pods, he could probably produce enough supplies to supplement his fighting strength. I can fabricate enough armor plating to upgrade the defense of the Paravin and Kraven. I can produce enough high-quality Gauss cannon slugs that are tough enough to penetrate the thickest ship hulls. I can even produce some hull plating that can reinforce the exterior defense of the Scarlet Rose. Though Ves still feared the seemingly immortal ghost woman, the practical benefits began to outweigh his common sense. Instead of fearing the escape pod's continuous renewals, why not treat it as a renewable materials source? As long as this escape pod kept coming back, Ves could potentially sustain this extraction cycle forever. A greedy grin appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, I changed my mind! Keep haunting me! Don't ever stop! Ves returned to the workshop and inputted an elaborate set of instructions in the forging machine and a number of gravitic lifter bots. Once he finished his preparations, he activated the routine, causing the lifter bot to leave the mech workshop and return minutes later with the mystery escape pod in tow. The bot placed it in the forging machine, which soon began to melt it down and extract the valuable metallic exotics, this time segregated by material, allowing Ves to form alloys with different properties. No matter what he repurposed the materials for, Ves bet that he could definitely profit immensely from this renewable source. As for the mummy woman, Ves was completely uninterested in engaging with her. He didn't even bother to instruct his bots to remove her body from the escape pod before chucking it inside the forging machine. At most, the forging machine just had to expend a bit more effort to separate the impurities from the rest of the metals. Ves believed that as long as he wasn't stupid enough to wake her up, she would continue to robotically replenish herself an escape pod. Ha ha! Keep renewing yourself! I'm going to build entire mechs out of your magic! Chapter 1767 Briar Alloy. Once the routine Ves established went to work, the forging machine spat out a steady amount of raw materials. Like an assembly line, the gravitic lifter bot kept retrieving the mysterious escape pod from the escape compartment and brought it into the mech workshop. From there, the bot threw the object into the forging machine, which carefully melted it down and separated the various high-value exotics and metals left behind. Wary of the power of the mummified woman, Ves remained alert and stayed awake for the entire night in case anything changed. The moment the woman did something to escape this loop, he would immediately shoot her dried corpse down with his heavy assault rifle. To his relief, no deviations occurred. Even if the escape pod and its half-dead occupant continually underwent a brutal transformation inside the forging machine, Ves saw no break in the pattern. It seems that I can really sustain this loop indefinitely, Ves uttered with astonishment. He really had no idea what was going on. Stuff did not materialize out of nowhere for free. Reality simply didn't work this way. Yet what he witnessed all night seemed to defy what was possible. Gloriana would probably call this miracle. Of course, Ves did not let his ignorant and gullible side take over. From a rational perspective, just because he didn't understand what was taking place didn't mean it was a miracle. Just like how ancient humans looked up at the sky and witnessed a thunderstorm, many people had a tendency to believe such might and power came from gods rather than nature. As soon as science advanced and the secret behind thunderstorms became known, humanity's fascination towards thunder and lightning subsided. In fact, humanity even began to harness its understanding of electricity to great effect. Ves was not at that level yet. He truly had no idea why the escape pod kept renewing and coming back to the Scarlet Rose. Even when he clearly exploited its perpetual reappearances to accumulate a stockpile of valuable exotics, the cycle showed no signs of stopping. Observing the escape pod and its sometimes living, sometimes dead occupant was an exercise in futility. No sensors or scanners aboard the Scarlet Rose noticed anything unusual about its appearance. It simply materialized in place at an instant as long as the old escape pod disappeared or broke down. Studying the pod and the body inside with his spiritual vision yielded a bit more results, but not as much as he expected. Something was clearly going on at the spiritual level. Careful study revealed that the flows of spiritual energy followed along a large number of very mysterious patterns. These patterns reminded him of the grand dynamo inside his mind, but of a different nature. It was as if he was observing a form of spiritual circuitry. Many patterns showed up in different places, reinforcing his suspicion that the corpse or underlying spiritual entity actively maintained some sort of spiritual process. Due to the potency of the spiritual energy emanating from the woman, Ves did not dare to investigate too carefully. He mainly relied on his spiritual vision and passive observation methods to avoid triggering a counterattack or disturbing the process. He would feel endless regret if his spiritual prodding inadvertently interrupted the loop and ended his source of free exotics. As long as this process continued, Ves could build all manner of fantastic machines out of these high-quality materials. "It's really absurd," Ves muttered in confusion. "Am I being delusional, or can I really repeat this process ad infinitum?" He really couldn't believe such a powerful witch whose spiritual strength rivaled or surpassed that of Kalanxo could fall victim to his trivial scheme. Was she really dead? Did her powerful spiritual remnant lack consciousness? Or was she stuck in some sort of semi-dead coma? Ves indulged in all kinds of speculation, but without any solid proof, he had no way to tell for sure. He tried to identify the woman. In the moments before chucking the escape pod and the body in the forging machine, Ves took many samples and performed many scans. When handling the corpse, Ves did not dare to touch it directly anymore in case of waking her up. He doubted the witch would be pleased to find out that Ves mistreated her and her powers for his own gain. In fact, before he took an organic tissue sample from both the dead and living to the infirmary, he stopped and reconsidered his actions. Does it matter if I know her identity? Do I really find out who she is or where she comes from? The woman obviously carried a lot of mysteries, and as a curious mech designer, Ves felt compelled to figure out the answers. Yet Ves also dreaded the woman. Why did she come in the form of both a dried husk and a living woman? Which was fake and which was real? Why did she decide to haunt him? Was she calling for help, or was she attempting to recover by siphoning his powers? Whether she was friend or foe, Ves did not think he would benefit by finding out the answer. If she turned out to be a malicious enemy who wanted to take advantage of him, then it was in his best interest to keep her suppressed. It was a bit more complicated if the opposite turned out to be true. What if this woman was some sort or ally or friendly entity who could offer him all kinds of benefits in exchange for rescuing her? Perhaps he could trade all sorts of favors with her in order to learn some of her spiritual tricks. Yet, regardless of whether she was friend or foe, the chance that she would overpower him when she woke was very significant. The strong had no patience for the weak. Just comparing their respective spiritual strength and prowess was enough to make him understand that he would definitely be the disadvantaged party in any interaction. She's way too strong. Even in her supposedly dormant state, she's already strong enough to sustain this renewal process. Ves had no idea how her powers even worked. Whether she manipulated time, space, causality, or other fundamental forces and concepts of nature, It appeared she wasn't running out of energy anytime soon. Perhaps her spiritual powers had reached a more advanced level, allowing her to sustain this continuous renewal process by drawing her energy from some other source. For a brief moment of time, Ves entertained a very dreadful possibility. What if the body belongs to my mother? His mind almost blanked out. What would his mother think if she found out he treated a part of her as a renewable exotics mine? Let's stop here. Though he didn't consider this possibility to be likely, he nonetheless decided to cease all attempts at investigating the woman any further. The risks were too great, while the rewards were too uncertain. Rather than risk losing control and put himself at the mercy of a wrathful spiritual sorceress, Ves would rather maintain the status quo and secure his current arrangement. Besides, someone who tried to deceive him by camouflaging her ugly, mummified corpse with the visage of an attractive, living body was bound to be untrustworthy. Whether she was a helper or not, whether she came to assist him in some way, Ves did not wish to follow along someone else's arrangements. Compared to the potentially wondrous opportunities he missed out on, he would rather follow his current trajectory and climb to power through his own efforts. Only by relying on himself rather than others would he be able to maintain control over his own life. Neither the Bright Republic, the Ilvain Protectorate, the Friday Coalition, or the Hexadric Hegemony had the right to dictate his life. For this reason, Ves resolutely threw out any desire to investigate the woman or wake her up. Even if he was making a colossal mistake, he trusted in his judgment, and his belief that it was better to rely on himself. Sorry, woman, but if you came with good intentions, then it was a mistake to come to me. I don't need your help. He disassembled the escape pod after annihilating the corpse in order to see if he could spot any serial numbers, manufacturer markings, and the like. He also retrieved the advanced processors that were tasked with regulating the escape pod's many functions. Since the escape pod was still somewhat functional, Ves finally managed to retrieve some useful information. After supplementing his investigation by referencing some information from the galactic net, he finally figured out its origin. A company called the VZI Corporation used to produce the escape pod model over 170 years ago. What interested Ves the most was that the VZI Corporation exclusively operated in the galactic heartland. There was a huge distance between the Komodo star sector and the area of operations of the VZI Corporation. The escape pod model only sold for a couple decades, and according to the production date embedded in the operating system, the pod that fell into his hands had been manufactured roughly 150 years ago. Curiously enough, Ves did not find any data about the ship that carried the pod or the people or organizations who bought it. He also didn't find any information regarding its occupant, or any human for that matter. Someone scrubbed this data. Barring some marginal tidbits, the only data the escape pod's operating system retained were those related to its functioning. Without this essential data, the escape pod would cease to function. Still, Ves was happy with what he learned so far. The escape pod was a standard product from the galactic heartland instead of some mysterious creation that originated from some alternate universe. Pinning down the concrete origin of the escape pod helped demystify it in his mind. Ves feared the escape pod and the unknown female corpse a lot less now that he could definitely conclude that their origins were less than magical. After learning all he could know about the escape pod model, Ves directed his attention to the valuable materials he stood to gain. The escape pod produced by the VZI Corporation had to meet all kinds of industry requirements. The escape pod had to be tough enough to survive all kinds of anomalous hazards in space, including radiation, microimpacts, asteroid collisions, proximity to stars, and other possible threats. While an escape pod could never sufficiently protect against any hazard, they should at least be able to give their occupant a decent chance to survive. The specifications of the VZI escape pod were much more superior than the special escape pods used by Aisling. The bountiful resources available in the galactic heartland allowed the VZI Corporation to apply a high-quality alloy formula that incorporated various medium to high-grade exotics to form a very strong core structure. VS tested the samples and some of the analysis equipment in the mech workshop and correlated the results with the information he retrieved from the galactic net. The name of the formula was officially registered as 235C Briar alloy. Briar alloy actually stood for an entire family of alloy formulas, of which 235C was one of the cheaper and more affordable ones in the galactic heartland. Of course, its cheapness was only relative. Whereas the alloy was only useful for lesser products such as escape pods, in a barren place like the Komodo star sector, such a material could absolutely stand equal to many of the common armor systems in the Friday Coalition and the hexadric hegemony. Briar alloy is absolutely valuable. And VS just secured an endless, renewable source of this material. As long as he retained the Scarlet Rose and perpetuated the loop, he could steadily produce enough Briar alloy to produce a lot of powerful and expensive mechs at a much lower cost. He could even save up a lot of Briar alloy to build an extraordinarily resilient ship. Since the mysterious woman functioned as a source of Briar alloy, VS decided to call her Cassandra Briar. Regardless of her true name, as Cassandra Briar, producing Briar alloy was her only use to him. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 1768 Valuable Exotics. VS developed a very warped appreciation for Cassandra Briar. Not only did her appearance solve the Scarlet Rose's shortage of tough, metallic exotics, she also had the potential to empower his organization and fund many of his future endeavors. He no longer questioned the absurdity surrounding her endless duplication. How she gained the energy to produce so much valuable Briar alloy out of nowhere, VS had no clue. The spiritual engineering centered around her body was as complex as any electronic circuitry. Without a comprehensive foundation in spiritual engineering, VS couldn't even begin to decipher all of the wondrous spiritual interactions and mechanisms. He suppressed his greed to master this ability for his own. He was far too weak to perform such a reality-defying feat. Rather than aim for the minuscule chance of winning the jackpot, VS would rather keep his modest but guaranteed gains. Adopting a risk-averse solution was very uncharacteristic for VS. However, anything related to spirituality always succeeded in stimulating his greatest fears. VS was a mech designer. He understood technology. He excelled in many disciplines related to mechs. For this reason, when it came to taking risks in mech design, VS always possessed the confidence to succeed when failure was probable. Yet when it came to this inexplicable ghost woman and her horribly frightening visage, VS did not feel assured at all. His Larkinson blood completely cooled when he considered the prospect of waking a very angry and powerful woman. It's better to let sleeping dogs lie. Meow! Lucky comfortably perched on a table, while he munched a bar of solid Calcus iron. Aside from VS, Lucky benefited from the current arrangement as well. The endless amount of exotics produced from the loop essentially meant that Lucky would never go hungry. VS did not forget about his current circumstances. He still had to run through the territories of the Great Zona Republic and the Cretia Republic in order to reach the Ilvain Protectorate. While the production loop resulted in a continuous supply of fairly dense Briar alloy, accumulating too much of it increased the total mass of his ship. VS still had a lot of use for the materials in repairing and reinforcing the Scarlet Rose and her complement of battle bots. As long as he could make good of the Briar alloy, he didn't mind paying a price. However, VS could not afford to go too far. Producing an excessive amount of Briar alloy would definitely increase the mass of his ship over time, causing her acceleration to decrease. The slower the acceleration, the greater the likelihood that pursuers would catch up to the Scarlet Rose. If Ves had his way, then he would order the gravitic lifter bots to stop feeding the escape pod to the forging machine. He did not dare to do so. Who knew what would happen if the escape pod remained intact for more than an hour? Would Cassandra Breyer wake up? Would her body resuscitate and bring her back to life? Fearing a complication, Ves insisted on destroying her body and her escape pod on a continuous basis for good measure. Ejecting the escape pod out of the ship was not a good idea. Who knew what happened if it was thrown in the higher dimensions or the material dimensions? Rather than risk the witch waking up in space, Ves would rather destroy her body and her accompanying escape pod entirely. The question therefore moved on to determining what he should do with the excess materials. Throwing it in space after he processed it seemed wasteful. It also risked exposing his renewable Breyer alloy mine. After all, there was no native source for the constituent materials of Breyer alloy in the Komodo star sector. While it was possible to import the materials, it was not economic to do so. If someone found a lot of Breyer alloy chucked into space, Ves might inadvertently attract a lot of unwelcome attention. Therefore, aside from slowing the production process and dumping the materials from the ship while she was engaging in FTL, Ves found another outlet for his excess materials. "Keep eating, Lucky!" Ves grinned. "There is enough Calcus iron and lesser geonode to stuff yourself stupid." "Meow meow!" Lucky blinked his eyes as if he was in bliss. His teeth effortlessly crunched a chunk of lesser geonode as if it was nothing but a crispy snack. Although 235C Breyer alloy blended over a dozen different materials, the forging machine aboard the Scarlet Rose could extract 4 of the most important materials. As for the other exotics, they simply lost effect and broke down entirely due to the destructive recycling process. While it was a shame to lose those valuable trace materials, what the forging machine managed to retrieve intact was enough to make Ves ecstatic. The most abundant material was a medium-grade exotic called Calcus iron. Making up 67% of the alloy, the iron-like material was responsible for most of its basic properties. Without its hardness and toughness, Breyer alloy could never be as resilient. The second most abundant material was lesser geonode, which made up 29.4% of the alloy. Though this was a very large proportion, the medium-grade exotic did not actually strengthen the Breyer alloy. Instead, it mostly served as a binding material that allowed the Calcus iron to play nice with other potent exotics without provoking an undesirable reaction. Lesser geonode worked wonderfully as an auxiliary material that stabilized many different exotics, and was used in many other alloy formulas for this reason. The third most prevalent material was Talman metal, which was a high-grade exotic that patched up the main weakness of Calcus iron. Though Calcus iron was very hard and tough, thereby making it very resilient against physical damage, it did not fare very well against heat and energy damage. For this reason, 3.58% of the Breyer alloy consisted of Talman metal, which massively improved this shortcoming, though at great cost. Talman metal was not cheap in the slightest. The fact that 235C Breyer alloy only incorporated so little of it was already a very generous proportion. In fact, some of the better variants of Breyer alloy actually blended in a greater proportion of Talman metal. The last important material in the alloy formula was a high-grade exotic called Amris. Consisting of just 0.02% of the alloy that made up the main structure of the escape pod, just a little bit of it significantly improved the shock absorbance attribute. Any shock exerted onto the Breyer alloy partially disappeared into nowhere due to the strange effects of Amris. Aside from that, Amris also seemed to strengthen Breyer alloy in more subtle ways. VS didn't have enough information to find out more. The sources he had at hand did not really explain the full potential of this trace exotic. With his knowledge of metallurgy, VS could slowly figure out its properties by performing some research. He could also scour the galactic net for information or seek detailed information from the MTA or an exclusive library in exchange for payment. Right now, VS did not have the time to figure out its properties and uses. He could only put Omri's aside. Due to its high value and small volume, VS did not allow Lucky to eat it. With how little of it the forging machine produced, he did not fear weighing the Scarlet Rose down even if he recycled 1,000,000 escape pods. In total, these 4 exotics each had their own uses. Whether VS alloyed them back together or blended them with different materials, he could produce an endless variety of alloys. Of course, trying to preserve the original 235C Briar alloy was a little difficult. If VS wanted to retain its properties, then he couldn't melt it down and destroy its original structure. After spending some at the Mech Workshop, VS discovered that Briar alloy was still malleable enough to be reshaped as long as he applied enough force. This was very difficult, especially when the Briar alloy was still as thick as the layer applied to the escape pod. For now, VS did not have the equipment to reshape the Briar alloy into armor plating or other end product. He would have to take care of this after he ended his flight. Regardless, just the 4 exotics is enough to form all kinds of resilient alloys. Perhaps the best use he found was producing a large batch of Gauss cannon projectiles. Such products often came in the form of solid slugs made out of very hard materials. The rounds produced from this new supply of materials were absolutely better than the conventional ammunition. Almost nobody could bear to waste high-grade exotics on a consumable product. Yet the effect of doing so often yielded greater results. With his new batch of Gauss cannon projectiles, the Kraven became a lot more deadly. Against very tough targets, the rounds wouldn't shatter as easily. The armor-penetrating properties of the new batch was at least multiple times better. If VS had more time, he would have incorporated some of the materials in the missiles, but that was far too much work for him to accomplish on his own. The benefits were also a bit too marginal, as missiles generally relied on their payloads to deal damage. Time passed by. As VS and Lucky became obsessed with Briar alloy, the Scarlet Rose quietly made it through the Great Zonar Republic without encountering another prepared ambush. Whether his enemies gave up or failed to catch the ship at the right star system, the Scarlet Rose managed to escape trouble for 2 weeks. By the time the mobile supply frigate left the Great Zonar Republic, VS had entered the final stretch of his flight. As long as the Scarlet Rose managed to pass through the territories of the Cretia Republic, VS would be safe. The chance of encountering hostiles in the territory controlled by the Ilvain Protectorate was minimal. Just as VS started to hope for a safe and quiet return, the Scarlet Rose finally bumped into a hostile force. The alarm that rang from his comm and the Mech Workshop shocked him to no end. After realizing what was going on, he dropped his tools, pulled Lucky away from his perch, and ran to the bridge. Once he arrived, he seated himself on the captain's chair and called up the data gathered by the sensors. The threat just arrived at the same emergence zone that the Scarlet Rose had entered a few hours ago. With 2 hours to go until his ship finished cycling her FTL drive, VS did not expect any dangers to occur once a sensor sweep revealed no starships in the vicinity. For a new ship to arrive in the same emergence zone was very alarming. This was especially the case when the new arrival also happened to be close enough to intercept the Scarlet Rose within an hour. The new arrival did not hide her identity. Her transponder not only broadcasted her ship identity, but also her allegiance. The ship just happened to belong to the Coalition Reserve Corps. "Damn it!" he cursed. The Friday men finally caught up. I knew the good days wouldn't last. The CRC did not dispatch some harmless scout ship either. The ship that emerged happened to be a frigate that was somewhat similar to the Scarlet Rose. This explained her speed and ability to catch up to his flight. Unlike his own ship, the new CRC vessel did not appear to be a mobile supply frigate. She looked sleeker, faster, and much more oriented towards combat action. Her mech hangar compartment looked a bit larger as well, which hinted that the hostile ship probably carried more mechs as well. Because of the lack of mech pilots, his battle bots weren't capable of fending off an equal number of mechs. If his battle bots happened to be outnumbered by a bunch of second-class mechs, then defeat was almost assured. Chapter 1769 Taranak. The doom that hung over his head never went away. Ves just forgot about it when he became obsessed with exploiting the production loop. He came up with a lot of ideas on how to make use of this seemingly endless source of briar alloy. After several weeks had passed, the loop showed no signs of stopping. Whatever technique Cassandra Briar performed, its programming obviously did not account for the absurdity that Ves subjected her to. If she was conscious, there was no way she would approve of his exploitation. Fortunately, she never showed any signs of waking up after the forging machine burned her body up over 1,000 times. Just like a cleaning bot that kept bumping into a wall after its programming glitched, Cassandra Briar seemed incapable of changing her current fate. Perhaps she wasn't even aware of her current circumstances. Ves was especially surprised when her spiritual energy levels remained constant despite the constant creation of briar alloy. Matter didn't come out of nowhere. Ves believed that not even gods were capable of circumventing this fundamental truth. Matter was energy and energy was matter. The human race had long invented ways to convert energy into matter and vice versa. It was just that this process was extremely inefficient. A humongous amount of energy was needed to generate a modest amount of matter. Tech constraints also made it impossible or impractical to create valuable exotics. Otherwise, the Big Two wouldn't have needed to launch an invasion of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. It could simply sit on its Dyson spheres and transform an endless amount of solar radiation into phase water. This was why Ves continued to find the current situation absurd. What Cassandra Briar casually managed to do in her strange undeath state ought to be impractical at best and impossible at worst. Ves had the sense that he had inadvertently come in touch with a facet of human civilization which was very dangerous. Could Cassandra Briar be an associate of his mother? Was she an agent of the Five Scrolls Compact? Whatever the case, if some random mummified corpse casually performed a feat that could only be replicated with extremely advanced technology, then there must doubtlessly be other people out there who wielded greater powers. Ves had a feeling that he would definitely be able to bump into these spiritual adepts if he traveled to the galactic center. The chances of bumping into someone as powerful as Cassandra Briar shouldn't be too large in the expansive galactic rim. This was also why he suspected that the woman must be targeting him specifically rather than the Scarlet Rose. "How troublesome," he muttered. He couldn't wait to return and find out whether he could sustain the loop while stepping out of the ship. If it turned out that he could only keep up production while he was physically present on the Scarlet Rose, then he wouldn't be able to profit as much from this process. Yet before he could return to safety, the Friday Coalition finally managed to catch up to his flight. The Coalition Reserve Corps hadn't been sitting on its thumbs all this time. Aside from putting a bounty on his ship and encouraging masses of mercenaries to do its dirty work, the people in charge also redirected their own assets. The Hunter frigate that showed up just happened to be in a prime position to intercept the Scarlet Rose. Not only did she emerge a stone's throw away from his ship, but her relative motion to his ship even provided her with a head start. The Scarlet Rose's navigation systems went to work. By measuring the relative position, speed, and acceleration of the new arrival, Ves quickly found out that he had only 66 minutes left until the hostile ship came close enough to start a battle. What awful timing! According to the transponders, the frigate bore the name of Terranak. Ves tried to search up her name and ship class in the internal database of the Scarlet Rose as well as Ashlink's personal terminal. No match. The Terranak was probably one of the CRC's more clandestine vessels. Her amazing acceleration made it clear that she probably excelled in pursuits. This signified that the Terranak would definitely catch up even if Ves managed to escape this star system. If she was fully crewed, the Terranak's comprehensive performance was leagues better than the Scarlet Rose. Ves had to shake the Terranak off right away if he wanted to complete the final leg of his journey. Out of curiosity, Ves attempted to hail the Terranak. The other side did not accept his transmission request. It appeared that his hunters were very professional. There was no need to talk between each other. As far as the crew of the Terranak was concerned, the capture of the Scarlet Rose was inevitable. Both sides knew the score. The CRC had slowly dug out many of the cards that Ves depended upon to escape from its clutches. All of the earlier battles against the mercenaries gave the CRC plenty of footage to study his battle bots in depth. With Ashlyn Curver, their original designer, in their employ, the CRC probably figured out all of the weak points of her former mechs. Ves briefly grinned. Many of those weak points aren't as vulnerable as before. With a steady supply of Briar alloy, Ves did not hold back in strengthening the overall structure of the battle bots. He not only supplied the Paravan with a brand new tower shield that consisted entirely of Briar alloy, but also modified the structure of all 4 battlebots to vary their existing structure. By and large, Ves substantially added a lot of armor plating to strengthen their resilience. While their mobility dropped, the boost in defense was more than worth the trade-off in his eyes. Yet will this unexpected change be enough to hinder the Terranak? Probably not, he sighed. The Friday coalition came prepared. As the Terranak slowly closed the distance, Ves tried to figure out every possible way he could avoid a confrontation. To his distress, Ves failed to come up with a way to forestall the inevitable. He entertained options he already ruled out, such as overloading the propulsion system. He also considered some unconventional plans, such as throwing the mysterious escape pod in the flight path of the Terranak. A part of him hoped that Cassandra Briar, or at least a duplicate of her, would wake up when the Terranak picked her up and wreak havoc inside the ship. However, Ves quickly discarded this unrealistic option. If Cassandra woke up, she was liable to turn her ire towards him rather than the Terranak. To pin his hopes on her was pure folly. "I don't really have that many options," he helplessly observed. His options hadn't changed since he first contemplated them. In fact, they probably diminished a bit as Ves did not believe he could abandon ship and sneak away unnoticed with the help of Ashlink's special escape pod. The CRC must surely be aware of the existence of this escape pod. The Terranak could easily configure her sensors to detect the minute emissions the special escape pod couldn't cover up while in stealth. Where could he go, anyway? This star system was just as barren and lifeless as his other stops. The only possible ship that Ves could board in order to escape the star system was the Terranak. There was no way the CRC would make the same mistake twice. Ves bet that the internal security complement of the Terranak had gone into high alert the moment the ship confirmed the presence of the Scarlet Rose. Ves did not have weeks to tamper with the Terranak's internal security systems. The entire frigate would definitely fight him every step of the way if he happened to board the ship. It didn't matter if Ves obtained better gear. He salvaged much of his combat gear from the former crew of the Scarlet Rose. It didn't matter if he extended the runtime of his full stealth augment. He exchanged 1 million DP for this gain, but the crew of the Terranak wouldn't be stupid to allow an invisible infiltrator to kill them off one by one. Perhaps Lucky stood a greater chance at wiping out the Terranak's crew. His capabilities recently improved a lot by consuming so many expensive exotics. With his intangibility and invisibility powers, it should be impossible for the crew to pin Lucky down. Yet even if his cat somehow managed to succeed, where would that get him? Taking over the Terranak was of no benefit at all as long as her mechs kept the ship at gunpoint. Ves suspected that the enemy commander wouldn't be so stupid to keep all of his mechs close enough to be within reach of any nearby threats. While Lucky was capable of flying in space, he merely moved and accelerated as a bird. It was too impractical for him to cross the vast distances in space and attack all of the mechs. As Ves ruled out option after option, he finally couldn't escape the unfortunate fact that only a frontal battle between his battlebots and the Terranak's mechs would allow him to overcome this crisis. "Looks like we're at the end of our rope, Lucky." Meow. "Yeah. We might as well try." Seeing that he could do nothing else, Ves left the bridge and entered the mech workshop. He methodically activated his battlebots and put them on standby while he inspected the machines. All 4 machines exhibited a bit more armor plating. The Briar Ally added to their frames ruined their aesthetic contours, turning them into machines that significantly diverged from Aishling's original vision for her bodyguard mechs. Ves had no choice but to place his faith on these tainted machines. Compared to facing hundreds of third-rate mercenary mechs, he held little confidence that his battlebots would succeed this time. Yet he did not give up. He had come too far to stop at this point. "Even if I'm defeated, it's not the end." As long as the Terranak was out to capture him, Ves would still be able to bide his time and attempt another escape, especially if Lucky stayed hidden. Of course, the Friday Coalition wouldn't be as complacent as last time. Now that he became known as an escape artist, they'll probably keep him confined until the Terranak brought him all the way back to the Warsaw Giant system. "Does Aisling even want me still?" he frowned. If not, then Ves was in big trouble. As time continued to pass, the time to deploy his battlebots had come. He stepped behind a familiar control panel. 4 separate projected interfaces came online as the battlebots launched into space one by one. Each of the machines lined up next to the Scarlet Rose in order to greet the appearance of the enemy mechs. Soon enough, the Terranak showed some activity. Ves directed the Scarlet Rose's optical sensors to observe the opposite ship carefully. A second-class mech appeared into space. Ves instantly studied its visual design and figured its basic properties. One offensive space knight. Armed with a lance as well as a sword. Excels in charges. Secondary systems unknown as of now. 2 light skirmishers. Their models are identical, with only small divergences to account for the preferences of their mech pilots. Armament unknown, but likely consists of daggers. 2 rifleman mechs. Both armed with powerful Gauss rifles. Good choice. Energy weapons take too much time to penetrate the armor of my battlebots. Too bad they didn't account for my Briar alloy. 1 striker mech. Armed with some sort of energy projector rather than a shotgun. Extremely deadly in close range. Forms an extreme deterrent against my melee battlebots. 6 second-class mechs. Each of them also looked formidable. At the very least, their quality did not lose out from Aishling's bodyguard mechs too much. Chapter 1770 Battle Modifications. 1 Space Knight, one striker mech, two rifleman mechs, and two light skirmishers formed a fairly small but effective team. As VS studied their appearances, energy signatures, and other data captured by the Scarlet Rose's sensors, he continually discovered new aspects and nuances that distinguished their designs. They're not civilian designs. They're built according to a higher standard. Not military, but reasonably close to it. Their designs also don't share anything in common. Each design was the product of a different mech designer, or rather design teams. All of the mechs featured mature designs with hardly any pronounced weaknesses aside from the ones inherent to their mech types. The degree of optimization in their technical makeup caused VS to feel a lot of professional respect for their designers. These are some really great mechs. Their designs were definitely the work of seniors, which only increased the disparity between the mechs and his battle bots. Though VS modified the Kraven, Seltzer, Paravin, and Fliskin considerably, they still retained the characteristics of their original designs. Lady Aisling Curver designed and built each of the mechs. Though she employed some of the best tech and materials a direct disciple had access to, her design style still showed many traces of immaturity. Her professional experience simply couldn't catch up to those seniors who were predominantly over a century old. To be honest, this was a problem that could hardly be solved aside from collaborating with an experienced mech designer. Even the mechs designed by VS and Gloriana still contained some quirks that weren't very ideal. Fortunately, Gloriana's specialty excelled at stamping out faults, which allowed each of their recent products to approach the quality and polish expected from a mech designed by a senior. VS did not enjoy that advantage right now. In a serious battle, the shortcomings of the four former mechs designed by Aisling Curver would probably become critical vulnerabilities to his opponents. The CRC is definitely aware of the characteristics of Aisling's works. Right now, VS faced a pretty severe information disparity. His opponents knew almost everything about the original designs of his battle bots. In contrast, VS could only glean the properties of the 6 enemy mechs by observing their surface appearances. If VS had to analyze third-class mechs, then he would immediately feel at ease. Not only did he grow up with third-class mechs, their low-tech base, cheap construction, and large components didn't leave much room for complexity. By looking at a third-class mech on the surface, VS confidently believed he could glean at least 80% of their characteristics. It was different this time. Watching the 6 approaching mechs gave him the feeling as if he was only perceiving the outermost layer of an onion. His lack of fluency with regards to second-class mechs and their inherently higher complexity prevented him from making solid judgments about their internal characteristics. He did not forget the lessons he learned from Gloriana, Tristan, and the textbooks left behind by Aisling. Second-class mechs rarely featured only one main system. Due to their higher tech and material base, many essential components had been miniaturized, thereby freeing up a considerable amount of internal volume that could be filled with all kinds of offensive and auxiliary systems. His 4 battle bots each incorporated multiple weapon systems and auxiliary systems, so the mechs deployed from the Terranak should be no different. While VS had to painstakingly tease out the secret capabilities of the enemy mechs, his opponents held no such burden. The 6 mechs formed into a loose formation and steadily sped up to the vainly fleeing Scarlet Rose as if the outcome was already set in stone. Though VS felt affronted by the arrogance radiating from the Friday Man mechs, he had no right to speak at the moment. I should focus on the battle instead of depressing my confidence. He knew that if he continued to lament his inferiority, the Friday men didn't have to defeat him. He already defeated himself in his mind. In order to remain stable, VS concentrated his mind and started to cast out most of his unnecessary thoughts. Only the battle mattered. It was time to enact his plan. "Deploy defensive fixtures," he commanded. The mech hangar disgorged a pair of containers, which the battle bots quickly grabbed hold of. Under his direction, the machines placed the containers on the hull of the Scarlet Rose, upon which the magnetic nodes installed on their bottom surface anchored them against the surface of the ship. The bots carefully opened the containers and began to pull out moderately thick metal sheets before pressing them against the hull. The bots continued to place more and more metal sheets against the hull, each of them shaped in a way that allowed them to slot together like puzzle pieces. Within minutes, a very clear shape came into existence. The 4 battle bots pieced together a bunker. The bunker stuck on the hull of the ship like an ugly pimple. The aesthetic of the Scarlet Rose was completely ruined by this crude metal bunker made out of modular sheets. Ves tried to guess what his opponents thought about his actions. They must be scratching their heads right now. He already guessed from the configuration of the team dispatched by the Terranak that his opponents aimed to capture him and ship intact. As long as they destroyed his battlebots, they could easily restrain the Scarlet Rose long enough to transfer over a team of commandos. Since they wanted to avoid damaging the ship, Ves did not have to worry too much about the Scarlet Rose suffering an excessive amount of damage. Only 2 out of 6 enemy mechs consisted of ranged mechs, and Ves already observed they wielded dual-type laser and particle beam rifles. "It's similar to the rifle of the Seltzer." The 2 enemy ranged mechs clearly acted as fire support. The 3 melee mechs clearly played the main roles, while the striker mech with its devastating close-ranged firepower acted as a reserve if the opposition was more formidable than expected. The key here was that the latter 4 mechs were only effective at close range. While the battle bots under his control lost out badly in terms of close-ranged combat strength, at longer ranges his side actually held the upper hand. "If I want to win this battle, I'll have to maximize my ranged advantage." In the last couple of days, Ves hadn't been wasting his time. The constant supply of briar alloy allowed Ves to come up with all kinds of preparations in the event of an arduous battle. Aside from cladding his 4 battle bots with more armor, he also formed the moduled metal sheets to serve as the building blocks of an improvised bunker. Though the sheets weren't very thick, his battle bots stacked another batch of sheets on top of the first one. By the time the bots finished constructing the bunker, at least 5 separate layers sheltered the Kraven and the Seltzer from outside damage. Only small openings remained that were large enough to allow their weapons to fire outwards. The bunker only barely accommodated the 2 ranged mechs, so the Paravin and the Fliskin were left out by the time they installed the final pieces of the puzzle. Ves instructed the 2 mechs to shelter behind the Scarlet Rose. At this stage, they weren't needed. Their limited ranged armament was of no use at this moment. The bunker didn't just contain the Kraven and the Seltzer. The bots also retrieved various supplies such as energy cells and weirdly shaped heatsinks from the 2 containers. Right now, the Seltzer picked up one of the heatsinks, which happened to consist of the same material as the bunker, and slotted it onto his dual-type rifle. The Kraven held its Gauss cannon upwards and slotted it through the hole directly above the bot. The Seltzer followed suit, the heatsink attached to the rifle sticking very prominently from the weapon. "Fire!" The range was a bit too far, but Ves didn't care about wasting ammunition and energy. This was the most difficult battle of his journey so far, and he could not afford to hold anything back. The Gauss cannon fired first. The bunker and the rest of the ship shuddered as a considerable portion of its recoil transferred to the Scarlet Rose. The projectile that the Kraven fired was not the conventional slug it fired previously. Not only had Ves fabricated a large batch of Gauss cannon rounds out of briar alloy, but he also modified them in a special way. If Ves tried to hit the Terranak or the 6 mechs with a single slug, the chance of hitting them was too small. This was why the Kraven released something other than a normal slug. When the round reached medium range, its outer shell suddenly broke apart. Several dozen shards slowly diverged and spread out as if fired by a shotgun. Although their angles didn't diverge very much, their extremely high speed and the huge amount of distance they traversed quickly caused them to spread out across several hundred meters by the time they reached their targets. One sharp shard dug into the shield of the Space Knight with considerable force, surprising the Friday men sent to recapture their property. Active countermeasure. The team of mechs quickly responded to this unexpected offensive. Ports built into the exterior of the two riflemen mechs abruptly opened and released several jets of particles. These jets quickly bloomed around the loose formation, engulfing the mechs in a particle dust cloud that hindered many sensor types from distinguishing what was hiding within. Damn it! Ves slammed his fist against the console. The sensor arrays of the Scarlet Rose and the BattleBots completely failed to penetrate this masking cloud. The particles deployed by the two ranged mechs just happened to be tailored against the configuration of his own hardware. This was the advantage of going up against their own machines. The Coalition Reserve Corps used their information advantage to maximum effect. Nonetheless, the particle cloud only encompassed a decently sized area of space around the formation. As the Seltzer began to fire random laser beams, Ves had the sense that none of them hit their intended targets. It was too difficult to land a hit in this obscuring cloud. This happened to be very effective against the Seltzer, which mainly fired concentrated beams that absolutely had to hit in order to deal effective damage. Ves grimaced, but quickly recovered. His fingers danced over the control panel. Defocus the laser beam. He minutely adjusted the Seltzer's rifle to fire a laser beam that minutely expanded as it traveled through space. Though the angle only expanded by a tiny fraction of a degree, at longer ranges the beam quickly expanded into a cone that stretched up to 100 meters by the time it reached the cloud. While Ves failed to see any results, his intuition told him that at least some of these laser blasts managed to hit the mechs. The problem is that the energy is too dispersed. Even if a portion of the expanded laser blast managed to clip a mech, the dispersal of energy meant that the affected target only suffered a small portion of damage. The Seltzer had to fire its weapon hundreds of times in order to damage a mech this way. Ves briefly grinned. Heat and energy are of no concern this time. Rather than letting the Seltzer control its fire rate in order to avoid depleting its energy, Ves forcibly ordered it to fire its dual-type rifle as fast as possible. Ordinarily, this would have heated up the rifle and the mech rapidly, but the heatsink made out of briar alloy just happened to absorb a decent amount of heat. When the heatsink started to reach a limit, the Seltzer detached the heatsink and just threw it out of the bunker before slotting in a new one. Heat management was no problem this time. As for energy, the Seltzer had to worry even less. Ves already prepared plenty of spare energy cells. Even if the BattleBot consumed much of their charges in earlier battles, Ves had already replenished them by tapping in the energy provided by the ship's power reactor. Energy weapons were extremely convenient to use in extended battles and campaigns for this reason. Now that Ves solved the heat problem, the Seltzer could fire its rifle without any risk of overheating its weapon. The enemy mechs already started to note the abnormalities. They never expected to meet such vigorous resistance at this range. Chapter 1771 Exchange of Fire. Hidden beneath the bunker installed on the surface of the Scarlet Rose, the Kraven and the Seltzer unleashed a lot more firepower than their opponents anticipated. The Kraven fired rounds that splintered off into deadly shards. The Terranak did not expect to encounter this type of ammunition. What surprised the 6 mech pilots from the Friday Coalition the most was that these shards were not as trivial as they thought. The shield of the Space Knight and the exterior of the other mechs bore various scars. In the worst cases, the shards managed to dig deep enough to remain embedded in the material. Suffice to say, the Terranac quickly figured out that these shards actually consisted of high-quality materials. Where did this come from? Did Lady Curva withhold any information? The crew of the Terranac formed all kinds of guesses. Perhaps the Scarlet Rose picked up a shipping container during her flight. Perhaps Ves managed to make a black market transaction back in the Great Zona Republic. Perhaps Lady Curva secretly used her mission to smuggle a batch of high-value materials. Whatever the case, the Kraven posed a lot more threat than before. Obscuring their formation in a particle cloud didn't help much at all, since the spread of the shards was already beyond the Kraven's control. Though getting hit by a shard did not immediately spell disaster, the frequency of hits would soon take a toll on the mechs if they got hit. The light skirmishers that ordinarily would have tried to avoid getting hit by taking advantage of their superior mobility had to take care the most. Ves estimated that their defensive prowess was similar to that of the Fliskin. While this granted them superior mobility, there was no meaningful way to cheat the random spread pattern of continuous bursts of shards. Therefore, hidden inside the particle cloud, the light skirmishers all converged behind the Space Knight. The mechs hid their slim profiles behind the larger and thicker Space Knight and its prominent shield. Even though the shield featured numerous shards, it was resilient enough to hold out for a long time against this dispersed bombardment of shards. However, the Space Knight and the other exposed mechs did not just have to contend against this rain of shards. The Seltzer also outputted a considerable amount of firepower. Though its expanding laser blasts only transferred a minute amount of damage to the stricken mechs, its large area of effect basically guaranteed that all of the mechs barring the hiding light skirmisher endured some heat and energy damage. This was not that much of a problem at the start, but the continuous absorption of heat began to burden their own heat management systems while beginning to melt some of their surface layers. The damage dealt by the Kraven and the Seltzer was considerable when taken in isolation, but not enough to threaten the integrity of the coalition mechs. However, when the damage dealt by the two mechs overlapped, the enemy mech pilots started to feel some discomfort. The constant heat and energy damage applied to the exterior of the mechs softened up the surface layers of their armor coverage. This allowed the sporadic shards that hit the mechs to dig in deeper and deal more serious damage. As Ves observed the approaching particle cloud while two of his battle bots bombarded it with their weapons with abandon, he became a little frustrated at the lack of information. He could only guess what was going on inside this obscuring cloud. As long as the two rifleman mechs kept releasing particles, Ves had no way of confirming the results of his tactics. Fighting against the forces of a second-rate state was much more challenging than he expected. None of the people on the enemy's side was incompetent. Their mechs, mech pilots, and commanders all represented the might of the Friday Coalition. The mechs of the Terranac didn't allow the ranged battle bots to beat them up with impunity. As soon as the particle cloud entered within effective range, the ranged mechs finally started firing their weapons. Unlike the Seltzer, the rifleman mechs opted to fire particle beams. Since the mechs had been designed to release the obscuring particle clouds, their sensors and targeting systems had been specifically tuned to overcome their interference. The Coalition rifleman mechs accurately managed to hit the bunker atop the Scarlet Rose with their particle beams. A pair of bright blue beams impacted the top of the bunker in an instant, causing its upper sheets to endure a considerable amount of physical and energy damage. However, as the beams sputtered out, only a few surface layers exhibited some damage. Briar alloy was just as tough as the high-quality compressed armor plating of a second-class mech. While the Friday Coalition used better alloys, they were incredibly expensive. The advantage held by VS was that he was not short on briar alloy. Even though the particle beams managed to penetrate some of the sheets after repeating, the bunker consisted of 5 layers of alloy sheets, which basically made the bunker as thick as a defensive mech shield. Though it was not impossible for the bunker to get breached, it would take a long time before the 2 enemy riflemen mechs got through all of the layers. Even then, his enemies still had to defeat the Kraven and the Seltzer as well. It's all moot if those melee mechs managed to close the distance, though. VS replaced his grin with a frown. The enemy rifleman mechs were just meant to soften up his battlebots, which VS managed to forestall by installing a bunker. The true threat still lay in the Space Knight, Striker mech and light skirmishers. The interception continued. Because the coalition mechs were chasing a fleeing target, it took quite some time for the former to catch up to latter. VS made the most out of this window of time by ordering the Kraven and the Seltzer to fire their weapons with abandon. The Kraven's Gauss cannon came under an increasing amount of stress as VS did not hold back in maximizing its firing rate. He had studied the weapon carefully and already knew exactly how far he could push without breaking the weapon. Each shot consumed a considerable amount of energy, causing the Kraven to go through a lot of energy cells in a short amount of time. What was worse was that the Seltzer turned into an energy hog as well. The huge buildup of heat and the frequent swapping of heat sinks was a very obvious indicator to how much energy the mech consumed. The energy expenditure got so bad that the stash of energy cells rapidly ran out. It's a good thing I've already anticipated this outcome. A couple of lifter bots emerged from the mech hangar, sneaked through a hole built into the side of the bunker, and dropped the recharged energy cells they carried onto a magnetic plate. The bots then picked up the energy cells that the Kraven and Seltzer already expended and flew back into the mech hangar. From there, the bots hooked up the energy cells to a dedicated charging machine that rapidly replenished their reserves. The power supply of a starship was a lot more formidable than that of a mech. It was no problem at all for the Scarlet Rose to recharge the energy cells 100 times. All of these arrangements that VS improvised beforehand allowed his 2 battlebots to output a lot more damage than his enemies expected to meet. VS was sure his opponents were starting to get worried, especially as the enemy rifleman mech still hadn't been able to breach the bunker. He did not grow complacent though. As the enemy mechs continued to sustain more and more damage from the shards and dispersed laser blasts, they would surely be in a bad shape by the time they caught up to the Scarlet Rose. How could his enemies ever allow that to happen? Hidden within the particle cloud, the striker mech that ordinarily should have been effective at close range suddenly started to shift. Several protruding modules built onto its back and shoulders started to open up, revealing several launcher tubes. 40 missiles suddenly launched out of the striker mech. Several more salvos followed until the mech released 160 missiles in total. The 4 salvos diverged from each other and arced towards the Scarlet Rose from 4 different directions. Their acceleration varied minutely in order to ensure that all of the missile salvos impacted their targets at the same time. VS cursed when he noticed the missile launch. I knew their mechs weren't so simple. Missiles were some of the most thorniest weapon systems he could face. Almost every missile looked the same, but their payload and other properties varied enormously. VS had no idea how dangerous these missiles were. At best, the missiles were standard issue and contained just enough power to fracture a single sheet of briar alloy. At worst, their payloads actually consisted of a tiny amount of antimatter, which was enough to crack the Scarlet Rose in half. The missiles shouldn't be so potent, though, he muttered. Because the missiles had been launched from a secondary weapon system, it was unlikely for them to be too powerful. It was too uneconomical to supply extremely potent missiles to mechs that didn't specialize in missile weapon systems. Ves also guessed that the Coalition Reserve Corps shouldn't enjoy a budget that was extravagant enough to supply their mechs with such excessive firepower. While the missiles rapidly boosted towards the Scarlet Rose, Ves tried to glean their details by scanning them as best he could manage. Unfortunately, the missiles came with a very sophisticated ECM system that just happened to be tuned against the Scarlet Rose's sensor array. It was impossible for him to glean any details out of the missiles, let alone trying to intercept them before they struck their target. "Since you like missiles so much, here's mine!" The Kraven boasted missile launchers as well. After positioning them over some narrow slows in the bunker, the mech fired its own missile salvos. A lesser amount of missiles closed in on the enemy mechs. Because they were continually closing in on the Scarlet Rose, the missiles released by the Kraven happened to reach them first. Soon enough, the missiles reached into the particle cloud, where they soon disappeared. The high amount of interference from the particle cloud also rendered the missiles blind and deaf once they got inside. The chance of any of the missiles hitting their targets was minuscule. Ves regretted that he didn't have the time to modify the payloads of the missiles. If he could have just 1 or 2 weeks, he could convert several salvos of missiles into releasing shrapnel made out of briar alloy upon detonation. As it was, the missiles launched by the Kraven could only act on their programming and explode randomly as soon as they entered the particle cloud. No damage? The enemy rifleman mech still maintained the particle cloud, but its density suddenly dropped in half. Yes. At least some missiles managed to score a hit. One of the rifleman mechs definitely sustained some damage. Not only did it stop releasing particles, its rifle also fell silent. Ves did not have long to study the effects of the Kraven's missile salvos, because the enemy missiles soon reached the Scarlet Rose. The 4 separate salvos, which had dispersed in the first half of their journey, were all converging on a single point on the Scarlet Rose's hull. Rather than hitting her propulsion system or any vulnerable areas, the missiles all impacted the bunker, causing it to become engulfed in a cascade of rapid explosions. Ves held onto the control panel and braced himself as the Scarlet Rose shuddered from the repeated explosions. While none of them were powerful enough to breach the ship, the large amount of missile detonations still posed a considerable threat. Chapter 1772 Lost Advantage. As the aftermath of the missile detonations subsided, the Scarlet Rose stopped shaking from all of the shockwaves. Ves opened his eyes and studied the exterior feed from the Scarlet Rose. The bunker appeared to be in a very bad shape. The potency of the missiles fired by the mechs of the Coalition surpassed that of the missiles fired by the Kraven. That's unfair! The enemy not only came prepared, but also better equipped. That had been clear through the initial appearance of the Terranak. Unlike Ashlink's bodyguard mechs, which were mainly designed to repel opportunistic attacks, the mechs of the Terranak were fully kit out for battle. This reflected in the increased amount of mechs the Terranak was capable of deploying as well as the quality of their missiles. Ves waited for another wave of missiles to appear, but none ever arrived. The small CRC strike force didn't seem to rely too much on missiles. Of course, the effect of their initial salvos of missiles had been quite potent. After suffering from 160 different missile explosions, the bunker appeared to be a shell of its former self. A jagged hole had formed at the top which negated virtually all of the frontal protection afforded the mechs inside. The Kraven and the Selzer both suffered from their extremely close proximity to the detonations. Their surface layer and supplemental briar armor plating all featured a significant amount of cracks, indicating that they suffered considerably. What worried Ves even more was that both mechs sustained significant damage to their weapons. While the Gauss cannon and dual-type rifle were robust enough to withstand at least some damage, Ves noted that their telemetry conveyed various warning signals. He couldn't afford to stress the weapons any further. Seeing that he had no choice, Ves altered the Kraven and the Seltzer's instructions, causing them to leave the bunker and take up other positions while slowly firing at the approaching mechs. At least they knew where to fire this time. Since one of the rifleman mechs stopped releasing particles, the other rifleman mech stopped as well. Just one source of particles was not enough to block out the Scarlet Rose's sensor systems, especially as the distance between them had closed. As enemy flew closer and closer, their counterattack intensified. With the Kraven and the Seltzer firing their weapons at a much reduced firing rate, the coalition mechs came under much less suppression. Though the shards fired by the Kraven and the laser blasts fired by the Seltzer had inflicted a significant toll on the two rifleman mechs, the most threatening mech still remained intact. The Space Knight's shield happened to have been struck by a missile or two as well, causing most of the shards embedded onto its surface to be blown away. What was left of the shield was not sufficient to cover the Space Knight anymore, but that was hardly a problem for the defensive mech. Its sheer bulk and armor was enough to endure the damage outputted by the two ranged mechs. The Striker mech, which had to withstand the sporadic attacks without any shield, all took the damage in stride. Its defensive prowess was just as good as the Space Knight, so the mech hadn't lost any functionality even as its surface layers looked awful. The only mechs that suffered the most happened to be the pair of rifleman mechs. They weren't as strong in defense as the Space Knight, had they been able to avoid all of the spread attacks. Though they were still firing particle beams at the Kraven, their cadence had dropped. Ves flicked his gaze to one of the sensor readouts, and noted that the rifleman mechs had heated up considerably. Though it appeared they came with an excellent heat management system, they had still reached their limit. If the mechs fired their rifles any faster, they were bound to overheat. Still, the damage is done, more or less, Ves muttered. The Kraven became a sitting duck due to its lack of mobility. Particle beam after particle beam continued to hit the mech even as it flew behind the Scarlet Rose in order to shelter behind her bulk. At this distance, the accuracy of the ranged fire of both sides increased. Even if they didn't fire as frequently, the hits kept on coming. Knowing that there was only a short time left before the enemy melee mech reached the Scarlet Rose, Ves issued two commands. First, the Paravin and the Fliskin stopped hiding behind the Scarlet Rose and started take position while firing their secondary armaments. While either mechs were very strong at ranged combat, at least they contributed a little bit in making the enemy ranged mechs a little uncomfortable. Second, the Kraven and the Seltzer concentrated all of their remaining firepower on the Striker mech. As a mech type designed to counter melee mechs, Ves dreaded it the most. If its energy projector released plasma or some other potent matter, the Fliskin wouldn't stand a chance. For this reason, he did not hesitate to order his two ranged mechs to concentrate their fire on this mech as opposed to the other possible targets. The enemy rifleman mechs had already expended much of their firepower, while the Space Knight had already lost its shield. The two light skirmishers remained the biggest threat, but Ves had no way of getting at them as they continued to shelter behind the Space Knight. Though the Striker mech already endured a lot of damage, the defensive mech hardly incurred any damage to the internals. This soon changed as the Kraven started to pound the mech with solid Gauss cannon slugs. Since the range between the two sides had decreased, Ves no longer bothered to chamber the Kraven's Gauss cannon with fragmenting rounds. Instead, the former artillery mech soon started to fire solid slugs at the Striker mech. As a defensive mech whose bulk rivaled that of the Space Knight, the Striker mech was not very agile. Its evasion pattern wasn't too impressive, though its ECM system was enough to ensure that most of the slugs missed the mech. However, Even as only 10% of the shots hit their mark, the damage dealt was extremely considerable. The full might of the Gauss cannon not only shattered the damaged armor of the striker mech, but also damaged some of its internal components. The slugs made out of briar alloy were just as tough as the armor of the striker mech, which meant that they wholly succeeded in transferring all of their kinetic energy onto the target without wasting any of it by shattering. The high-quality ammunition made a huge difference at this time, as each infrequent hit broke down the armor of the striker mech step by step. As the mechs flew nearer and nearer, the accuracy of the Kraven continued to increase. The striker mech's ECM system started to have less and less of an effect as the Scarlet Rose's powerful sensor arrays forcibly overpowered it through brute force. No matter how sophisticated a mech's ECM system worked, it could not compare against the power of an entire starship. The decreasing effectiveness of the enemy's ECM systems also benefited the Seltzer. Though it had already overheated by quite a bit, Ves did not hold back and finally commanded it to switch its dual-typed rifle's firing mode to particle beams. The bright blue beams kept hitting the striker mech with unerring accuracy. At this range, there was little challenge in hitting a relatively immobile target with a large energy signature. Even a bot could reliably land a hit. Under the sustained attacks, the striker mech finally incurred significant damage. Even without firing its short-range weapon even once, the mech plainly lost battle effectiveness as an awful tear in its abdomen area caused its internal power systems to be thrown into chaos. Yes! It's useless now! The mech pilot of the striker mech still managed to retain control, but that was only because the mech featured a lot of redundancy. Without all of these backup systems, the striker mech would have been inoperable by now. While the mech was still capable of keeping up with the formation and participate in the battle, the commander of Terranak evidently thought better. There was no need to sacrifice an entire mech. Soon enough, Ves noted that the half-crippled striker mech as well as the two spent rifleman mechs withdrew from the formation. Ves managed to take out at least half of the coalition mechs deployed against him. This was an incredible success, especially considering that none of his mechs had been paired with skilled human mech pilots. Yet, is it enough? Though Ves managed to inflict much greater damage onto his enemy than either side expected, his advantage wouldn't last for long. They're getting close. Ves always possessed a decisive advantage in ranged combat. With the help of his preparations, he managed to make the most out of this advantage. Yet the Terranak still retained 3 mechs. The heavily damaged Space Knight might have lost its shield, but it was still a considerable threat to the ship. Even now, Ves directed the Kraven and the Seltzer to direct their remaining firepower against this hardy mech, but there wasn't much time left to disable it completely. I'm out of time. The 2 light skirmishers that the enemy team had protected up to now finally reached the Scarlet Rose. Ves hastily directed the Paravan to entangle the opposite Space Knight. There was no use in directing this cumbersome battle bot against the light mechs. To deal with the 2 light skirmishers, Ves directed all 3 remaining battlebots against these agile target. The Kraven and the Seltzer both functioned as fire support. While the Kraven's Gauss cannon was too cumbersome to hit the light skirmishers, at the very least it added to the pressure. Ves placed a bit more hope on the Seltzer. Though it was reaching its limits, Ves disabled all of its safety limits and forced it to fire its rifle regardless of all of the damage it sustained by overheating its systems. He would rather wreck the Seltzer than lose this battle. Ves did the same for the Fliskin. Since it lacked a human mech pilot, the mech was able to perform maneuvers that surpassed the tolerance of its inertial dampeners, allowing it to accelerate more abruptly and perform more extreme maneuvers. Yet as the Fliskin finally met one of the light skirmishers in battle, his battlebot instantly incurred a huge cut. At the moment the two machines clashed, the coalition mech cleverly evaded the Fliskin's predictable charge and swiped its side with one of its ultra-sharp daggers. Though the layer of briar alloy applied on the Fliskin managed to mitigate some of the damage, the battlebot still suffered significantly. If not for the additional armor plating, the mech might have been disabled straight away. As the two light machines circles around for another pass, the Fliskin lost the exchange yet again. This time, it lost a third of its leg. In the fourth pass, it lost one of its arms, causing its battle effectiveness to drop in half. Finally, the enemy light skirmisher managed to circle behind the faltering Fliskin and damage critical parts of its flight system. No! The Fliskin, which failed to land a single scratch on its opponent, lost all mobility in space as its flight system completely shut down. Even though the Fliskin was still able to move its remaining limbs, without any solid surfaces to step on, the battlebot helplessly drifted away in space. In the meantime, the other light skirmisher hadn't been idle either. It rapidly flew towards the Kraven and instantly circled around the cumbersome former artillery mech and stabbed out in various places. As if knowing exactly where to strike, the mech pilot of the light skirmisher quickly managed to force the Kraven to lose power entirely. The machine soon joined the Fliskin into drifting off from the battlefield. The two light skirmishers, having disabled half of the battlebots, both approached their remaining targets. Ves practically saw two daggers of doom each striking out at his remaining protectors. There was nothing he could do to stop these attacks. Chapter 1773 Display of My. The Paravin and Selzer were practically sitting ducks against these supremely agile mechs. Ves practically despaired as he expected his last two war machines to go down in quick order. Yet before the light skirmishers closed the distance, two laser beams that appeared out of nowhere accurately struck their flight systems, causing them to veer off in their attack runs. What? Who's there? Due to the intensity of the running battle, Ves had tunnel visioned into controlling and directing his battlebots as best as possible in order to fend off the coalition mechs. This caused him to neglect the Scarlet Rose's alerts when her sensors detected a couple of ships that emerged in the vicinity of the battlefield. Though the distance between the new arrivals and the battlefield was fairly vast, a single mech managed to score two extremely accurate hits from an extremely long range. Ves widened his eyes. Though laser beams traveled at the speed of light, in practice it was incredibly hard to land a shot on a target at such an extreme range. Just a 0.0001 degree deviance in the aiming angle was enough for a laser beam to go wide. Yet not only did the mech deployed by the new arrivals manage to strike the enemy light skirmishers, but also hit their flight systems in a way that crippled their mobility. What a supreme display of marksmanship! Only mech pilots and mech designers understood how challenging it was to achieve pinpoint accuracy at such an extreme range. Not even second-class mech pilots ought to be able to accomplish this feat. The distant-ranged mech didn't stop after releasing those shots. As it continued to accelerate towards the battlefield, the mech rapidly released a series of powerful laser attacks that systematically dismantled the two hapless coalition light skirmishers as if they were meat on the chopping block. Just a dozen seconds later, the light skirmishers finally succumbed when the new mech struck their cockpits and instantly killed their mech pilots. Ves stood frozen behind his control panel as he witnessed a single defeat the two mechs as easy as drinking water. After finishing off the two swift targets, the approaching mech quickly directed its firepower at the enemy Space Knight. Though the coalition mech did a good job at beating up the Paravin, the moment the distant mech attacked it, the Space Knight fared no better than the light skirmishers. The power of the laser beams increased, yet the firing rate hadn't declined. powerful rays of lights continued to strike the various weak points of the Space Knight, causing it to lose a limb with every shot. This is incredible! How can a laser beam dismember a Space Knight so easily? The power of those laser beams was beyond comprehension to Ves. A defensive mech should never succumb so easily. Even if his battlebots managed to destroy the Space Knight's shield and soften up its surface armor, it would still take dozens of concentrated attacks for his Seltzer to separate a limb. Yet this new mech easily destroyed the Space Knight with a handful of high-powered shots. The Seltzer's rifle would quickly blow up if it attempted to fire such an overpowered laser attack. There was no sign the distant mech suffered from any overheating or other damage. In fact, the Scarlet Rose had a lot of difficulty trying to observe the distant mech. Even its ECM is powerful! Ves gasped. Once the new arrival wrecked the three mechs attacking the Scarlet Rose, the mech quickly redirected its flight and quickly struck down the retreating rifleman mech and striker mech that Ves had damaged earlier. Due to their awful conditions, the remaining three mechs dispatched by the Friday men went down without a fight. All 6 hostile mechs met their end within a single minute. Ves turned numb at the ease and speed in which these Friday men mechs fell like dominoes. Even if Ves weakened them considerably, a single mech shouldn't have been able to topple them over so easily. The battle situation changed at an instant due to the intervention of a third party. The Terranak, which lost all of her mechs, instantly turned around and overloaded her propulsion system. The Friday men knew they faced a fearsome opponent. Though the Terranak fled a lot faster than Ves thought, her acceleration paled in comparison to the new mech. Ves watched with astonishment as the Scarlet Rose tracked the movements of his savior with difficulty. What is this acceleration? The mobility of this rifleman mech is insane! The blue and black mech sped up towards the fleeing Terranak like a shark smelling blood. While its powerful ECM system prevented Ves from studying the mech in detail, he could still observe its acceleration and compare its mobility to other mechs. Ves made an astonishing conclusion. Its acceleration is multiple times greater than that of the Fliskin. The Fliskin was already a premier light skirmisher designed by Lady Curver. It was incredibly difficult to design a mech that accelerated just 20% faster, yet this new mech overpowered to such a degree that Ves suspected that it might be first-class mech. Did the MTA's compliance department come and save him or something? Why would they ever intervene in this battle? No! It's not the MTA! Once he got over his shock, he stopped trying to observe the powerful new mech that would assuredly intercept the Terranak. Instead, he directed his attention towards the 3 ships that appeared some distance away from the Scarlet. Unlike the sole mech they dispatched, the 3 ships did not hide their presence behind an ECM curtain. They openly announced their identities with their transponders as if they had nothing to hide. Ves widened his eyes as he spotted a familiar name. The Stellar Chaser! Gloriana! Gloriana had finally come and rescued him. Not only that, she brought friends as well. Ves briefly furrowed his brows. Shouldn't Gloriana be stuck in friendly space? The Glory Battalion would never allow her to stray too close to danger. Yet the Stellar Chaser somehow entered the space claimed by Cretia Republic without her usual escorts. He did not recognize the 2 ships flanking the Stellar Chaser. He could only go by the information transmitted by their transponders. The smaller civilian corvette was called the Frozen Leaf, and didn't appear to be geared towards battle at all. Ves doubted the powerful mech came from this tiny vessel. He scratched his head at her familiar name. However, it was the other ship that truly caught his attention. The Serendipity was a sleek and aggressive-looking frigate that shared some common points with the Terranak. While the former was smaller, and possessed a smaller mech hangar, she was probably faster. According to her transponders, the Serendipity was a ship that belonged to the Glory Battalion. Ves understood why Gloriana left her usual escorts behind in favor of the Serendipity. The combat carriers that accompanied her to the Bright Republic were too large and cumbersome to sneak through unfriendly space. All three ships that showed up in this star system were all fast and agile enough to evade most Friday Men hunters. Yet what if they met an ambush? What gave them the confidence to traverse the potentially dangerous territories of the Cretia Republic while possessing hardly any space to carry any mechs? Ves knew that the Stellar Chaser could only carry a couple of mechs at best. The Star Dancer probably resembled the Barracuda in that she could only bring along a single mech. The Serendipity was a little better off since she was designed for combat like the Terranak, but her mech hangar could only fit 4 mechs by his estimate. This meant that the 3 ships could only bring 8 or so mechs in total, which was an extremely precarious number. Ves couldn't help but glance back towards the sole mech the Hexer fleet deployed. The obscured mech already started to bombard the fleeing Terranak with powerful kinetic strikes. What a powerful Gauss rifle! The mech seemed to have switched its weapon. The round fired by its Gauss rifle impacted the Terranak with a force that surpassed that of the Gauss cannon rounds fired by the Kraven. Glowing round after glowing round systematically damaged the propulsion system of the hapless Terranak. Though the CRC frigate was virtually doomed without the protection of mechs, the crew still tried to do their utmost to escape this calamity. Yet the hammering impacts from the powerful Gauss rifle put a stop to any attempt at escape. The glowing rounds instantly reminded Ves of something. Ordinary Gauss rifle rounds didn't glow when fired. Only when imparted by some sort of energy would they leave bright streaks through empty space. Ves belatedly moved his hand and expanded the data collected by the sensors of his ship. Resonance! One of the sensors designed to detect and measure resonance had become active. The mech that saved him and went on to capture the Terranak turned out to be an expert mech. Gloriana somehow managed to gain the assistance of a Hexer expert pilot. How did she do it? How much did she pay to enlist such powerful help? Expert pilots ought to be precious even to the Hexadric hegemony. With the Komodo War raging in the border regions of the 2 second-rate states, Ves could scarcely imagine why the Hexers allowed one of their expert pilots to travel so far away from the front lines. Yet no matter the circumstances, Ves felt incredibly relieved that his ordeal had finally come to an end. With Gloriana here, he could finally let down his guard. With an expert mech under their wing, no Friday Man raiding force stood a chance against its might. At this time, the Scarlet Rose finally received an incoming communication request from the Stellar Rose. Ves instantly accepted the call. I'm here! Gloriana's projection brilliantly smiled. I'm so sorry I couldn't be in touch with you for so long. I had to work hard to convince my stubborn family to go out and meet you halfway. We also had to restrict our communications once we set off in order to avoid giving the Friday Men too many clues. It's fine. Ves held up his palm. I managed to do fine on my own for so long. Don't underestimate me. I do appreciate your arrival. How did you manage to get an expert pilot, by the way? She sighed, though she still looked incredibly pleased. It's a long story. Let's talk it over when you transfer to my ship. I have missed you so much. It was unbearable for me to be away from you for an entire month. Ves felt incredibly warm when he heard her words. He sensed no duplicity from her at all. She was truly sincere with her feelings. The love they shared between them hadn't weakened at all. Their month-long separation reinforced how much they enjoyed each other's presence. Though Ves wanted nothing more than to run up to her and pull her into his embrace, he considered what would happen to his spoils of war. The Scarlet Rose was his possession. He didn't want to give her up to his rescuers. Not only that, Ves wanted to keep the mysterious escape pod and Cassandra Breyer a secret. There was no way the Woden dynasty would ignore a renewable source of high-grade exotics. Can you come to my ship instead? I don't want to let go of the Scarlet Rose. She's my prize, after all. I risked my life to capture this ship. Gloriana briefly looked sideways and quietly conferred with someone outside of the range of her projection. She soon turned her attention back to Ves with an apologetic expression. The Glory Battalion won't allow me to step foot on your captured ship. She's not secure enough in their eyes. Just transfer to my ship. I'll tell the Glory Battalion to station a small prize crew on your capture in order to bring her back. Will that be okay? He knew that Gloriana would never allow him to stay put. She would probably go crazy if he refused to reunite with her when they were so close. Knowing that his departure from the Scarlet Rose was set in stone, Ves at least wanted to receive some assurances. The Glory Battalion won't force me to give up the Scarlet Rose, right? Gloriana looked amused. I'll make sure you get to keep your stolen ship, all right? Ves looked relieved. Okay then. Can you give me some time? I have to wrap up some matters here. Fine, but don't take too long. Chapter 1774 Disdain. It took some time for the small Hexer fleet to reach the Scarlet Rose. Ves took advantage of the delay to deal with the aftermath of the battle. He first retrieved the wrecks floating in the vicinity of his ship. Before the Hexers arrived to the rescue, Ves lost 2 of his 4 battle bots. The Paravin and the Selzer still remained functional, but the enemy light skirmishers made short work of the Kraven and the Fliskin. Ves bled his heart out at the sight of the 2 broken machines. Fortunately, the light skirmishers disabled them by relying on finesse rather than overwhelming force. The Kraven's frame was still in one piece. The enemy light skirmisher that attacked the artillery mech merely managed to cut all of its essential power lines with high precision. Since Lady Curver designed the Kraven, she probably taught the CRC how to disable the mech as efficiently as possible. The Fliskin was in worse shape. As a former light mech, its armor coverage was really too thin, and its limbs could easily be separated by an opposing mech. Just as Ves predicted, a pilotless light skirmisher stood no chance against an identical machine piloted by a skilled mech pilot. Battle bots are really too ineffective against piloted mechs, Ves helplessly observed. Fortunately, Ves could still restore the Kraven and the Fliskin as long as he retrieved them. He could also convert the battlebots back into proper mechs, thereby adding 4 valuable second-class mechs to his arsenal. Second-class mechs are very hard to come by to Ves. He especially valued the quality and comprehensive documentation on the 4 bodyguard mechs. As long as he could retain possession of the machines, he could derive all sorts of benefits from tinkering with them. Due to the urgency of his flight, he hadn't studied them as much as he wanted. As long as he could examine their construction at his leisure, he would probably comprehend the essence of second-class mech design in a couple of months. That wasn't all. Once Ves was done with them, he planned to pass on the 4 restored mechs to the avatars of myth so that they could gain some valuable experience in piloting second-class mechs. Simulation training is all well and good, but all of my avatars should have the opportunity to train with the real deal. It was incredibly hard for third-class mech pilots to learn how to pilot second-class mechs. Without any practical experience in piloting the mechs, the avatars wouldn't be able to tell whether they were truly qualified to pilot these powerful machines. The 4 second-class mechs neatly solved this problem for his avatars of myth. Though Ves did not intend to rely on Lady Curver's products to outfit his avatars of myth for battle, they still served as excellent training mechs. I have to make sure I get everything I can salvage off this battlefield. He passed on instructions for the Paravin and the Seltzer to salvage remains of the Kraven and the Fliskin. He also ordered them to salvage any pieces of the Fridaymen light skirmishers while they were at it. The mech hangar and the cargo bay still offered enough room for some extra spoils. Once he did so, Ves turned away from the control panel and threw a glance at the stacks of briar alloy a short distance away. Knowing that a prize crew would come and take command of the Scarlet Rose, Ves needed to clean up some of the traces. There was no way Ves wanted to give up this endless source of briar alloy. Let's get to work. He began a very hasty cleanup. First, he halted the loop and let the Mysterious rest in the tube. To avoid attracting any attention, Ves ordered all of the tubes to seal themselves, thereby blocking access to the escape pods. While this wasn't exactly standard, Ves hoped that the prize crew would pay attention to other aspects of the Scarlet Rose. There shouldn't be much of a reason for them to inspect the escape pods. Afterwards, Ves accessed every bot and system in the vicinity, and wiped out the logs and archival data related to the loop he formed. To be absolutely safe, he even opened up the forging machine in order to pull out the data chips containing the logs and destroyed it entirely. No hard proof should be left that this machine managed to process a large amount of identical escape pods in the last week. Ves wasn't entirely satisfied, though. While he managed to clean up all of his traces, he wasn't sure what Cassandra Breyer would do if she was by herself for an extended amount of time. Would her mummified body eventually resuscitate after being left alone for a few days? Would her escape pod disappear from the Scarlet Rose and instead begin to the Stellar Chaser? Would she somehow manage to find out what he had been doing towards her and take revenge? He had no idea what would happen. He really didn't want to leave his ship for this reason. If Ves had his way, he wanted to stay aboard the Scarlet Rose and keep the Glory Battalion away. Yet that would not make any sense at this time. Ves may have taken over the Scarlet Rose, but he hadn't subverted all of her systems. Much of her running still depended on Fridayman programming. Not only that, but the ship had been operating without a crew for almost a month. This inevitably caused some of the components of the mobile supply frigate to degrade. The increased time required to cycle her FTL drive was just one of many indicators that the ship was deteriorating due to lack of maintenance. The chance of malfunctions would drastically increase if Ves insisted on running the Scarlet Rose without a crew. Since Gloriana was a mech designer, she should know the risks. She would never allow Ves to have his way. While he didn't mind telling her about Cassandra Breyer if he had to, Ves did not trust the other Hexers. The chance of leaks was too great. I'll just have to keep my mouth shut and hope for the best. Perhaps the Hexers would find out about his secret anyway. Ves still wanted to do his best to secure his spoils. Some time passed by for the 3 Hexer vessels to reach the Scarlet Rose. Before they arrived, the Stellar Chaser already dispatched a shuttle that flew ahead and docked alongside the Scarlet Rose to transfer over a prize crew. Ves held Lucky in his arms while the passenger hatch opened up to reveal a number of Hexers in the familiar gold and blue uniform of the Glory Battalion. A female officer led the small procession of engineering and ratings. She immediately commanded them to secure the bridge and engineering section before turning to the person responsible for capturing the ship. She looked at him with a mix of respect and disdain. The former likely came from her admiration towards his seemingly impossible feat. The latter came from the ingrained female Hexer's attitude towards men. "We'll take over from here, Mr. Larkinson. Miss Gloriana has ordered us to keep this Fridayman ship together while we shepherd her back to the Ilvain Protectorate. You are instructed to board this shuttle and... Do you need to bring back any luggage?" Ves shook his head. "That's not necessary. I left one of my tailored outfits behind in my cabin. I would appreciate it if you kept it safe. With all of his last-minute cleanup activities, he didn't have the time to change his generic business outfit for the Pride of Dusk he originally wore when Ganso transferred him to Lady Curver. We'll keep your possessions safe. Miss Gloriana specifically instructed us to that end. The officer nodded dismissively before turning away to head to the bridge. The Hexer's imperious attitude rankled Ves a bit. He clearly sensed the woman looked down on him because he was a man. The only reason she talked to him at all was because he was Gloriana's lover. Ves shook his head and obediently stepped into the shuttle. Since the Hexers saved from the Terranak, he could hardly act ungrateful. What did it matter if they hurt his feelings? As long as he didn't lose the Scarlet Rose and return to captivity, everything else was fine. As Ves took his seat in the empty shuttle, the vehicle slowly detached from the Scarlet Rose and flew back to the Stellar Chaser. Lucky leisurely squirmed out of his grasp and curiously explored the passenger compartment. Much like any possession of Gloriana, the shuttle was a high-quality model. Its interior exuded luxury with its padded chairs, carpeted surface, and various decorations. Ves was already used to such displays from the Stellar Chaser and the Scarlet Rose. He considered much of it to be excessive. While he appreciated art, there was a point where luxury stopped being useful. Ves would rather spend his money on a plainer but more functional shuttle model. As Ves allowed his thoughts to wander, the shuttle finally returned to her berth. When the hatch opened up, Ves and Lucky carefully stepped out onto the shuttle bay. A missile immediately struck Ves against his chest. Ves! Gloriana! Warmth bloomed between the two reunited lovers as they finally embraced each other after a long and sudden separation. The two mech designers embraced each other tightly before locking their lips in a heartfelt kiss. Neither of them held any coherent thoughts in their minds. Only pure emotion remained as they drank in each other's presence. Wow, Gloriana! A skeptical female voice interrupted their passionate kiss. Is this the boy you set your sights upon? The unknown woman forcibly ruined the moment. Ves awkwardly straightened up while Gloriana angrily turned towards the offending woman. Rania! We talked about this. It's my choice who I want to share my life with. I already made a deal with my mother, so don't think of spoiling my relationship with Ves. He's much more impressive when you get to know him. Just give him a chance. A very remarkable-looking woman accompanied Gloriana to the shuttle bay. She immediately caught his attention due to her very sophisticated white lab coat and odd green hair that seemed to wave in the air. Ves already recognized her even without Gloriana calling her name. This was Dr. Rania Woden, a young exobiologist and biotech expert that Gloriana invited to Cloudy Curtain some time ago. She was supposed to work together with Dr. Lupo to implant the Archimedes rubal in his head. He never expected her to show up at this time, and with powerful company as well. While Ves studied Dr. Rania, his girlfriend exchanged tepid words with her cousin. Dr. Rania didn't seem to have a good impression of Ves. You're really letting the Woden dynasty down by association yourself with a third-rater like Mr. Larkinson here. She shook her head in disappointed. While I admit that his accomplishments are impressive for a boy of his background, he is a mutt compared to the purebreds of our state. Just look at what happened. He couldn't even take care of himself. He needed your brother to save his skin. You're being unfair, Gloriana shouted back while clutching Ves even tighter, as if she was afraid he would disappear. You can't expect a mech designer to defend himself like a mech pilot. Don't forget he managed to turn the tables against the crew of the Scarlet Rose by himself. That's something that neither you and I can do. For a brave third-rate citizen like Ves to overcome those odds, he at least deserves some appreciation. We'll see. Rania crossed her arms across her chest. Bring him to the infirmary. Since you care about him so much, let me check up on him and make sure the Friday men haven't left any unpleasant surprises in his body. She turned away and headed towards the exit without another word. Ves and Gloriana looked at each other with a bit of helplessness in their expressions. Chapter 1775 Girl Gossip. In the next hour, Dr. Rania subjected Ves to a comprehensive examination at the Stellar Chaser's infirmary. The compartment held a lot of sophisticated medical machines, many of which looked nearly identical to the ones aboard the Scarlet Rose. Rania demonstrated a high proficiency with the machines as she manipulated their settings with ease. The machines went to work by scanning and injecting various chemicals in his body. Ves worried a bit about his impromptu treatment, but Gloriana was watching her cousin carefully. Your boyfriend's body is remarkably tough, but his internal organs still show signs of recent damage, Rania commented while her fingers danced over a control interface. It seems he suffered from a very severe blow when he fought the Friday men and took over their ship. What is really impressive about your boyfriend is that while he is smart enough to subject himself to an automated treatment regime, he stupidly interrupted it and relied on his physique to heal his lingering wounds. I couldn't afford to lay low. I had to wake myself up to direct the Scarlet Rose through hostile territory. Ves meekly defended himself while he lay on a treatment table. Shut up! You'll only exacerbate your recovery if you talk while I'm in the process of remedying your lingering wounds. Many of them haven't healed properly. I'll have to examine you and treat you at least half a dozen times over the course of a month in order to undo the damage you've done to your own body. If you aren't Gloriana's latest boy toy, I would have passed you off to another doctor. Don't forget who's paying you, Rania, Gloriana sternly reminded her relative. You'll have plenty of funding to support your research on exoplanes as long as you take good care of Ves. Haven't you made some breakthroughs recently? I did. If I'm fortunate enough, I'll attract some investment or receive the attention of a professor. Gloriana scoffed. Don't kid yourself. No one wants to play with plants while our state is locked in a war against the Friday Coalition. During the Komodo War and several years afterwards, only war-related research projects will receive funding. Though Dr. Rania resented Gloriana's remark, she couldn't exactly refute it. Unless her research projects were capable of affecting the Komodo War, the biotech industry didn't have any reason to pay attention to her work. For a young exobiologist who harbored ambitions of her own, this was an extremely unfortunate outcome. If she happened to graduate and launch her career at any other time, then she probably would have been able to achieve some success by now. Yet because the Komodo War just broke out, the Hexadric hegemony entered into a full war footing, which meant that the Hexers had to pour all of their resources into the Hex army, the mech industry, and other war-related endeavors. I'm doing well enough on my own so far, Rania defended herself. Some of my products have caught on. You're not the only entrepreneurs among the Wodens. Don't think I don't know how you are earning a living these days. What will my mother say when I tell her that you've been supplying addicts with illicit stimulants? Rania immediately looked distressed. Cadence Woden was the Minister of Security of Scimitar II. Part of her responsibilities encompassed policing duties, which meant that Rania would definitely be at fault. In fact, even if Gloriana's mother wasn't in charge of the police, Rania would still be afraid of catching her attention. You wouldn't dare. Gloriana smiled in victory. I won't do anything to you as long as you treat Ves honestly. Don't try and harm him in order to sabotage our relationship. I promise you that you'll regret it if you lay a hand on my boyfriend. Sheesh, Gloriana! Who do you think I am? I'm a professional. I have taken an oath. As long as Mr. Larkinson is my patient, I'll treat him to the best of my abilities. I just want to make sure. Too many people disapprove of my relationship with him. You can't blame a girl for protecting what she wants. Time continued to pass as Ves felt more and more uncomfortable. Various machines continued to prod and poke his body. He could practically feel his body changing from the inside as various sophisticated medicines and tools messed around with his insides. Fortunately, none of the treatments brought him any pain. He only felt frustrated because he had no clue what was going. Rania didn't appear to be in the mood to explain her work, and Gloriana didn't seem curious either. Instead, Ves was forced to lie down and remain still while listening to the banter between the two Wodens. Neither Gloriana nor Rania bothered to shield their conversation from his ears. Both of them fell into the typical Hexer habit of neglecting the presence of boys. Ves wasn't complaining. He gathered a wealth of information about the second Woden he came into contact with. As the doctor responsible for installing his implant in his head, it would be prudent to know her better. If you think my reaction to your odd choice of lover is bad, you should see the responses from the folks back at home. I don't care about them, Gloriana dismissively said. As long as I can convince my mother that Ves is meant for me, she'll stand up for me. Not even Matriarch Syaphna will rule against her. You seem very sure of that. Once you realize what Ves is capable of, our Woden dynasty will definitely appreciate him. Just wait. In 2 years, both of us will blow your minds. I'm not sure if any of us have the time to pay attention to your boyfriend at that time. The Komodo War will be in full swing by that time. What do you mean, Rania? Hasn't the war already started? The war is still ramping up. Even though we struck the first blow, our state couldn't make too many preparations for fear of revealing too many clues. Even now, our hegemony is still in the process of mobilizing all of its reserves. According to our matriarchs, it will probably take a lot of months before the coalition and the hegemony are both ready to launch any major offensives. If not for this delay, your brother wouldn't have been able to accompany me to this appallingly underdeveloped region of space. I still regret agreeing to your request even now. What is the current state of the front lines? It's mostly skirmishes, I've heard. There's a lot of fighting, but not a lot of border systems are changing hands at the moment. That's all I know. It's not as if I have any relations to the military. You should ask your brother if you want to know the details. He promised to visit your ship as soon as he cleaned up the Fridaymen. I think he's quite pleased with capturing their ship. It's nothing impressive, but at least he earned some merits to offset this diversion. How long will he be staying? Again, you should ask him, Gloriana. I think he'll only stick around for a couple months before he has to go back. I think he's hoping to bring you away from this squalid region before that, though. He thinks the same way about your latest fling as I. You deserve better than this low-class specimen of humanity. Just look at his body scans. There's nothing normal about his abnormal half-alien physique. It doesn't matter. Gloriana released a loving sigh while she stared at the scans. Ves is great the way he is right now. At least he won't die so easily. Rania let out a frustrated grunt. Expect to face a lot of flack once you get home. Your decision to enter in a relationship with Mr. Larkinson resulted in a minor scandal back home. A lot of Wodens don't think well of you at this moment. Not only did you abandon your responsibilities at home, you also snubbed all of the dynasties who lined up potential suitors for you. Some of those boys are pretty yummy, you know. Bleh. Gloriana exaggeratingly gagged. I know what you're talking about. Even if they are cuter, Ves is already handsome enough. While I like a tasty snack as much as any other hexer, those good-looking boys at home are too useless. When it comes to mech design, I would take Ves over any supposedly talented mech designer. The conversation between the two female Wodens quickly devolved into a comparison between Ves and the boys from the hegemony. VS really didn't need to know all of this information. He mentally closed his ears and impatiently waited for the first round of treatment to end. Eventually, Rania finished her treatment regime. After injecting one last fluid in his bloodstream, she allowed VS to leave. "This is it for now, Mr. Larkinson." Dr. Rania glanced at him with a disinterested expression while she wrote up some notes. "Don't perform any exercise or make any strenuous movements until you go through my follow-up sessions. You still have a lot to go before your body is fully restored. If your physique and genes aren't so warped, I would have been able to finish your treatment sooner. As it is, you'll just have to be careful for a month." "Do I need to watch out for anything else?" VS asked with some respect. Though Dr. Rania did not show any respect to him at all, VS still found it prudent to treat her as a benefactor. If not for requesting her help all those months ago, perhaps this rescue would have never happened. "You should watch your diet and avoid eating too much junk. I'll send a note over to you and Gloriana's chefs so they can adjust your meals." After that, Gloriana practically dragged him out of the infirmary. As VS had spent some on the Stellar Chaser already, he recognized that Gloriana was bringing him straight to the lounge compartment. Once there, she deposited him onto the love seat before sitting next to him with a loving gaze. "We're finally alone." VS briefly glanced at the bodyguards that followed her and took up position at the sides. "Not really." "Oh, just ignore them," she giggled before turning to a floating cat bed that hovered in the corner. "Clixie, come over here. Bring Lucky with you as well." So that was where his cat went, VS noted. Lucky and Clixie curled up together on a circular cat bed and licked each other's necks for some reason. As soon as Gloriana called them up, they jumped from the bed and padded over and hopped onto their laps. "Meow! Meow! Oh, look! Clixie missed you so much!" Gloriana grinned while stroking her hand over Lucky's smooth back. She soon noticed his tiger stripes. "Lucky looks different. Did you upgrade him, VS?" "In a way," VS vaguely replied. "He's been very helpful to me. He's one of the main reasons why I was able to escape captivity." Gloriana immediately glowered. "Those Friday men went too far. That Curver cow had no right to take you away from me. Tell me you didn't fall for her, VS." Knowing how touchy she was on these matters, VS answered her questions seriously while looking straight into her eyes. "I love you, Gloriana. I never wavered in my commitment to you. If I didn't love you anymore, I wouldn't have taken a huge risk and killed off all of the crew of the Scarlet Rose. I didn't hesitate in burning my bridges with the Friday Coalition to declare my devotion to you. I'll kill millions of Friday men for you if that is what it takes to prove my love to you." OVS. Gloriana practically melted against him while she reciprocated his gaze. All of the tension in her body faded away as she finally realized that VS was back and here to stay. For his part, VS felt happier than ever to be reunited with his girlfriend. The trust they shared between each other was something he sorely missed.